Misfit Performance, and it looks like they're going to probably take that top spot going for the games this year.
It's been a battle with them, and we got cake all weekend long, but Misfits has been absolutely dominating. We have a couple events left, and I don't see the leaderboard changing at all for them.
On the individual side, it's starting to shake up to be a very exciting final day indeed. On the women's side, Sarah Sigmund's daughter leading both Karin Frey and Sam Briggs. However, it's not just about the podium, it's about a trip to the games.
Sarah has looked absolutely spectacular this entire weekend. That's what we've been waiting to see from her. But the race is really about the golden ticket to get to the game. So Sam Briggs, who usually will get that and has gotten that here last year, is biting, chomping at the bit, trying to get her ticket back to the games.
But someone on her heels, not necessarily in leaderboard status, sitting in 7th, Emily Rolfe.
And she's had a great weekend as well. So it's about 40 points or so between her and Sam Briggs. She's got some work to do today, but a lot of points up to be made.
Now on the men's side, it kind of looked like last year's women's side. Only 27 points separate first place Roman Karenikov from 4th place Patrick Vellner.
And even though Roman's sitting up at the top, having Brent Fikowski only 5 points behind, chomping at the bit like that, dangerous place for him to be. He's got big shoes to fill for sure. Brent and Vellner also sitting outside the top 3 by just 3 points. It is going to be exciting today.
Lots of things on the line today for the final action of the 2000 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Final day of competition underway here in Dubai for the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Chase Ingham, Bill Grundler, Nikki Brazier will join us later, and the director of the Norwegian CrossFit Championship, Roger Nilsson, will be coming up in just a little bit. But as we look at the scope of the landscape for the day that we've already had 3 full days of competition. Teams got the brunt of it yesterday.
Yes, they did.
With 4 events. There's 2 scored events left, but standing on top of the leaderboard is Misfit's P10 Performance, a 35-point lead. Traditionally looks like it's attainable, but based off their performances and how the scoring system works, seems out of reach for everybody else.
Yeah, they have looked spectacular all the way through every single day. Doesn't matter what event is thrown at them, they've been able to handle it and handle it accordingly, either a first or second place in every single event. So for anyone to, is it possible for someone to catch? Yeah, it's possible. But with the scoring, even if they were to take last, they would still get 71 points. So I just don't see them coming in last place in any of the remaining events. I just don't see it going to happen. So great performance by Misfit 10 Performance. We eat cake, or we got cake. Probably eat a little bit of cake too, but we got cake. Great showing all weekend long. They've been in the hunt, and man, I'll tell you what, of all the teams that look like they're having the most fun, that's the team. So those 2 teams have been battling, and we got one last day of battles to go.
Someone who's looking that they're having a lot of fun, and I would be too if I was in first place and having the performance she has, is Sarah Sigmund's daughter, who's sitting on top of the leaderboard with a comfortable 36-point edge over second place Karin Frey and Sam Briggs, who's sitting in 3rd place overall.
And she has looked absolutely amazing. We were interested early in the competition if she had that killer spirit. We have seen it over the last couple days where we wanted to see her attack, not just do well, not just to quote-unquote do my best, but actually come in and just smash things, and she's done just that. Karin Frey, same thing, right behind her. There is a point spread, yes, but she's looked great too. Virtually a mirror image of Sarah all the way through. Where Sarah's done well, she's done well, not as well. Where Sarah's not done as well, Karin's right in there as well. So that's been a great battle. And we saw her last year. That was kind of the, oh wait, who is this again? And she's right up in the mix. But I think the interesting story is Sam Briggs in that 3rd place position. Last year she got her berth to the games from this event. Currently, she's sitting in that 3rd place position, outside of the leader, or outside of the winning position for sure. But what's great is that Sarah's has already qualified. Karin's already qualified. Sam needs this because she wasn't able to qualify for out of the Open as she, as she would have been able to or should have been able to because of that injury. So this is a great position for her to be in as well.
On the men's side, it's a lot tighter. We said a 36-point difference between Sarah and second place. There's only a 27-point difference between first place Roman Karenikov and fourth place Patrick Vellner.
And it's been really fun and interesting to watch Roman compete over the last couple days. He's looked very, very strong. He's such a quiet character. You see him outside the competitive arena, very quiet, not showy at all, very reserved, but he gets on the floor and he explodes like a light, and we've been kind of wanting to see that. We have seen that, but Brent Fikowski's right on his heels, 5 points behind him, and Brent is hungry. And Brent, if you look at the leaderboard there, we have the asterisks showing the people that have already qualified based off the Open or National Qualifier or National Championships, whatever. Brent Fikowski needs this. So he's 5 points behind, yet more importantly, he's the lead person that can qualify out of these events.
Now, we started off this morning. It'll be 2 scored events on the team side. Now, they had 4 scored events yesterday. We said it was kind of a marathon moving day for the teams especially. That was a long day. We'll start things off with team event number 10. And you can see what the event is. It's going to work in male and female pairs, as one does a 20 or 15 cal ski. The other will do 25 synchro toes to bar. They'll switch, so both must complete that. And then the team will move to the worm thrusters, and they'll do 4 rounds of that.
And I think this is an interesting event. I mean, the fact that you have, well, one, here we are again with the worm. The worms are ready to go, and they've seen that implement so many different times. But I really like the cow ski. It's just something that's a little bit different. And it's something that these guys haven't done yet on the weekend, so I think it's fun to throw that in there. And toes bar, I just like watching these guys fly toe bar. They make them look so easy when we know that they're not.
Now, as heat number 1's going on, we'd like to introduce the director of the Norwegian CrossFit Championship, Roger Nilsson. Roger, thanks for being here.
Hi guys, thank you to be
Glad
here.
you're here. Glad you're here.
Nice.
Now, your sanctional event, you've been around for a while. I believe this is your first year being a sanctioned event. It'll be February 14th through 16th. How long have you guys been around before becoming a sanctioned event?
We have done a couple of events in Norway. I've been working on a couple of events in Sweden. And I decided to make an event that's international to introduce Norway to the CrossFit community, the worldwide. And our event, Norwegian Throwdown, got a lot of attention from the world and the media from the world for CrossFit. And suddenly I got a text message on WhatsApp from CrossFit. So that was a little bit sweaty. Well, hi. This is Greene from CrossFit. Oh, shit. I actually thought I did something wrong with my marketing.
So with being a sanctioned event and having the history behind it, what's the excitement for being a sanctioned event, along with maybe some of the pressures that might come with that?
From the beginning, I feel it's a bigger responsibility towards the community of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, the Scandinavian. And a little bit bigger pressure for making a better programming, better event, because it comes athletes that demands more and deserves more, and the eyes are more eyes watching. Like we're going live with the studio and the live stream, so. I think it's fun. It puts much pressure on us, and I think the CrossFit competitions worldwide deserves better competitions, bigger competitions. With the sanctionals, it's opened the doors to different communities around the world to show where do people do CrossFit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not only on Instagram.
Right.
Now it's like Dubai doing their thing, showing off what is Dubai. And the event is really showing what Dubai is.
Right.
And like Norway, I'm choosing to do it on the winter. On a ski resort, on top of a mountain, 3 hours outside Oslo, not inside Oslo in a big arena. Because Norway is the nature.
Well, and
I was going to say, that sounds like the most Norwegian setting I could possibly think of.
Well, and I was going to ask that the same type of thing is every sanctional event is allowed to put their thumbprint on that event. You know, even when Reykjavik did their event, they wanted to have Icelandic type movements. When we're here in Dubai, they wanted to make sure they put them in the water, put them out in the desert, put them in the sand. You're bringing them up to a ski resort. So even though you have that thumbprint that you get to put on there, what else are you trying to show? Are you trying to showcase the community? Are you trying to showcase what you can do for the athlete? Are you trying to make it a true quote-unquote test for a qualifier to the games? Like, when you look at that, what's your outline of what you're trying to create?
In the first, I try to do a CrossFit competition. I don't try to invent the wheel. Of course, I'm gonna let the athletes feel the snow, feel the cold, maybe feel a mountain somehow, up or down. But still, I don't.
Hint.
But still, I don't think it's as a first-year sanctional. I've tried to do something that's never been tried before.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be something that's never been tried before, but I try to not invent the wheel and give the athletes still a fair and good CrossFit competition. That's my job.
Yeah.
To find an athlete or a team that can earn the spot on games. That's my job from CrossFit.
Right.
And still, at the same time, try to showcase Norway, the Scandinavian community, and what's all about.
So I was going to ask is that, you know, you guys, we were talking earlier, said you use the Open as a qualifier for your competition. Having a competition over the years, you're kind of rooted in that community, that Norway community, that Scandinavian community, particularly with the Open and, say, the introduction of the national champions. How have you seen that affect the CrossFit community in Norway and Scandinavia?
Well, I think that is a good way of for the sanctionals to use Open. I think that is, for me, I'm a little bit guy that I'm not a fan of wildcards, so using Open gives me a little bit easier to explain for the top athletes. Are you doing Open? Yeah, then you are on my online qualifier. The only thing you need is to register on my site as well. So
I like that.
Yeah, and for me, I don't have that big arena as Dubai or other guys. I don't need 10,000 people on the stands. So for me, it's more easy to not focus on the big guys only, and girls as well. So I don't do any wildcards.
Okay.
I like that.
More of a showcase of the local CrossFit community you guys have there as well.
We have 47 different countries signing up for our online qualifier, and now it's around 30 that's actually on the final. So we have a lot of people from Scandinavia, but we have people from all over the world. Iran, Mexico, Canada, yeah, you name it. So
the other question I would have is if your qualifier is going to be the Open, that's a CrossFit program qualifier.
Yeah.
How do you set up, or who does your programming for your event that you're going to be doing?
I've thought a long time about who I'm going to use. Am I going to go a local guy? So I started to look around at all the guys that's girls and doing programming, and I found Phil Haskett.
Okay.
So Phil Haskett with the prepared programming is going to do my programming for the sanctionals.
Okay.
And when I'm looking at his programming for as a coach, he's a like old school CrossFit dude. He likes CrossFit.
Been around a long time, yeah.
And that's something I really like. And he's a really systemized guy. Everything is like bam, bam, bam. And I'm a little bit all over the place. So it's good to have him as a solid guy in the team. And I actually only seen one event.
Oh, really?
So I haven't seen any. I give my vision of what I want, but he's still quiet. So.
You've been bugging him since he's here at the competition?
No.
As well?
I know him. He's a super focused athlete, and when he competes, that's what he do.
Yeah.
He and the team, they are focusing on the thing, and I've talked to him like 5 minutes. Tonight I'm going to talk to him again, but yeah.
I think it's something I'm really excited to see, just having some new blood in the system in terms of sanctioned events, especially in a new area of the world that we don't really get to see a lot of the breadth of athletes. We know some of our top athletes coming out there. I mean,
obviously.
Kristen Holte is pretty good at the old CrossFit thing.
She's all right.
She's doing team.
She's all right. You know?
She's doing team.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Holte doing team there at the Norwegian CrossFit. Now, give us location, dates, website people can go to for information?
14th to the 16th of February is the event, and it's outside Oslo in an area called Greene. It's on a mountain, so it's 1,001 meters above sea level. So you get a little bit of height. Otherwise, on our website is Norwegian CrossFit Championship, on our Instagram account to get all the information. And otherwise, it's if you want to go to Norway, it's just go to the airport and take the bus or the train up in the mountain. And it's a fantastic road up through the mountains, by the lakes, the frozen lakes, and in the nature. So it's going to be a really nice experience for the athletes, us as the spectators, the crew, everybody. So
sounds like an amazing time, amazing location. It should be an amazing competition. Roger, I want to thank you for coming on with us and introducing us to your competition.
Yeah.
And good luck.
Thank you.
See you in February.
I hope so. Good.
You guys can check out the Norwegian CrossFit Championship. Roger Nilsson, the director of the Norwegian CrossFit Championship. I mean, I can't think of a better spot to have something like that.
Well, as far as picturesque and the what you're going to be looking at, it's just, especially when you're looking at Dubai. I mean, Dubai is a very cool setup with the deserts and all the oceans and everything. This is like the complete opposite of that. It takes you up into the mountains and the snow and it's cool.
Yep.
That's
Norwegian
cool.
CrossFit Championship coming February 14th through February 16th.
Thank you, guys.
As we back into team competition to start the final day of the Dubai CrossFit Championship, CrossFit Yaz is currently leading the rest of the field here in heat number 1. As we have had 4 rounds, male and female pairs will be working together on opposite movements. So you will either do a 20 or 15 cal ski erg, as the other pair is doing 25 synchronized toes to bar. They'll switch sides, complete both opposite, and then they'll move to that worm for the 15 worm thrusters. I tell you what, 15-minute time cap, working into the 4th round, it's close.
Yeah.
But after all these athletes have gone through, this is a tough event to start the final day off with.
Oh, my gosh. Squats, more squats, and let's just add some more squats on top of that. That worm, again, I mean, like, the ski is the ski. You do feel it in your legs, but, the toes to bar that are kind of, I mean, honestly, it's kind of a nice little rest because you just get to kind of get the hang there from the bar, and you get to kind of work that gut a little bit, let your legs just kind of swing. But then you get to the ski, and then it's about the stupid worm, the sausage, as we'll call it here in the desert. But that worm, again, it's not just up and down. It's not as gentle on your body as a barbell. We talk about all the time about that forward and backwards movement and where you are on the bag. And these ladies are, I think they're a little happy that they get to take a little break before their male partners get to come up and play with them.
They're waiting on them to complete their last set of 25 synchronized toes to bar, but they still have 15 worm thrusters left, but only 45 seconds to do it. As Yaz is well ahead of everyone else on the competition floor. Carmen Bosmans and Lauren Stallwood. Waiting for Anthony Mox and Ahmed Eid. 30 seconds. It's going to be pretty close. That's a tight window to get 15 thrusters. Just kind of stay together. That worm is a different challenge.
Man, they've had their hands on this thing almost every single event other than swimming.
15 seconds to go. They're about halfway through. It's going to be close. They got to run across the finishing mat, so they finished all 15 right at that time cap.
So I guess technically that would be 1 rep short because they have to get everyone onto the mat to actually finish. But, man, way to push. Nice, strong finish. I'll tell you what, the way that they moved the worm at the end, after 4 rounds, after 3 days of competition, that thing was pretty nice and straight. No bobbles in that. Nice and easy over the head. I liked it.
So CrossFit Yaz will take heat number 1 just right at that 15-minute mark, as heat number 2 will be coming up. And these are your top 4 teams after 3 days of competition and 9 scored events. We were talking earlier about Misfit's P10 Performance sitting in first place with a 35-point lead on We Got Cake, who also has a 35-point lead on Team Prepared. And as we only have 200 points up for grabs today, unless something disastrous happens for Misfit Performance, they should get that ticket to the games from the Dubai CrossFit Championship.
I think they really have. They've got it locked up. And now, granted, there are variables 100%, but basically talking, these guys have that set up. But again, we have 2 different groups here. Misfit wants to go to the games as the team that they have set up. We Got Cake, they've come to play. They all want to go individual. They're here to play, hang out, make some money, go on a vacation, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't think that they're not fighting to win. They're here to play. Misfits, they're here for business. We talked about business, communication, and the business family, and those guys are all business, and it shows.
Oh, they've only gotten their lowest place being second.
How dare they take second?
After 9 events. Now, 2 events left to go. We've had 1 heat go for event number 10 with the second one coming up. And a good strategy for the 4 rounds between who you put on the ski erg, who you have on toes to bar first. After the first round, it really doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter. But I think that a nice strategy to start with, at least what I would be looking at, is I want my women to be most fresh on the toe to bar. So I'm going to put them on the toe to bar for at least for the first round. You're right. After everyone gets tired, it doesn't really matter. Everyone's tired. But I think that would be the good first move out of the gate.
Event number 10 for the teams, 4 rounds for time. They'll work in male and female pairs separately. One pair will be on the ski erg, the other one on the rig. They'll complete their rep scheme, switch, so you'll have to do both parts before you move to those 15 worm thrusters. I tell you what, after they started the day yesterday where they had to do 150 total worm squats in that Rogue Echo bike, I think they'll prefer this as a much nicer start to the day.
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I'm just so impressed. We saw Jessica Griffith this morning. It was like, hey, how are the legs doing? They're like, well, glad it's the last day. Let's just say that. So you're right. I think that this is a good event to start. I mean, you can't not squat. You can't not use the worm in a team competition. But I think that this is this will be a much more enjoyable setup and really allow them to really race instead of trying to hold on for dear life, just hoping that their legs don't come off.
Your teams in the second heat. In lane number 2, Team Prepared, Misfit P10 Performance, We Got Cake, and Team Finland. And we just got word that the normal prizes for individual events here at the Dubai CrossFit Championship is $3,000 for first, $2,000 for second, $1,000 for third. Well, we just got word that just jumped up to $10,000 for the first place winning team in this event alone.
So again, if you're We Got Cake, they did this yesterday in one of the events where they found out that it jumped up to $10,000. They won the event. It's like, all right, vacation's been paid for.
There's that incentive, all you need. So $10,000 and 100 points on the line for team event number 10. We see a variety of different strategies on where to place your teammates. Looks about a 50-50 split on putting where the men and the women should be.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. And the only thing I could think, you see We Got Cake in the green shirts. They decided to put their girls up on the bar first. Up above them are your leaders, Misfit, and they put the guys up there first. And they broke the set of the 20 toes to bar. I like that they're breaking early because they know that you're not going to win the first one.
It's 100 synchronized toes to bar.
Exactly. But you have to figure the women are going to be, fast, but they only have to do 15 calories on the ski, whereas the guys have to do the 20. So unless they understand the timing of what their women are going to do, that may been to the decision making. Plus, again, we already know the great athletes that of the Misfit women, how good they are. They're not really worried about, do I need to be tired or not for my toes to bar? Just put them up on the bar and they'll do just fine.
And then it just comes down to having the perfect pace on the ski erg and how to fit that time frame in on the toes to bar.
Yeah.
We got cake in the green. Danny Spiegel, Jessica Griffith in the front with Cody Mooney and Alex Smith behind them, sitting in second overall. Now, they won the final team event last night where we had that 4x4 relay of the 30 dumbbell squat snatches, and they won it barely with Danny Spiegel edging out Travis Williams on the last few reps.
Which was an impressive race because that's a movement that I would put Travis up against anyone in the world. So the fact that Danny Spiegel was able to be basically a half a rep behind and then end up a rep ahead, the speed, that was some impressive speed.
Misfit P10 Performance to the worm first, right behind the 2-minute mark, as they will do 15 thrusters with the worm. Usually that would not be the most exciting portion of the event, but after they had to do 50 times 3 of 100 of the worm squats, Felix is kind of, 15?
Oh, 15? No big deal.
No
it's going to
big
feel
deal.
just like, an easy one set.
2.5 minutes for round number 1. The time to beat in the previous heat was set by CrossFit Yaz. They had finished their last rep right at the 15-minute cap mark.
So actually, you know what? I will say that I'd like the strategy with Misfit having the women start, because now they're going to be where you're most tired is coming off those thrusters with the worm. So instead of putting your women in their most fatigued state on the toes to bar, put them on the skier where they can kind of rest their legs a little bit, kind of catch their breath just a touch, and then throw them up on the toes to bar, up on the rig.
Andrea Nisler on the left, Taylor Williamson on the right. We have Roy Gamboa and Travis Williams on the men's side. And again, it's a 15 cal ski for the women, 25 synchronized toes to bar on the rig, as the only difference will be that the men will be skiing 20 cals. Now, it's still early, obviously, in the sanctional season. This is the 4th event of the 28 that we have over the next several months before we get to the CrossFit Games. But I have enjoyed watching Misfit P10 Performance compete here this weekend and the way they work together, right? The placing doesn't necessarily dictate the quality of the team, more of like the quality of the team field.
Right.
But I like this setup to bode well for the big stage in Madison.
We know that the characters on Misfit P10 Performance, we know them well. They've been around a long time. It's been interesting to see what Travis is able to kind of mix as he's putting his teams together. But the fact that these guys are so good so early, I mean, classically speaking, as CrossFit athletes, they work to peak at the game season. These guys are trying to make get their ticket now so they can go. But imagine if they qualify now, or when they qualify now, how much better they're going to get, how much time once they get all that training together, coordination together, working on whatever weaknesses they have together. By the time they get to the games,
getting together to train, not having to scramble to find teammates and schedules to go to a different sanction event just to qualify or move pieces around. So exactly to your point is that, if they finish what they have started over the last 3 days, that is going to be a nice setup for them to just kind of gel together even more without the stress of just trying to get to the games.
Well, if you're thinking about your team competition at the games, you're obviously going to be thinking about Mayhem Freedom. You're obviously going to be thinking about Rich's team. And even on Rich's team, he has Scott Panchik now and China Cho. They are not able to work out with the quote-unquote team regularly. We asked Rich the other day, how often does China come out? And she's like, well, she'll come out for a week here and there. Scott, same thing. He banks on the fact that he has really good athletes. and that they don't have egos because they've been around a long time, so that they can gel really well. But with Misfit P10 Performance, the fact that those guys are able to hang out together and they can really coordinate their movements and coordinate their strengths and their weaknesses, it's going to be a fun battle to watch those guys.
And it was kind of funny because he also forgot to remind us, or he didn't forget, but he had to remind us, like, we still haven't qualified for the games yet.
I know.
We're talking about it. Now, I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion. However, as things are slated right now, Mayhem Freedom still needs to qualify for the CrossFit Games.
They do.
You know, the caliber of team that they've been, they have showcased that ability over the years.
I think they're okay. They're kind of all right.
They're pretty good.
I mean, they're pretty good.
And that's what we want to see. We want to see, in the age of the super team, is that this is to increase the quality, depth of competition at the games. Now, the one problem is we thought that was going to happen last year, and it did not.
Right.
And it did not in a big way. But I think, I was alluding to this at the end of the event, is that every year we've had a team or an individual completely decimate and embarrass the rest of the competition. The competition responds.
Right.
It raises the bar, and it shows you exactly what you need. And I think the big thing we took away from last year's, it was the first year of the super team where you didn't need to be in the same affiliate. You didn't even have to be in the same country.
Right.
Is that the key piece is not the quality and caliber of your athletes, but it's the quality
gel
and cohesiveness of your team.
Yeah, and I think that's a big – and that's one of the things that we were really curious about even coming into this competition is with Misfit P10 Performance, it's a manufactured team. I mean, it really is. And we talked about what is their cohesiveness and their communication going to look like when it's all business. And I'll tell you what, I mean, from the outside looking in,
right now it looks pretty good.
It's like they've removed all emotion, and it is all business, and they are doing work. I mean, they are spot on everything that they have going on. You don't see any sort of on-the-floor issues or on-the-floor little arguments or spats or why didn't you do this or hurry up, let's go. You don't see that. I haven't seen that once.
And I think a lot of that comes with, I will say this, a lot of that comes with adversity, which they have yet to be faced with. However, with this group and the experience that they have, now Travis and Roy don't have as much team experience as Andrea and Taylor. But having that, everyone seems to be focused on doing their own job instead of trying to help someone else do their own.
Right.
And I feel like that's where the disconnect comes with a lot of individuals. There's like, all right, well, if you can't do it, I'm going to help the whole team do it. It doesn't work that way. One final round to go for Misfit P10 Performance as they are done with 3. Currently on their pace. We're trying to keep pace with them as We Got Cake, as well as Team Prepared. The time to beat was just right behind that 15-minute cap. It was CrossFit Yaz in the previous heat where they had completed all the work, but I believe they were just a step away from getting to the finish line.
Just missed that finish, Matt.
P10 Performance currently 60 seconds ahead of the pace set by CrossFit Yaz as they have 5 minutes to at least best that time. And a comfortable position at least they're in is that they know is as long as they finish under the cap and they stay ahead of everybody else, that's good enough to hold that first place position.
Yeah, they are cruising right now. They're just cruising. Starting to see a little bit of extra breaks on the toes to bar from Travis and Roy back in the back there. And you know what? I like the fact that didn't seem to worry them. I mean, yes, they know that they're in the lead, but the way these guys operate, they don't want to relinquish any of their lead. They're not going to think, oh, well, we're in the lead so we can kind of mellow out a little bit. But I like that it was like they knew when to come down. Short rest, they both got right back up. Even though they had a couple left, take the rest, get back up, make it happen, and then make that swap. They knew that the girls were done, so they were waiting for them. But they didn't lose their head about it. They just keep on moving, keep on plugging away.
Yeah, it's a good break as Team Finland comes to their last round. It's a good break rather than forcing a couple extra reps, maybe getting a no rep, getting out of sync. That's when the frustrations come.
Yeah.
It's like, let's come down.
It's just easier to reset.
Back up to the rig. Now, I feel like that does come with experience that maybe some of these athletes, Travis and Roy specifically, maybe learn from the previous season.
Yeah.
Look at the timing on that. You can see Nisler and Williamson finishing just at the same time that Williams and Gamboa did. And 3 minutes before the best time from the previous heat. But just 15 worm thrusters left to go.
Man, look at that execution. Look at that bag, nice and straight all the way across from front to back.
Five reps remaining for Misfit P10 Performance. Now that race for second is on between Team Prepared and We Got Cake, but Misfit P10 Performance will collect another 100 points and $10,000.
Nice job, guys. That's nice. They get their $10,000 shot after missing it last night.
We Got Cake on the right, Team Prepared on the left. They got to the sandbag at the same time, and now it's a race for 15 thrusters in second place. Last rep done,
Whoa.
And it is going to come down to what the timers say. Whether it's the first or the last.
Gotta get
across the finish
guys.
line. This Team Finland is the lone team left on the floor. They have just over 90 seconds to get underneath that 15-minute cap. Team Finland working through their final reps. And they will make their way to the worm for the last time. They have about 60 seconds. That was a close time check we saw in the previous heat between Kosh and Yaz. Yaz holds at least that fourth place time, depending on what Team Finland can do in the next 45 seconds.
They're holding that bag pretty level. Look at that. Thought they were starting to get off kilter around that 8 rep,
close.
but able to pull it back together. That was awesome. Oh.
And they'll be in just 10 seconds underneath the 15-minute cap, so that should be good enough for fourth overall. As Yaz will take fifth. Their time not able to stand up in the second heat. But it was all Misfit P10 Performance from start to finish, as they just look stronger and stronger as the weekend goes on.
And they just look so strong. They don't even look tired after that event at all. I mean, and this weekend has been a lot of legs, with the
and
with
it's
the
been
squats.
A lot of volume.
It's just been insane, but they've handled it beautifully.
Misfit P10 Performance is down with Nikki Brazier.
What a way to kick off the final day of competition. This is the second time that we have seen a workout for the teams bumped up to 10 grand. Now it's yours. I mean, I guess my first question is, what do you do with your new prize money?
Bank it, pay some bills, you know, whatever.
Very sensible answer. It's the final day of competition here. You guys came in at the top of the leaderboard today. How does that affect your mentality moving forward?
We just want to keep piling it on as much as we can. We don't want to take any chances with giving it away at the end with 72 weird strict handstand push-ups. So, you know.
That's two very sensible answers in a row. And I guess at the end of the day, I mean, if you leave here in the top spot and you qualify for games early, what does that mean for you guys as a team, having that much time to prepare?
Well, we're going to take some time off. At least Roy and I are. The girls don't like to take time off, so whatever. And just get healthy, and then we can start figuring out exactly what we want to do for our next sanctionals and, you know, make sure we're ready at each event.
So congrats, you guys. Great job.
Thank you.
Misfit P10 Performance, 100 points richer and literally $10,000 richer. So one more event is left to go for the team competition. But coming up next, the individuals will take the stage for the first time on the final day of competition. What we know is that they have 2 events listed, but we were told in the briefing area that there's 400 points out there remaining for these athletes to make some moves.
And that the fact that there is 400 points gives a lot of these athletes that need that ability, that opening. There's a lot of doors to be open, and man, it's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see what those finals are.
No one is safe yet on the leaderboard. The individuals will be coming up next for the Dubai CrossFit Championship.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
The goal in each competition is always to win. I don't think that I have an edge over anybody. I just think that, you know, I work hard the whole year to be at those competitions, and I just want to be at those competitions to do good. I wouldn't be doing this if I just wanted to participate. I think my biggest competition is probably Patrick Vellner and Brent Fikowski, because both of them have been on the podium multiple times at the CrossFit Games. They have a lot of experience in CrossFit. They've been doing it for a long time, and you know, they know what they're doing.
I just love being here in Dubai. I think I just always come back because I love the events that they bring out. They're always like pure CrossFit events. It's such a good break of the winter to come here in the sunlight in December. A little bit tired after the day, and now it's 7 o'clock in the evening and I still have to finish my study.
So we're not going to give it away just yet. We're going to let the crowd come on in, get nice and filled up in here. Well, I think it's 3. We have 3 iPhones. 3 iPhones. And we got 3 bracelets that we'll be giving away throughout the day. 4 bracelets. 4 gold bracelets. 4 gold bracelets. That's right, so we've got 3 iPhones, 4 gold bracelets. We also have fantastic giveaways for Reebok, and a couple of, we've got some stuff also for some athletes that will be going into the crowd. So get on your phones, let your friends know, grab Karin already, let your friends know, come on down to the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship, because Day 4 is going to be unforgettable. Let's hear it out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up now for the Dubai CrossFit Championship! That's more like it. Soon enough, we're going to have our
After this event of the individual.
Don't do it.
Yeah. We're gonna bring back Matt.
Alright, Omar, you got this one? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your female individual in heat number 1. Athletes ready, judges ready. One minute. Athletes on the line, please. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Three, two, one, go! All right, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 1 for the female individuals. And lane 2, we have Louise Wicksaw. Lane 3, Laura Clifton. Lane 4 from UAE, Shad Budis. Lane 5, Hannah Short. Lane 6, Marie Sykes. And lane 7, Christy Hollard. Lane 8, Christina Alcantara. Heat number 1, female individual athletes. As you know, this workout has been announced, and it's a 14-minute time test, 25 parallel handstand push-ups, 25 flying push-ups, 25 deck squats with a kettlebell. items using dumbbells. 25 reps of them, and then 25 reverse with chest to bar pull-ups. And again, 25 double press. A technical workout for the athlete, but we can see that Laura now is taking the lead in this workout, finishing with her handstand push-ups, going with the flying push-ups. Five reps in for Holler. We saw the diamond go for her flying push-ups. Champions on the green, left left on handstand push-ups. Receiving 15 reps on our flying push-ups. Champions done with our push-ups and goes down for the third spot in the heat. With a whole 100 left for Chad Briggs. She is done and now proceeds for a flying push-ups. Chad Briggs representing UAE. Look at her go, Chad Briggs left from that flying push-ups.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Been a couple days of competition already. I mean, how are you feeling so far? How's the body holding up? How's everything going?
Right now, body is holding up pretty good. Not very sore. Some tightness here and there, nothing major.
I mean, you hit a PR during the clean and jerk portion of the competition. Was that planned?
No. That's the magic of kilos. Like at some point, you just don't know, and you have to do it. I was really happy with that. Happy with the finish. Also, helped me get up in that top 10.
It's a seriously deep field. I mean, the guys here that are pushing to punch their ticket to the CrossFit Games with you are really accomplished athletes. Does it change your game plan, like knowing who else is in the field with you?
You can't game plan according to who you're competing against, especially like for the muscle up and handstand walk event. You have to go at your own pace, do your own thing, and don't mind the other guys that are starting really fast that might blow up, or the guys that are just like Pat who's gonna crush this event. Like, you can't follow him because I'm gonna blow up. So just have to follow my game plan, do the best I can, and hope for the best.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Dubai, I need you to put your hands together for Sykes, who has given her good touch. She wants to lift those hands up with her. Come on, give it up for Sykes! Less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes, ladies. Let's go! How now takes the lead, ladies and gentlemen. She's your first place champion in the team with only 25 devil press. Let's run out trying to catch up with hard. She's down with 10 reps, only 15 left. With only 1 minute left, ladies and gentlemen, now on the clock. Seconds. Come on, kid, put your hands together. 4, Holland was taking the lead with only 20 seconds left. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and exit.
standings after 7 scored events on the individual side. Sarah Sigmundsdottir sitting in first place overall with that 36-point lead over Karin Frey. Samantha Briggs 20 points behind her in your top 3. Looking at the asterisks to the side of that name, we have 2 races here today. It's the race for the podium for the Dubai CrossFit Championship and the race for the ticket to the CrossFit Games.
And I think it's really interesting. I mean, look at your leaderboard. It's like someone took a shotgun and shot all those asterisks in there. So if you are an athlete, generally speaking, that isn't in the top usually, now is a really good open chance. Now, granted, we have Samantha Briggs, who doesn't have an asterisk next to her name. We know that she was injured doing the clean and jerk segment during the open, so that kind of knocked her out of that top position. So she is in that spot. Emily Rolfe right behind her, and then Michaela Norman down at the bottom. So of your 10 people, there are 3 that are looking to get that. Everyone else on there has already made it to the game, so they already had that. So it's that competition within the competition, which is really interesting.
We're going to start day number 4 off, the 4th and final day of competition for event number 8 for the individuals, and a unique style of movements, some we have never seen, but they have been a part of this event over the years.
Yeah, they call it the DFC Original, and 5 years ago, to get a little history of the event, 5 years ago when they started the fitness event here in Dubai, they wanted to showcase some movements that a lot of athletes just haven't done. Now, these aren't movements that have never been done. We do know what they are. People have seen it, but it's kind of back in the day a little bit. So now we get to take these athletes that are very fit, and it's how well can you adapt? You've never done these before, so now we're going to test you to see if you can do these quote-unquote odd movements. They're kind of cool. They're a little weird at times, but I think it's cool to test them on oddities like this. I think that's awesome to see.
I think there's a little bit of athleticism thrown into this event, especially
Yeah,
when talking
absolutely.
about adapting on the fly with different movements. Heat 2 of 3 underway in women's individual event number 8. We've already had 1 heat go. No one got through the entirety of this whole event. We'll have 7 athletes in Heat 2 as your top athletes will be coming up. And Bill, as you said before, is that we are picking off movements that have been programmed within this event over the years. It's called the DFC Original. We'll be starting off with those parallel handstand push-ups. And then as you see that, flying push-ups, deck squats, reverse chest-to-bar pull-ups. So you're going to see a unique blend of movements that aren't foreign to at least, maybe not the functional side that we're used to in your foundational movements. However, having proficiency in those should lend a good base to learn these on the fly.
Well, let's just think about a movement like a burpee. We all know about the burpee now, but there was a space of time where nobody did burpees. That was an old school calisthenic military type of deal that was vanished for a while and has been brought back, and now it's a staple. I think that it's kind of nice to bring a movement back like this just to test people to see, just like we were talking about, what is their pure athleticism? Are they able to do truly anything that gets thrown into their wheelhouse or into their face like this? Start off with the parallel handstand push-ups. It's a deep handstand push-up. So you see those bars, I think they're around 14 inches just with the parallettes. But the ladies have that 2-inch buffer with the ab mat on, or I'm sorry, the 2-plate buffer with the ab mat on top of that. Most of these athletes have done parallel handstand push-ups, but I think what it does is it preps them for this next movement that you see Laura Kuna right there in the middle, or in the purple in the middle of your screen, flying push-ups. Now the whole object, you see those 4 posts. You do a push-up and you have to, at one time, have your hands and feet land on each of the posts. It doesn't have to necessarily be that you fly off all at one time, but they all have to go in the air and land at one time.
And it's kind of like, a traditional burpee standard is that they're requiring to get your chest to the ground, and as you come up, your feet and hands must leave at the same time and land at the same time on the blocks. Now, we got to test this a little earlier this morning.
We played with it a little bit.
It took a couple tries to get up there, but once you kind of find your rhythm, it's a unique movement in terms of a visual side, but you feel like that's kind of coming where you got some coordination, some athleticism. It's a unique challenge.
It is. I mean, it would be easy to throw it out and say it's gimmicky. but I think that there's still athleticism too here. And one of the athletic pieces, especially if we're talking about CrossFit fitness, is coordination and agility. This is one of those types of movements. You have to be coordinated to be able to get your body from the ground in a way that you're not used to doing it and be able to react on the fly. And I think that that's kind of interesting. You'll see some of these athletes, you saw Ike right there in the orange, did the jump but didn't get her hands to the block. So I think that they are learning while they're doing it, and that's what's interesting is, can you learn and adapt and still race at the exact same time?
First to the blocks for the flying push-ups was Laurie Kuna. She'll be over there in lane number 3. She has a handful of reps left to go, and she'll advance from the flying push-up to the deck squat. Again, when we got this event last night, reading through the movements we had, is like, I can't wait for this athlete briefing.
I was curious if we were going to hear some audible sounds, and we really didn't. I was pleased about that, because it was like, okay, all right. And again, everyone's playing by the same rule book here, so even though I feel like maybe I'm getting screwed because I don't know what these are, everyone's getting screwed across the board. So it's like, you know what? Let's make it a race. Why not? Here we go.
And this is the deck squat. So the kettlebell must make contact with the chest, contact overhead on the ground, and then roll up to a standing position. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind trying this event later at my affiliate when I get back home.
Oh, Big D, look out. Now, we've played with movements like this. At least what we titled it was a reverse burpee. And it would be where you go down, have to lay on the ground, and then come up. We would make the athletes have to keep their feet on the ground. The standard for this particular movement is you're allowed to roll back as far as you want. So you can use your legs to roll back. You can see her red shoes coming all the way back and kicking your body and using that kettlebell as momentum as you're coming up. What this is looking for, though, and it's really testing, is the flexibility in those hips, in those knees, and those ankles. Are you able to be in that full butt to ground squat and then be able to come up from that position?
And, these are, called either candlestick squats or reverse burpees. This is actually a movement that I was forced to do when I had shoulder surgery. I couldn't do an actual burpee, but I could roll off my back and hop up at the same time. It's full body on the ground, full body up vertical. I do think that the weight of the kettlebell helps those athletes that can't get in those good positions if they just had no weight themselves.
Well, think about it. If you are looking to do pistol squat, a single leg squat, one of the ways to help modify that movement is to kind of counterbalance that position, if due to ankle flexibility or whichever. So you can do that, hold that out in front. It's a lot easier, even though you're holding weight, to do that squat. This is the same idea here. I think that the issue with it being difficult for these athletes is, one, if they don't have the flexibility, but two, this is the final day of competition. So not only are they trying to push what they're doing, but they are doing it under all the other elements that they've had to deal with, the combined fatigue over the last 3 days. And here we are getting to the final day of fatigued and learning and adapting all in one race.
25 reps of each. They started with 25 parallel handstand push-ups, moved to 25 flying push-ups. After these deck squats, they'll move to something called an A jump. Dumbbells racked on the shoulders, hopping together on top of the box. Laurie Kuna still leading heat number 2. She's the first off the parallettes. Actually, she was first off the parallettes fairly early. And as they navigate through this, again, one of these that we tested is that, this by itself, not hard to do. But when you put those dumbbells on your shoulders, and granted, I only tried it with the women's weight, and I definitely missed my first jump.
You're like, okay. Now, the standard here, the dumbbells are on the shoulder. You can hold them any way you want. So you can see what Laura's doing there. Just has them resting on her shoulders, and she's supporting the weighted part of the dumbbell. But what the athlete needs to be aware of is when they're hopping. So you can see her right behind the judge there in the back. The jump. So the standard is you just have to get below parallel. Now, if you're a shorter athlete, they have that box so you can jump onto it. But if you're a shorter athlete, you may not be able to go down all the way. So you may see some of these women that are coming all the way down and sitting on the box. Then, from a dynamic jump, you come up all the way, feet come together, and land on top of the box, stand up with an open hip. Some of the things that I haven't seen yet that I'm wondering if we'll see is, what if you just do the squat, stand up, and then hop up to the top? So you aren't having to do a full-blown dynamic movement from all the way from the bottom to the top. Stand up, controlled squat, jump up on top of it, and go from there. Again, no one has really played with these that much, so they really haven't thought about strategies or different ways to kind of play with the movement other than, I just want to get through the 25 and move to the next one.
And we always see something happen like this where someone does something weird and it works, and then the rest of the heat start to do it. 2 reps remaining for Laurie Kuna. Athlete out of Brazil making her trip to Dubai. As we have a variety of countries represented here this weekend. And as they finish the A jumps, they'll move to 25 reverse grip chest to bar pull-ups, and that's just palms facing in. Some people will call that, a chin-up grip position.
Grip. Yeah.
And there,
you wondered.
I was asking you if we thought we would see butterfly pull-ups, and there it is.
So the difference here is the tension that it's putting on your shoulder in that position. Not so much at the top, but at the bottom of that position. So I myself, if I was going to do this to relax the tension on my shoulder, I would bring my hands a little bit closer just because of that external rotation that you have on that shoulder. Bring your hands closer, and then that rotation isn't as dramatic. The wider you go, the more rotated out you are. And again, it's not hard at the top, it's hard at the bottom when your arm has to get all the way straight. That's where the tension goes on the shoulder and that bicep tendon.
We were talking earlier, it's kind of trying to find that sweet spot between too wide for not a secure position for your hands, but less range of motion to get your chest to the bar, versus too narrow where it feels good on your shoulders, but now you got to pull a lot further.
Well, and I will say this, you used to see it in the older days of CrossFit where if you had to do chest to bar, one of the ways to do that, because it's easier to pull your chest to the bar when your hand's in that rotated grip. So we used to do an alternate grip just to kind of aid in that. So you can see here going for that kipping, very tight position, able to get that chest to the bar.
Just after the 10-minute mark, Laurie Kuna has yet to get challenged. The closest athlete is Manon Aganese, as she'll move to 25 devil presses. This is one of those movements that really got showcased a couple years ago in this event. Now seems to be more of a staple movement, especially in qualifying events.
Wow, I would say over the last couple years, the devil press has become, I don't want to say one of the most common, but you're exactly right. In qualifying events, it's almost in every single qualifier, which I like the devil press. I would rather do these than thrusters myself. So I don't mind the fact that they like to throw these in. But, it's a race event version of those old school man makers. And, it's a nice stimulus. And elicits a nice response.
Hey, Gilfadottir on her 25 reverse grip chest bar pull-up. She only has 5 reps remaining. And one thing we've noticed is that when you get to a movement like the devil presses, is that those compound in intensity and difficulty in a hurry. So just having a lead, it really depends on how you manage that workload through 25 reps. 25 is a big chunk to do at the end of an event like this.
Well, I mean, you definitely want to be able to try to keep your rest as short as possible. The way they have it broken up, where you have to move those dumbbells, they almost kind of give you that break anyway. So it's a 10, 10, and a 5, which if you can do that, awesome. Make those breaks count. But if you know you're starting to get smoked, it's okay to do 5, take a second, do another 5, and then move the dumbbells.
Kuna in the fore part of your screen. Gilfadottir up over her shoulder to the left side of your screen. Has about a 10-rep lead on Ike Gilfadottir, and in the right side, you can see Manon Aganese just getting to her first set of devil presses. Time cap for this event is 15 minutes. Just that steady pace. And I think some of the hard thing is that it takes a long time to do a rep. So staying in it mentally
I know.
is one of those, it's a unforeseen taxing piece of this movement if you haven't had a lot of experience doing it.
Well, in CrossFit, we're so used to doing everything so fast, but just with the rep that Lori did right there, one rep took about 8 seconds. So anything that you have to do 25 times, it takes 8 seconds. That's a lot of time that's having to move in between each one of those.
Lori Kuna on the left side of your screen, leading both Ike Gylfadottir as she moves into her second set. They'll do 10 reps in the first 2 sections for the final 5 in the last one. And just getting to this position, Kuna has put herself in the lead pace based off the first heat's best athlete.
There she goes, picking up that pace. You can see her tempo versus Ike right behind her in the orange shirt. That's a light at the end of the tunnel speed now, so she knows she's going to finish it up and get herself off that floor.
1 rep left for Lori Kuna, and she will set the new time to beat at 13:42. Just over 1 minute remaining. 15 minutes is the time cap. Ike Gylfadottir is trying to stay ahead of Manon Aganese. Now for the devil press itself, is that the standard really is, it's chest to deck with the dumbbells, and dumbbells any way overhead essentially. And you see 2 different styles between Gylfadottir in the back and Aganese in the front.
Yeah, Aganese in the front. You can see she's doing more of a clean and jerk setup. I would rather go the style that Ike is going in the back. The reason I like that a little bit better is because you can load up those hips and hamstrings. So you see when she hops up, she hangs the dumbbells back behind, and that loads up those hamstrings. So now she can use her hips to pop those dumbbells up overhead. It isn't necessarily, if you really lean back, you can make it more of a hip hamstring movement rather than a low back movement, even though a lot of people do these and they're like, it blows my back out. And I think it's just because they aren't letting those dumbbells come back far enough.
5 seconds to go. Can Gylfadottir get across the finish line? And she'll just be a couple feet short. She got the work done, but the time and the reps will count in total once they cross the finish line. And from start to finish, and we haven't really seen that a lot this weekend, where one athlete takes charge and never relinquishes that first place position.
Yeah.
But Lori Kuna did such that.
Well, the fact that she was able to have such a strong showing in those parallel handstand push-ups, that was able to jump her up over the up in front of the field. And then again, you could tell she just has a lot of really strong pushing power, and going from the handstand push-ups to those flying push-ups, that was able to get her up in the lead and just keep her there.
It's a nice barbaric way to sign your scorecard.
Castaway style. Wilson!
So Lori Kuna showing us the challenges of the reverse grip chest to bar pull-ups and the compounding effect of the weekend, taking its toll after 8 events upon finishing this one. And she is setting the new time to beat right around that 13:42 mark. I think a big part about this event in particular is being in this last heat after being able to watch 2 heats go,
yeah.
because of the uniqueness of these movements, things that a lot of these athletes have never done before unless they have been here at this competition or just got somehow programmed in there. A lot of those things it looks like more for fun than just for fitness.
Well, it's really about adapting on the fly, and now they had the opportunity to see everyone when they heard what was coming up. Immediately they're starting to think, okay, I can do this, I should do it this way, I should do it this way. They got to see a handful of athletes actually do that. So now it's like, okay, do I need to reassess? But we have such strong athletic athletes in the field that I think that it will be interesting to see if we see much differences, at least in strategic movement out of those different movements.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir sitting on top of the leaderboard over Karin Frey and Sam Briggs. If you see the asterisk to the left, that means they are pre-qualified for the CrossFit Games, most of these coming out of the open. So your race to the podium in your top 3, but your race to the games are between Sam Briggs, Emily Rolfe, and Michaela Norman, as your top 10 coming out of the last 3 days will be in this 3rd heat.
Man, and you have to think, okay, yes, we have those 3 women up there, but there's a healthy spread between those women as well. So Sam's in a great position. But again, we have a very unique setup. Very unique setup with these movements. Starting off with those parallel handstand push-ups into those flying push-ups. So that's a blast of shoulder work right there. Into the deck squats, the A-jumps, those reverse grip, chest to bar pull-ups, which we were thinking would be a little bit more difficult. I didn't really see any of the women having a hard time with that. They were all very smart how they broke it up, being able to go from butterfly to kipping to just making it happen. And then, finishing up with those devil presses.
I'll be very excited to see how a lot of these athletes adapt on the fly with these new standards or new movements coming out here on the competition floor. And the final day of competition on the individuals is underway as they have 25 parallel handstand push-ups to start event number 8.
And you can see the big drive of those legs that all these ladies are doing. They're trying to get as much momentum out of the use of their legs as possible. And look right in the middle of your screen with the orange shorts and the black top. Sarah Sigmundsdottir is smashing those reps. My gosh, those were fast. Oh my gosh.
Your top 3 coming in will be in your middle 3 lanes. Sigmundsdottir in the orange shorts. Black top. Just to her left will be Sam Briggs, and to her right, Karin Frey. One athlete to keep your eye on is Gabrielle Magala, because though she is in 4th, she is still in contention for a podium spot.
Yeah, she's only about 9 points back outside of Sam Briggs, and she's been flirting with that 3rd, 4th position virtually all weekend. It's been really impressive to watch her work. Still so young. But even though she's this young, a lot of experience.
Now, this is the challenge I thought we might see a little bit for Sarah, is that these flying push-ups, these unique movements, and getting that coordination in there for a couple reps. You saw her miss her first one, not be able to get that hand on the block, but what we see in athletes from, rep 1 to rep 25 is that they have a very keen ability to adapt as they go through.
And they said that it doesn't matter how you come up as long as your hands and feet go at the same time. So you could literally do a push-up to your knees and then shoot up from there as long as your hands and feet all end up on the boxes at one time.
I believe that's Jamie Greene that has moved up alongside Sarah Sigmundsdottir. And look at the difference between the two. And I'll say that's the difference between someone with a more athletic background than the other, being to have that body control with a movement as dynamic as this one.
Well, and Jamie is an unreal athlete. I mean, she just is, everything seems to come so natural to her. It doesn't matter what it is. But I love the fact that she's very explosive, but she's being very intelligent about when she decides to take those breaks. She's not pushing herself to failure. She only does a handful at a time and moves away, shakes her arms out, and comes back to it again. And when she goes, it's rapid fire when she's on there.
Five reps left for Sarah Sigmundsdottir in the center part of your screen. Briggs is just to her left, Frey to her right. And in the background, Jamie Greene is catching up very quickly with their proficiency on these flying push-ups. Sigmundsdottir is done, and she'll move to the deck squats. It's a single kettlebell. They must touch the ground overhead, touch the chest at the top of the rep. Jamie Greene is now just a few seconds behind her.
And look at the difference here between Jamie in the front and Sarah in the back. Sarah's feet are not leaving the ground. So if I was in a workout setting, I'd say this is how I want you to do it. But in a race setting, the way Jamie is using her whole body to create momentum, that's really saving her body. She's not having to work against that. She's letting gravity and momentum move her through that movement, whereas Sarah's actually using a lot of core to have to work that sit-up. She's basically doing GHC sit-ups right here.
Jamie Greene on the bottom part of your screen in the orange shirt.
And then look at this, the way Jamie puts the kettlebell low, so her body comes up without having to squat the weight. So she's taking the squat with the weight out of the system.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir got to the deck squats just ahead of Jamie Greene as she'll take a break in the center of the floor. She's joined now by Briggs and Karin Frey. And Jamie Greene is one of those athletes that hasn't really put together a consistent weekend. Now, she's had some good events and some bad ones. However, it's not all is not lost for Greene, who has won this event in the past, who was on the podium last year at the Games, is that we have a lot of points up for grabs today. We know we have 2 scheduled events coming up so far, but we were told that there are 400 points on the board. You take that for what it means, but 400 points up for grabs, anything is still possible for these athletes.
Yeah, I mean, she has a lot. I mean, she's just so athletic that there's a lot of room for her to make up a lot of places. Will she overcome Sarah? I don't think that, because I think she's down there pretty far. I mean, almost was at 90 points between her and Sarah, which that would be a drastic move. But I think she can definitely move herself up into that top 5 position for sure.
Sigmundsdottir done with the deck squats and moving to the A jumps. They must break parallel on the squat portion, land on the block, and stand straight up underneath. Again, it's just one of those subtle little details, tiny little athletic movements, and I think comfortability plays a big factor in there as Jamie stumbles a little bit forward, not being in a good position with those dumbbells.
Well, and I'm expecting to see her step down. There we go. That's, I think, jumping down, you think speed, but it's that jolt. And there's really no need to have that. You don't gain anything by it. So step down. Just keep everything nice and tight and controlled. She found the balance there, though.
I think she heard you.
Was I saying that
I'll
too
show
loud on
you,
it?
Bill Grundler.
I think I said it. Was that over the loudspeaker, the house speaker on that?
6 minutes in, the time to beat on the left corner of your screen. 13:42 set by Lori Kuna. Only athlete to finish this event. Gylfadottir was a foot short of getting that time.
Yeah, I still think that Jamie, even though she's looking powerful through here, she doesn't need to drop. That's just extra energy that she's kind of blowing. She could very easily, and it's not going to slow her down, step down, do the squat, and come right back up again.
And what you said is that jostling of the dumbbells flying off the shoulders, and
Yeah.
I think that's why she's gone to that cross position, because that can hold them in place if she's going to stick with that strategy.
I mean, look at Samantha Briggs right there in the center. Steps down. Those dumbbells are controlled the whole time. She's keeping control of her body, and all the moving parts is longer than possible, which is Jamie Greene's kind of issue, trying to fight with those dumbbells.
The field is starting to close on Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Judged his hand in the air for Jamie Greene on the right side of your screen, so Greene has caught up. Sarah has 5 reps to go. Jamie Greene has 1 and done, and she'll move to her A jumps, to those reverse grip chest to bar pull-ups. Hands must be, or palms must be facing towards the body. We saw the same style from Lori Kuna in the second heat.
And we also saw that bloody hand, that bloody palm that Lori had. And I think if you watch Jamie's grip, she's releasing on every single one. So when a hand tears, it's not because of quote unquote it's just pull-ups and it's the bar and it's whatever. It's because that hand is rotating on that bar, so it's pulling that palm, and that's where the tear comes from.
Sigmundsdottir is on the pull-up bar herself, trying to find that rhythm.
Now I think even though the butterfly, we know the butterfly is faster. If she's worried, if any of these athletes are worried, so you're seeing Sarah starting to move into that kipping position. It's just going to be a tighter, easier movement. You don't feel the jostling on your hands as much.
Jamie Greene is done, and she has just 25 devil presses standing between her and 100 points. We'll do 10, advance forward, another set of 10, advance for a final set of 5. As Sigmundsdottir's in the back, looks like she's getting down to singles. Two more reps for Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Karin Frey has got to the pull-up bar. Time to beats 13:42. We are just at the 9-minute mark as Jamie Greene is making very quick work of these devil presses. I tell you what, she makes it look like almost a different movement than we saw earlier. But here comes Sigmundsdottir.
And actually, both these ladies are blending what we saw with Lori and with Lori and Manon doing in the last heat, where one was doing a full clean and jerk, the other was doing basically a straight hip snatch basically from the ground overhead. Both these ladies are doing the loading of the hips and then clean and jerking it up over top. So they're being as efficient as you could possibly be with this movement.
Jamie Greene still leading Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Ended up passing her on the A squat portion of this event right in the middle. So you have 25 total reps to finish out on these devil presses. Sam Briggs has joined. She's in the middle part of your screen, just to the left of Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Briggs currently holding the games invite position on the leaderboard, as Sarah and Karin are already pre-qualified from the Open. So for Briggs, yes, podium is nice, but she is trying to get back to the CrossFit Games for yet another year.
Just so cool. It is the coolest thing.
Jamie Greene has advanced forward. She has 5 reps remaining. Jamie Greene on the left side. Karin Frey on the right has moved up to finish out her set. And 2 more reps for Jamie Greene. Now she has plenty of time, as the time to beat was 13:42, and Jamie Greene is about to blow the doors off Lori Kuna's time in the previous heat. And Jamie Greene, that's a way to start off the final day of competition. 100 points for Jamie Greene.
Yeah, just beautiful execution from top to bottom. I love the fact that it wasn't let me blow everything out on the handstand push-ups, because you're not going to win it by winning the handstand push-ups. Was very athletic, and the precision on the flying push-ups was unreal, and she just got herself up in the front and it just stayed there. All the other moves, you could tell she was well adapted and did adapt well and just flew. My goodness.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir on her final 3 reps. She's doing exactly what she needs to do to keep her first place position on the leaderboard, and that is to stay ahead of Sam Briggs and Karin Frey. Sarah Sigmundsdottir is in. Still well underneath the time to beat from the previous heat, so that's good for 2nd overall in the event. Sam Briggs, left corner of your screen. Couple reps left to go. Gabriela Magala has joined Karin Frey on the right side. Magala is just a handful of points behind Briggs for that podium spot. And that's good for Briggs, is that she's trying to hold off Emily Rolfe and Michaela Norman for that single spot games invite.
Unreal.
Sam Briggs will take 3rd overall in the event.
Unreal.
And what that will do for Sam is that'll inch her just a little bit closer to 2nd place position, Karin Frey. She was 20 points behind. And if Frey can hold off Magala, and Magala is moving up to challenge Karin Frey, is that at least inch her a little bit closer to 2nd. Frey will cross the finish line, so that's a good finish for her if she wants to stay in the top 3. And now with that finish for Jamie Greene, it's what she needed in terms of points, but she was kind of hoping for more athletes to get between her and your top 4, between Briggs, Sigmundsdottir, and Magala.
Yeah, it wasn't the help. She didn't get the help she needed. But again, I mean, all you can do is do what you can do, and she did her thing, which was, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to win the event. With the points that we have coming up left, she's just got to kind of continue that as best she can.
1 minute before we reach that 15-minute cap. We are now past the time set by Lori Kuna, so she's going to have a good score just being in heat number 2. That is Emily Rolfe. She is one of those athletes in contention for that single invite to the CrossFit Games. She is trying to keep pace with Sam Briggs, but with Sam's finish, that it's going to be put her a distance a little bit greater between her and Emily Rolfe. Tell you what, it was all Jamie Greene. Once they got out of the A squats and got to the pull-up bar, is that 2-second difference turned into a 60-second lead.
Man, yeah, she was moving. And I think, I mean, you know, Jamie's been in this area of the world for a while now, so the fact that these movements have come up in the Dubai competitions over the years, she's played with these before. You could tell that she's messed with them before, and so it showed. She wasn't having to learn as much as the other athletes were. There's even a one-time familiarity is going to aid in any sort of athlete reaction here.
And as we are just beginning our long day, this final day of competition at the Dubai CrossFit Championship, Jamie Greene is starting the day off right with a first-place position and 100 needed points going into the rest of the 300 that's still up for grabs.
You know, the fact...
So Jamie Greene, first place in individual event number 8, is down with Nikki Brazier.
What a great finish, Jamie, especially on the last day of competition. We saw so many unconventional movements. Can you just kind of take me back through that event and how did you approach some of the more unique movements?
Yeah, so obviously a lot of them are like DFC unique from like past years. Back in 2014 when I first did DFC, they had quite a few of these movements. So the deck squat, I remember we had to do 100 of them. So it's always thinking at least it's 25, not 100.
Okay.
So doing that, and like we all know the devil's press, and then hands around the other way is not that big a difference. It's just like get on with the movements and keep moving. Yeah.
Great. Now it's the final day of competition. Everybody has a lot of work to do. I mean, what do you tell yourself the morning you wake up on a day like today to power through to the end?
Well, it's felt like it's flown by, to be fair, this weekend. So you get to the last day and it's kind of like exciting, it's going to be done, but it's kind of sad as well. Like, I know I'm taking a big off season after this, so it's like give it all. It's one day, and you've got a couple months to cruise. So, yeah, it's motivating. Just give it all.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Now, Jamie Greene made her move on the pull-up rig with that new unique movement. And, you know, we were talking earlier about is anybody going to attempt a butterfly? Is anybody going to do a kip? What grip they should use? And it just looked like this is kind of normal everyday procedure for Jamie Greene.
I think she may have a couple of these in her repertoire, but I mean, what I liked is that she's adaptable. She's able to make it happen, and she knew the numbers that she needed to hit. Didn't try to overextend herself. I mean, she broke it up 10, 10, and 5, and I mean, blew through the field right there. Everyone else, even with Sarah, you could tell she was struggling with it a little bit. Not that Sarah was doing it bad, but there's a little bit of a struggle. But then after that, once she got through that, then it was all Jamie, and she just moved so quickly and so efficiently through the rest of the movements. I mean, great finish. She needed that.
Good start to a long day of competition for the Dubai CrossFit Championship. Jamie Greene takes individual women's event number 8. The men will take the floor next.
I was a little better. But if you really want these giveaways, you gotta prove it, baby. You gotta show me something. So all three, everyone, all together, show me your excitement for some giveaways.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Been a couple days of competition already. I mean, how are you feeling so far? How's the body holding up? How's everything going?
Right now, body is holding up pretty good. Not very sore. Some tightness here and there, nothing major.
I mean, mean, you hit a PR during the clean and jerk portion of the competition. Was that planned?
No. That's the magic of kilos. Like at some point you just don't know and you have to do it. I was really happy with that. Happy with the finish. Also helped me get up in that top 10.
I mean, it's a seriously deep field. I mean, the guys here that are pushing to punch their ticket to the CrossFit Games with you are really accomplished athletes. Does it change your game plan, like knowing who else is in the field with you?
You can't game plan according to who you're competing against, especially like for the muscle up and handstand walk event. You have to go at your own pace, do your own thing, and don't mind the other guys that are starting really fast that might blow up, or the guys that are just like Pat, who's gonna crush this event. Like you can't follow him because I'm gonna blow up. So just have to follow my game plan, do the best I can, and hope for the best.
Advancing on to the 25 deck squats.
Simon, stay there for this event, better seat, and then when it's finished, we'll get you in. So we'll wait here and we'll meet you downstairs.
Here comes Mr. Handshake. Here comes all the way. seconds. Who wants it more? It's going to come down to who wants it more. One minute, Dubai, put your hands together. Let's support these men. Let's bring them home. We want to see a finish. Let's go, gentlemen. All your love, all your passion for this sport. Let's finish it, baby. Seconds. Here comes the everybody with time as we go. Can we do it? Here comes the revolution. Here comes power here. 10 seconds. Here we go, baby. 3, 2, 1. And Dylan Martin and Mahmoud Shalan both tied in that heat with 149 reps. And what a finish. These boys are putting on a show. It's a really hard workout if you haven't noticed. And word on the street is that I got some stuff to give away.
The men's standings after 3 days and 7 events go as follows, with Roman Karenikov has just a 5-point lead on Brent Fikowski, with Jason Smith and Patrick Vellner close in tow. Now, if you see the asterisk to the left of their name, that shows that they have already pre-qualified out of the Open. Now, Brent Fikowski is next in line in this competition, with Tolo Marquinhos in second. However, not everything is still final on the Open leaderboard with some of the backfills, and Fikowski could be one of those athletes that get that invite from that, which means Tolo could go.
Yeah, there are a lot of variables that still have to be kind of played out a little bit, but as we stand currently at this moment, today, right now,
what we know for sure.
Like. This is what it looks like. So Brent Fikowski, this is a great position for him to be in. Obviously, he's in the top 3. He obviously wants to win the Dubai CrossFit Championship, but more importantly is he wants to be able to get to the game. So that's kind of priority, and then just winning after that.
What I'm looking forward to is that we know that there are 2 released events and scheduled events so far left today for 100 points each, but we were told that 400 points are up for grabs. Now, this is heat 2 of 3 for individual men's event number 8. As we saw the first heat go, 2 men tied to the finish, and I believe at 24 reps of the final 25. So no one is finished in heat 1. We got a stacked heat for heat number 2.
Well, and I think that even if we look at the women, the same thing happened where we had some really good numbers that were able to carry all the way through to the final heat. So I think we may see something like that as well. Someone in this particular event that I'm going to be looking at just to see how they are moving. Alex Katolis has been amazing at the unique events. He's not the strongest guy out there. He knows that. We talked to him about that earlier. But when there are some unique style events and gymnastic-y, athletic-y type events, he does really well. Like the muscle-up handstand walk event, he just looked great. So I really want to see what he can do here with these odd movements.
Heat 2 of individuals men, event number 8 underway. We have 10 athletes in the field. These are your 11th through 20th place finishers after the first 3 days of competition. And we'll kick things off with 25 parallel handstand push-ups. And after that, we got a bunch of movements that we may have never seen before coming into today.
Well, I think that especially if you haven't been doing CrossFit for very long, you definitely haven't seen these. These aren't what you normally would see at a competition-type setting. But they are old school movements that are kind of being brought back. And we call this the DFC original because these were movements that have been programmed before while the competition was trying to test functional fitness athletes against some unique movements. And that's why we kind of threw them all in here in this mixed bag called the original. Start off with those parallel handstand push-ups. The depth is it's about a 14-inch depth with one blue plate plus that ab mat on top, 25 reps of that. And this is really going to suck the pushing power out of your arms, chest, and shoulders while you get into those flying push-ups. And that's where all those rogue boxes are set up. One for each hand, one for each foot. You have to do a push-up and fly your hands and feet onto those boxes all at one time. It's a little interesting. We got to play with it earlier today. And usually, if you haven't played with it, you have to kind of adapt on the fly and learn, okay, what's going to be the best way for me to do this? It's 25, so you're not there all day long. But it does give you some time to try a couple different options and see what's the fastest for you.
Oldest Upanix and Jake Berman are your first 2 athletes from the handstand push-ups to the flying push-ups.
We just saw a no rep there, the left-hand side of your screen. That's because the hands and feet didn't hit the boxes at the same time. The feet went first, then the hands, and that's going to constitute a no rep.
Oldest on the right side of your screen. Looks like he's starting to find a little bit of a rhythm as Jake Berman kind of had to adjust the blocks a little bit to accommodate, all these athletes are unique snowflakes in terms of arms lengths and leg lengths, and just making sure he finds a sweet spot, trying to get the hands and feet on the blocks at the same time.
Well, you can tell the 3 athletes that are here, they all jumped and attacked. They all got no rep, or there was a what the heck is going on look on their face, all trying to figure it out. And you can see the hesitation even of, all right, what am I trying to do here? What is the movement? And then what they have to battle is mentally, what's the struggle here? And am I just going to get pissed because I can't figure it out, or am I going to try to keep as calm as I can and make them work?
And I think the hard part is we both got to play around with this a little bit earlier in the day, and people are so focused on the push, but the hard part is landing those feet blind because you're not able to see kind of where they are. So you got to kind of hope they're moving out and catching where you want them to be.
But if you look at the bottom of your screen, that's Alex Katolis in the red shirt. Wow, he seemed to find his rhythm. I know Alexander Caron right above him in the blue is having some difficulties with his hands and feet not hitting at the same time.
Oldest Upanix moving into the deck squats. It'll be with a single kettlebell. Standards are the kettlebell must touch the chest at the top, ground behind them overhead at the bottom, and bring back up to that full stand with the kettlebell touching the chest.
And both these guys are doing a great job. They said that you could use your legs on that roll back. You could see Jake Berman really rolling all the way back, trying to get as much momentum with his feet as possible. But he's holding, look at the way he's holding that kettlebell. His arms are bent that whole time, so there's a lot of tension on those biceps. We're going to need those biceps soon when we get to those reverse grip pull-ups. And this is you talk about coordination and agility. All these athletes have to figure this out while they're moving through this every single rep. That you don't want to stop, but every rep you see them trying to figure it out. Down at the bottom there is Alex Katolis trying to figure out where am I supposed to put this kettlebell as I'm moving up and down.
Willie George on the right side of your screen trying to keep pace with Oldest Upanix just to his left. They're both in the gray. And Bill, as you said before, is that a lot of this you can see is they're trying to figure out the best way, the easiest way to navigate these movements.
And I wish someone would have said or told these guys, hey, did you watch Jamie Greene do these? She brought the kettlebell down, her butt would come up, so she never squatted that kettlebell up at all.
And that's important because the next movement they have in line on this odd movement chipper is these A jumps, as it looks like few reps left for Oldest Upanix as he's trying to keep that first place hold on the rest of the field. See a judge's hand in the air for both Berman and Upanix. They got to the kettlebells first ahead of everyone else, and they seem to still holding on to that position, 1 and 2.
Oh, man, Oldest seems like he's taking – I mean, he's doing great. He's still keeping that lead, but
he's working hard.
He's working really hard on that.
Oldest Upanix on the right, Jake Berman on the left, 1 and 2 in heat number 2. Still have 1 heat remaining. These are your athletes on 11th through 20th on the leaderboard. As they'll move from deck squats to A jumps.
So with the A jumps, what we're looking for is dumbbells are going to be held at the shoulders. You could do it in a front rack. You could put them just on the shoulders and hold them however you like. You have to stand outside of that box and go below depth, or at least till your butt hits that box. If you're a short guy, that's what's going to happen. Then you have to jump up to where both feet are on top of that box.
Now, to put this in perspective, they're 55-pound dumbbells for the men. But that's jumping up onto a nearly a foot-high block.
Yeah.
With 110 pounds added to your body.
And I think that there are athletes that have done jumping back squats. I mean, you feel that. But having that added piece, that added element of having to get your feet on top of that box. I mean, there's always risk in every movement that you do, but none of these athletes want to go and miss the box, twist their ankle, have something happen there. And so you have that added agility element where you got to get your feet together to land on top of that box and then open up the hips on top.
4 athletes now on the A jumps from top to bottom of your screen. It's Jake Berman, followed by Oldest Upanix, Willie George, and in the bottom, Alex Katulis. 2 lanes above him, joining them is Evan Morris.
And Evan is moving great right there in the center of your screen. I like the speed he has. But, again, look at the way he's holding those dumbbells. It's in that front rack position. So there's a lot of tension on those shoulders just trying to support that.
Berman taking a break. Oldest has the dumbbells back over his shoulders. 110 total pounds of weight, 55 for each dumbbell. And Bill, like I said, there's one element that is the weight, and then the other element is the fact that there's the control of these reps. And you were talking earlier about watching Jamie Greene drop from the top back into that rep. That's going to require a lot of stability for a piece of equipment that doesn't like to be stable.
Well, and I think that over the course of any event, you have to think, where am I bleeding energy that I don't need to be bleeding? If I'm leaking 1% of energy somewhere that I don't need to do, try to tighten that up as much as possible. If you're wasting time trying to control the dumbbells, if you're wasting time jumping down, I mean, yes, it might look spectacular, but why make it harder if you don't need to make it harder? I mean, unless it makes you that much faster.
Upanix is done as he'll move to the pull-up bar first. He had moved up to the A squats nearly simultaneously with Jake Berman. We saw him taking some substantial breaks earlier, having a hard time controlling the descent. They'll move into 25 reverse grip chest bar pull-ups and more of a baby butterfly kit for Oldest.
What I'll say is this is old school butterfly. We're talking
frog.
Greg Amundsen style.
The frog kick.
Frog kick, that's right. That's before the butterfly. So those of you new CrossFitters, and I'm talking ones that have been doing CrossFit for 6 years, I'm talking you need to be older than that. It used to be that there was no such thing as a butterfly, but we would kick our legs up and down in a frog kick movement. It's a butterfly. It's straight up and down butterfly rather than a turn. And that's where he started to kind of figure out what's the best rotation for that to make it work. and then he just kind of makes it happen from there.
Just underneath the 10-minute mark, there's a 14-minute cap on this event, and Oldest has moved well ahead of the rest of the field, and they will finish with 25 devil presses, again with 55-pound dumbbells. And that 55-pounder, we're kind of used to the 50-35 as more of a commonplace weight for this movement. It's kind of like doing a 100-pound thruster versus a 90-pound thrust. It's not much more, but somehow it changes everything.
It's not much more, but it's just that much more. That was the idea of doing the pull-up versus the chest to bar. It's only 2-inch difference. Yet
we just turned your hands the other way. What's the big deal?
It just seems like you just got hit by a Mack truck. And it's interesting. Look at the speed and tempo that Oldest is going. These are slow. I mean, to the shoulder, up overhead, every piece of this movement is very, I don't want to say calculated. It's like break down, this piece. We saw the ladies, I mean, they were getting a lot of hip explosiveness. And I'm hoping that, just coming off the pull-ups, that's what he's trying to do is recover. But I'll tell you right now, we have guys in this field that if they can get to those devil press, they're going to start moving them. Definitely in the final heat, we're going to see a lot of speed.
Alex Catoulis on the bottom part of your screen, one of those athletes that have now moved up to charge and try to chase down Oldest Upenix. Definitely has a faster speed through the middle, what you were talking about earlier. And I think one of the hard challenges about the devil press is the complete time under tension.
Oh, yeah.
How long the rep takes, but just how long the dumbbells are weighing on your body.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, get them from the ground up overhead and back down to the ground and then take your breather. You don't want to have to be in that front rack. I wouldn't want to be in that front rack position for any length of time. I like the way Alex just drops them straight down to the ground down at the bottom of your screen.
This is heat 2 of 3 of men's individual event number 8. We are just about 12 minutes in with only 2 minutes remaining. 2 athletes tied unofficially in the previous heat at 24 reps completed, so we haven't had anyone complete this event yet. Alex Catoulis, one of 4 athletes on the devil presses. Sit up to his left is Willie George. He just got to the dumbbells. Jake Berman before him, as Catoulis will advance into the second set of 10.
Dumbbells, get back here.
But Oldest Upenix is still in the lead, and another one of those heats where the lead athlete off the handstand push-ups, which just seemed like that happened ages ago.
Right.
Is still maintaining the lead here towards the end.
And it looks like he's picked up the tempo just a little bit, so he's able to recover on that first set of 10. He's found a little bit more of a rhythm here. He's even gone to where I see a couple clean and jerks, but I also saw a couple of snatches straight from the ground to up overhead.
2 more athletes joining these, Evan Morris and Alexander Caron. They're on the bottom right side of your screen, trying to keep pace with Willie George above him. It's still Oldest Upenix. He's in the gray shirt in lane number 3. And he'll advance forward in his final 5 reps, but only 50 seconds to go. You think 5 and 50 seconds is pretty doable, but tell you what, pick up some 55-pound dumbbells and try this for yourself. It ain't as easy as it looks. Or it's as hard as it looks.
It's exactly as hard as it looks. It's exactly as hard as it looks.
30 seconds to go. The best score was 24. 2 athletes tied for that in the previous heat. Alex Catoulis on the right side of your screen has 5 reps to go. Make that 4, so Oldest isn't completely safe. But it looks like the clock might be his nearest competitor. And he will get underneath that time cap by just about 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm glad that's done.
We got word that time cap was extended by another minute. So from 14 to 15. So Catoulis will have a second place finish, as no athlete completed this event in the previous heat. 30 seconds remaining. Willie George is trying to get ahead of Jake Berman, and Jake Berman on the left side is turning on the jets. So you got about 10 seconds remaining.
Wow.
Cap extended to 15 minutes, and I'm glad they did because we got a little bit of a race here as Berman will edge out Willie George. And that'll do it for heat number 2. Luldis Ubenix taking the unofficial time to beat at 13:50. As heat 2 is done. And heat 3 is coming up next.
So it sounded like you guys were pretty excited there to hear that Rich Frey Jr. is being the one to be throwing iPhones. Yeah. That's a good thing. This way, I don't get all the heat now when you don't get one. Now Rich can share that with me. All athletes behind your starting line. And here we go, baby. Get your popcorn ready. Let's get ready to let off some fireworks here. Athletes ready, judges ready.
Third and final heat underway of men's individual event number 8. We just saw that Roman Karenikov is leading Brent Fikowski by 5 points. We have a slew of athletes in the mix, 1 through 4th. Those athletes being Brent Fikowski, Pat Vellner, and Jason Smith as we tackle individual event number 8.
And we've seen parallel handstand push-ups so many times now for these top-level athletes in the game setting and regional settings, sanctional settings around the world. It is tough, and that's a big number to go from that push to the push-up that they have to do, that flying push-up. For an athlete like Roman or for Brent, this is going to be a tough piece for them because they have those long arms, because we've seen Brent in the past have to deal with parallel handstand push-ups, and it's not a good movement for him. He's got those long albatrossian arms, so it's tough. You know, you get someone someone like Pat Vellner, the gymnastic prowess really starts to come out here. Someone like Jeff Adler, this is going to be a good position for him so that he can do his work and then get to those push-ups and really start to make a move from there.
And we thought this would be one of those events that can kind of trick up your top athletes in the leaderboard, and the only thing we saw on the women's side was Jamie Greene, who is sitting outside the top 5, win, but your first through fourth didn't really be affected at all.
No, not at all.
Koski done with his 25 parallel handstand push-ups, and like we've seen most athletes do, has missed his first flying push-up. You look all the way up in the left side of your screen, look like Tola Marquinhos is making quick work of those first few flying push-ups.
Well, and you like to see, a big athlete being able to move. They're strong, but usually in gymnastic movements they're not as strong because they have to move that big body around, but he's not having any issue with that. Now it's just a matter of just trying to figure out the timing, the coordination of I got to get my hands and my feet. Now, if you look at the middle of your screen, that's Pat Vellner right there in the gray. You see him popping up, getting his feet and hands to work, taking the break. And what I think is going to be interesting, if you look just to the left of him with Brent Fikowski, being that he's such a strategic athlete, it would be interesting to see the notebook of what am I going to do on each one of these movements, because he was the only one that was asking questions this morning on these events. So I want to see what that book looks like.
I feel like opening up Brent Fikowski's strategic notebook would be like opening up the Ark of the Covenant, is where your face would just completely melt off.
It might just a little
overload of information. Hey, first heat not moving as fast as the third heat. Third heat nearly all the way through their 25 flying push-ups.
I think
and Koski at the bottom part of your screen is now moving into your deck squats.
Whoa. All right. See, again, trying to figure that out. Now, something that I was really interested in back in the back, you can see Brent Fikowski making that work. He's figured out his tempo. So, yes, he's not in the top 5 in this particular heat as far as movement, but that was good. I think now we're going to start to see him really start to gel and move forward on these movements.
Deck squats, you'll have to start in the standing position with the kettlebell handle to your chest, touch it to the ground above your head, and then back up standing with the kettlebell to your chest. How you get from point A to point B is really kind of up to these athletes, and we've seen some strategies work. You see Brent Fikowski in the middle roll up and get stuck. And it's not just using the legs for momentum, but you can use that kettlebell too.
Yeah, watch just to the left of Brent Fikowski, there's Roman Krenikov. So he's not holding that kettlebell to his chest. Brent Fikowski is in the blue shorts, and that's why he almost missed that first squat. He had to re-roll it again. He didn't let the momentum of that kettlebell move him forward. Whereas Roman is moving that kettlebell all over the place. He's doing something very similar to what Jamie Greene was doing. See the kettlebell come down low so that his hips come up, and then he can just raise that up with his back.
Your top 4 athletes in the middle 4 lanes. From left to right, you got Jason Smith currently sitting in third. To his right, Roman Krenikov with a 5-point lead on Brent Fikowski, and Pat Vellner is in fourth, but he is just 3 points behind Jason Smith. This is the first event of the 4th and final day of competition. 2 scheduled events that we know of, but we also got word that there is 400 points up for grabs, so something is lurking that we don't yet know. Is hand in the air for Roman Krenikov, hand in the air for Brent Fikowski. So even with that stumble early on, it looks like Fikowski has figured out the rhythm here. 2 more reps to go for Fikowski on the right, as Krenikov just to his left is done, and they'll move from deck squats, and Fikowski misses that stand-up yet again. So we move to a jump. Athletes must hit a full depth squat and land on top of the block to full extension through the top. You do 2 different styles of that front rack position, and what's the advantage or disadvantage there?
Well, honestly, I think that it would be more relaxing for your body to be able to put them on your shoulders the way that Roman is. You can see him, the dumbbells are on his shoulder and his hands are up top, whereas Brent Fikowski, he is holding that in that rack position I think he feels like, I would have made that switch too, my friend. I think he felt like, okay, I can control the movement, but it's just too much time under tension. You don't need to do that. Now, the one downside with this movement that makes it difficult is it's a blind jump. You can't see what you have to jump onto, so you're really hoping that you're stepping in the right place.
Well, just click your heels together at the top, Dorothy. You'll be fine.
Where are my red ruby slippers? I see Vellner doing the exact same thing in the gray shirt, holding that in the front rack. There's just...
And you're right. It's like, look at the dumbbells launch off the shoulder and then land back on them.
I don't want to have that extra. Like, anything extra that moves is more energy that I have to use to support it and stabilize it.
So your race for first place is between Roman Karenikov and Brent Fikowski in the center lanes. Your race for the podium position in third is right side of your screen, Pat Vellner. Left side of your screen, Jason Smith. If Vellner can move ahead of Smith in this event alone, he can leapfrog him by at least 2 points. Fikowski judged hand in the air. That's 5 reps left to go. Karenikov just to his left. Still holding on at first place position, and his judge put his hand in the air, so Fikowski may have just pulled ahead of Roman Karenikov, and he has, so he will advance his dumbbells and then move to the pull-up rig, where we have 25 reverse grip chest-to-bar pull-ups.
Now the downside for Brent is he has those long arms that we've talked about a handful of times, so any gymnastic movement, he has a longer range of motion that he has to travel, so he does have to do more work, and each rep is going to take a little bit longer for him to do. Now, we talked about a better position would be bringing those hands together because it saves the shoulder. But again, that increases the range that you have to work with, and I don't think he wants to add any more to it.
So you said before, it's like, look at the cycle rate of Vellner versus Fikowski. Fikowski just has that longer, sweeping, more controlled motion, where Vellner has a bit more of a tighter, quicker butterfly. Roman Karenikov's joined the pull-up party. He's on the left side of your screen.
Well, I think what Vellner's doing in the gray shirt is he's actually really leaning back, so it's not pulling up so much. He's pulling his chest to the bar, and he really doesn't have that much of a backswing. Look at that. He even kind of switched it up a little bit. He's trying to keep that. He doesn't want to over-rotate because that's a lot of tension as he tries to pull his head through and a lot of torque on those shoulders.
Fikowski, 3 reps left to go. And between your top 3 athletes, at least in this heat, it appears that we may have a race on the devil presses, which make sure not to sign me up for that.
What's impressive with Brent is, again, he knows his body, knows his pacing so well that we haven't seen any athlete, men or women, decide to go singles on that. But what that does is you touch, you come down, you remove the element of that stretch on the shoulder. Does that, a little bit of rest on the bicep, and guess what we're doing here? We got to use our biceps on this devil press. So great move by Brent.
Top 3 in this heat, Brent Fikowski in the center lane. To his right, you have Pat Vellner, a few reps behind him. Roman Karenikov, who's sitting in first, ahead of Brent Fikowski. Now, what's good for Fikowski is that if this stays the order at which it is currently, that will move him solely into first place, just being 5 points behind.
Yep.
That'll put a 10-point spread between him and Karenikov. Vellner, outside looking in on the podium, 3 points behind Jason Smith. He's nowhere to be seen. So Vellner should put himself to at least in third place after this heat if they can finish in this current standing. Fikowski moves forward, 10 reps completed, 10 more to go in this section, 5 to finish out. And you're talking about a chipper champion that is Brent Fikowski. This is another style of those events where he likes to take advantage of the things that he's the best at.
It just is amazing how he is so confident in letting the people go. Let the field go, and I will do what I need to do, and I'll blow right by you. You guys have your fun. I'll see you at the finish line. And once again, here we are, out in the front with a handful of reps left to go, with everyone else is now catching him, whereas he was one of the bottom half of the people coming off the wall on those handstand push-ups.
Roman Karenikov's moving up. He's about 3 reps behind Patrick Vellner. And what's important here for Fikowski is that he is one of a handful of athletes in the top 10 that has yet received an automatic bid to the CrossFit Games. So if he can take first here, that ensures his ticket to the CrossFit Games.
Well, it's really interesting. Last year when they came up with the new system for qualifying to the games, everyone, I'm talking all the top athletes, he was the first one that everyone looked at, which was, wow, Brent Fikowski, who's been on the podium a couple times now, is not going to go back to the CrossFit Games because he's not an open qualifier, and then he has to win events, and he always does really, really well, but he wasn't winning competitions. I think he's changed it up just a touch.
Tell you what, Vellner is doing everything he can to try to keep pace with Fikowski, but Fikowski just not letting up at all. The time to beat was 13:51. One more rep for Brent Fikowski. And Fikowski, the professor, takes event number 8.
Nice race. Very intelligently executed, which I wouldn't expect anything different.
Pat Vellner will get second overall, and what that's going to do for Brent is that is going to put Brent solely into first place over Roman Karenikov, who is still have about 2 reps left to go on the devil presses. And with that finish for Vellner, that should also put him into the podium, as he was just 3 reps behind Jason Smith, who you can see in the gray shirt is still just trying to navigate the first part of those devil presses. And Karenikov will come through, still under the time to beat coming in, so that will be 3rd overall in this event unofficially. And that should put him 5 points behind Brent Fikowski. And just like that, in one event, we've changed the leaderboard up again. Bottom part of your screen, Elliot Simmons just up to his right in lane 3. Yeah, Bjorkman Carl Goodmanson, but Simmons will get underneath the time to beat. Jason Smith is losing a lot of points.
A lot of ground.
One more rep for Bjorkman Carl Goodmanson. And he'll finish just ahead of the time set by Aldis Upanix in the previous heat. We've already had 2 heats go. Jonakoski, the front part of your screen, has also moved up ahead of Jason Smith. Smith was sitting in 3rd place after last night's event. Only had a 3-point lead on 4th place Patrick Vellner. That's not going to stand after this event.
No, that's been wiped away now.
And as we were saying earlier, as we have 1 more minute left to go in this 15-minute time-capped event, as Jonakoski is trying to do everything he can to finish as quickly as he can. Jeffrey Adler's matching up to him. He'll cross the finish line, but behind the time set by Aldis. Jason Smith crossing the finish line, about 30 seconds to go. Jeffrey Adler, the 4 part of your screen. Lazar Jukic was flirting in the podium spot for a couple days.
Was hanging out there for a while.
Adler will cross the finish line. Adler, one of the trio of Canadians we have here competing with Brent Fikowski and Patrick Vellner. And this is shaking up to be an exciting final day of competition. We saw this on the women's side last year, where it came down to the final event of who's going to beat who to determine who will go to the CrossFit Games. And Fikowski is not trying to wait for something to happen for him. He's going to take charge and do it himself. That event win has put him into first place overall.
Well, and I love the fact that this year we have the battle on the men's side. We didn't really have that last year. Everyone was kind of hanging out for second. It was the exciting race was on the women's side. Now it's kind of flip-flop where we have that big battle on the men's side, and these guys are going to town. And I have to say, as unique as this particular event was, it was really cool to see these very athletic men and women make this look very athletic. They all were able to push all the different elements, and man, the way they executed was real impressive.
Adapting on the fly is kind of part of the task at which they were ordered. We saw Brent Fikowski take the win, but Vellner, who was on the outside looking in, at least on the podium side, did exactly what he needed to do for him and for Brent by taking second overall.
They're just helping each other out.
Pat Vellner's down with Nikki Brazier.
Had a strong second place finish in that event, in an event that had a lot of sort of unconventional movements and things that we don't see in the gym every single day. When you found out about it, what was going through your mind thinking about what you had to do out here on the floor?
I think we all wanted to watch and see how people did it, what they did, what worked, what didn't. Usually when we see new movements come up, that's the first strategy we take. But obviously with the corrals, we didn't get as much chance to do that as we'd like, so it was interesting. I mean, it was similar to when we did the chaos event at the games, things that you kind of have to learn on the fly. All movements that we're not used to or have discovered kind of the most efficient way to do it. So a lot of us were just squeezing really hard, probably working a lot harder than we needed to. So that was tough. It was a good challenge to see who can kind of adapt and ride it out till the end if you made a bad decision.
Yeah. I mean, it's your last day. What happens if you make a bad decision? You still have some stuff to do here, and you need to do what you need to do to get to the top of the podium.
Yeah, well, and clearly from the guys who put out in that heat, everybody knows what's on the line. So I mean, like I said, my grip's pretty blown up. We were squeezing pretty hard on the kettlebells, lots of time under tension. We've got a very grippy workout coming up. So it'll be interesting to see how this stuff affects people we've still got 3 scored workouts for the day. So a lot can change. The ball is definitely in the air.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Patrick Vellner taking second in individual men's event number 8. Brent Fikowski won the entire thing, and that vaulted him up into first place over Roman Karinnikov. Karinnikov should stay in second, but only 5 points back, and we still have what in total is 300 points up for grabs with one event known, the rest of events not.
Well, it was just really interesting to watch how these guys were attacking the event. Just like what Pat was saying, these were very unique movements, so they didn't know how to completely maximize the efficiency, but they all have the athletic capacity to make it work anyway, and that's exactly what happened. And I love the fact that those two especially were able to push themselves. I mean, we always joke about these two guys battling each other and the Canadian battle, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Those guys made it look amazing, and they both did exactly what they needed to do to get themselves as they move into these last couple events.
And that replay showed us that it's starting to turn into a 3-athlete race, but what order will they be finishing by the end of the weekend? Individual event 8 is done, but the team final is coming up next to determine which team will be making their trip to Madison in August.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
We're out here asking the tough question, who's going to win the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship?
I think Vellner looks pretty good.
Patrick?
Pentecost. I think Patrick Vellner's going to win.
Vellner, actually.
Wearing an awesome hat and sock and shoe combo.
Yeah,
I'm into it.
I'm here for my boy, Badr. So I'm cheering for him. He's the only one.
Okay, I think Vellner's going to come back.
Oh, Fikowski? That's close. It's close.
I think Roman has a very good chance.
And I want to say Roman Karinnikov.
Okay.
The lady she had. Sarah.
Sarah for the girls.
Sarah Sigmund's daughter.
Jamie!
I'm just gonna go with Jamie. You know that the hometown CrossFit, yes.
Sarah.
Sarah's been taken home first.
Sarah Sigmund's daughter.
Sarah! I'm in for Sam Briggs.
Sarah.
So everyone's saying Sarah. Only time will tell, and we still have a lot of competition left, so keep your eyes on the live stream for all the details.
So this is the future right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the future of the CrossFit community. First of all, let's give these kids a round of applause. All right. So we got some t-shirts to give away. As our athletes take the floor. All right. All right, kids. You guys are up first. You guys are up second. All right. If you want this t-shirt, you gotta get it out there. You gotta get it out there. If you want this shirt, you gotta make some noise. Start making some noise for your shirt. You really want it? One more time. All right, here you go. Close them out. Nobody, we got one shirt. Nobody. Oh my gosh, you should have done that. All right. 1 minute. You guys stay down there. We'll do it right after this heat. So right out there.
भाई अभी भी लड़ रहे हैं
know. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, now. Heat 1 for the team's event. 30 seconds. Athletes, ready. Judges, ready. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go! All right, let's give it up for the team who's on the floor. Heat number 1, lane 1. Team of Roots of Greene. And lane 2, Team CrossFit And lane 3, Team The Tractor. And lane 4, Team Alliance. So just so you know, it's 27, 21, 59 rest off. Harder deadlift, synchronized, strict, handstand push-ups. Off the yacht, they need to do a relay of male-female, male-female. And now they proceed for the strict handstand push-ups. All the teams are done with the deadlift to begin with their handstand push-ups. Team Alliance are down now 2017 with 21 reps. Five reps left for the tractor. 3 more left. Now that it's another race between the tractor and CrossFit. Who's going to take the lead over the other? We're going to see now with the second guy, split handstand and push-up. Now the tractor on the last last 9 reps of deadlift and strict handstand push-ups, taking the lead between them and the other teams in this heat. They are done. They go now for the last turn. Strict handstand push-up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the heat leader, the Tractor! Six more reps to go. 3 left for the Tractor. And now begins the second relay of the Tractor. Your heat winners, CrossFit
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! One shot for the kill, the breeze cut, freeze up, straight dropping the kills. I'm talking.
Okay? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. That's it. Okay, stop. Okay, put it to the t-shirt. Put it to the t-shirt. Put it to the t-shirt first. Okay, come on. Breathe it. Okay? It's with him. We have a lot of t-shirts. Don't worry, okay? All right, team is coming on the floor. 2 minutes. We got 2 more shirts. Okay, come on, shirts. Okay, no problem. Wait. Who wants the t-shirts? That's what I'm talking about. All right. 1 minute. 1 minute. I just want to know where's the guy who took the ball. He's down here. He's down here. Seconds. All athletes behind your starting line.
One heat down, one final heat remaining for the teams here at the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championships. They had quite the marathon of a day yesterday, but this is the final event at Misfit P10 Performance. Looks like they have all but secured their trip to Madison, Wisconsin.
Well, they've just been so solid across the board, and here we are coming into this final event with, I'm going to say it's a relatively classic kind of setup. We have deadlifts, we have handstand push-ups, but the way that we're going to set this up is we have 27, 21, 15, 9, partner deadlifts at 180 kilograms, and then synchro strict handstand push-ups. Now, it sounds easy on paper.
No. Nothing about this workout. Nothing about this workout sounds easy to me.
Don't get scared of the word deadlift, Chase. Don't get scared of the word deadlift. Now, it does sound easy when you just look at it. Oh, handstand push-ups, no big deal. But you have to look at the full amount of reps that are being done. It's 72 strict synchronized handstand push-ups. So whenever you have a strict movement, you always are forced to work to your weakest partner. Now, in this particular event, the time frame that we have, 18 minutes on the clock for the time cap. You want to have your 2 best athletes up at the front so that you can get as far as you can and leave as much time as possible for the remaining 2 pairs. We saw them work through the deadlifts, and, Chase, we were talking about the deadlifts before. So the worst on that is for the guy, just because it's awkward with the heavier weight on the one side. They aren't even with the weight. But, even though we say that, they handled that 27 reps with no big deal, and here we are up on the wall for the handstand push-ups.
And we saw that come into play at the regionals, rest in peace, 2018, where they had the offsetted deadlift weights in the male-female pairs, and that absolutely decimated. When you see Sam Dancer struggling with a round of 9 deadlifts.
I know.
I was like, there is something amiss here. And that weight was 440. Here it's 400 total pounds. So not as heavy as we saw a few years ago, but still a very challenging movement for a pair.
Well, and I think that the shift of who is going to be the strong part in these two movements, it shifts from the from the female to the male. The female, and even we saw in the last heat, they were the ones that were pushing the tempo on the deadlifts. Usually on the handstand push-ups, the women are the ones that start to fail just because of the sheer amount of strength that's needed on those handstand push-ups.
And what a quick set of 27 strict synchronized as Roy Gamboa and Andrea Nisler got to the rig behind Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith up to the right side of their screen. And it's been a battle back and forth all weekend between these two teams, between Misfits P10 Performance and We Got Cake. Team prepared on the right side of your screen to sit in third, but we're talking about the point differential and what's gone on all weekend is that with the finishes between Misfit P10 Performance, first and second all weekend long, the way it settles up is this is mere victory lap for them to get to the top of the podium.
It is. I mean, we've already looked at how the points are set up. If they come in dead last in this event, they still have enough protection with the cushion that they've gotten to be okay. So this is kind of a formality. Now they do have there are prizes for winning the event, and you're making money for winning the event. But still, I mean, they've just been impressive all the way through every single event all weekend long.
Roy Gamboa and Andrea Nisler to the rig for their set of 21 synchronized strict handstand push-ups. Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith just behind them. Now, we've seen synchronized handstand push-ups before, but those positionings are usually side by side.
Let's talk about the importance of this. Here we are with, you can't be side by side because, one, you have that wall between you. So not only you don't have the verbal communication, you don't have the sight communication anymore. So you have to know exactly how many reps you're going to do before you set up. Now, I do like the fact that they have Misfit P10 Performance. They have Nisler on the inside, so Roy can watch to see where you are. You do what you can do, and I'll follow you exactly where you are. That's the only real communication that you have other than let me set up and we're going to only do 5 reps or we're only going to do 7 reps or 3 reps or whichever, knowing that before they even get on the wall.
21 is done as they will advance the barbell forward again, and they will move to 15 reps. You can see those barbells are differently loaded. The total weight on the bar, 180 kilos. It's just under 400 pounds. Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith still hanging close, but the speed at which we've seen Gamboa and Nisler seems to be the difference on the floor right now.
Well, and I haven't seen them go to failure or even remote failure on the handstand push-ups, which is what you would normally see. But look at the bar. This is what we talk about, the difficulty with the deadlifts. That bar, you want it to hit the ground equally. You want it to not be bouncing around and moving around. And these guys look actually really good. But the guy is always going to be taking the brunt of the movement. One, you got a heavier weight on that side. Yes, they are usually stronger, but now we have movement front, back, side to side, and that makes it difficult.
Gamboa and Nisler done with 15 as they advance back to the rig for 15 strict synchronized handstand push-ups. This is the final event of the weekend.
Wow.
And as we said before, this is a mere formality for Misfit P10 Performance, as this thing was put together to get this team specifically to the CrossFit Games.
Well, I can't overstate how impressed I am with this team and the way that they're handling the events. You know, I wouldn't, if you look at the other teams that are here, it's not a massive amount of teams. It's only 8. And even though there are great athletes on the other teams respectively, the depth of incredible teams to really push them aren't really there. I think they are getting a good push with We Got Cake and Team Prepare, but it's not the constantly on you, in your face sort of a setup. But again, this is early in the season, and I think that this is a great prepping for them to understand where they are, what could they have done better, because they're going to set up a whole bunch of great notes as they go on for a great training season into the games.
And now we are at a dead tie between We Got Cake and Misfit P10 Performance, as Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith on the right side of your screen made up a lot of ground in that last set, and I think they broke 1-2 shy.
Yeah.
So Misfit P10 Performance lost quite a bit of time for just a single rep. They have 9 strict handstand push-ups remaining before they will pass it off to their second pair, and they will work themselves through that 27, 21, 15, 9.
And one thing that we saw there was Misfit P10 Performance, they walked to the wall, whereas We Got Cake ran to the wall. So they went and made up went and made up a lot of distance and only got themselves 1 rep behind them.
Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith, they had 1 rep to go, but Griffith came down, and that's kind of the hard part being Cody because he can't see that happen. And that opened the door back up for Gamboa and Nisler as they will tag off to Travis Williams and Taylor Williamson. Not a bad duo to put together when you're thinking about heavy deadlifts.
Yeah.
But let's not count out Danny Spiegel and Alex Smith. And Bill, you were talking earlier about the challenge that is the uneven weights on the bar, the narrowness of your grip that you have to accommodate with the athlete. Another one is the heights of your athletes having a massive impact on this.
Well, and let's look across the board here. If you look at Williamson and Williams, they're basically the same height. And we talked about what you have on a team and that there always is that height variance. Look at those guys. I mean, if we looked at the team across the board, I would say we'd have a variance of just a handful of inches. So that really pays dividends on a movement like that.
Well, Danny Spiegel and Alex Smith just went 27 deadlifts unbroken. And so they'll move to the rig. And just as a setup you'd see is that you're going to put your most confident and experienced handstand push-up athlete to see the other one.
Absolutely.
Where the other one would dictate the pace for your pair.
Yep. But I'm impressed with Cake. Now, here's the issue, though. All these guys can go 27 reps unbroken on the deadlifts and the handstand push-ups, but should you go unbroken on the 21 or on the 27 all the way through? Like we said, we had 72 reps of these movements that we need to be aware of. So just like every other CrossFit event, you don't win the race by winning round 1. It's how do you set yourself up for round 3 and 4.
Smith and Spiegel are done for We Got Cake as they'll work their way back to the barbell for the set of 21. Just kind of put things in perspective of the other teams in that bar position with them are going the other way down the field.
Yeah.
We saw the fastest split in the previous heat right around that 11-minute mark. And as they've been doing all weekend back and forth, We Got Cake and P10 Performance are blowing the doors off the other 6 teams in this competition.
Well, and something we got to call right here is We Got Cake is doing a spectacular job on the set of 21. They're by themselves. Misfit P10 Performance, they're still back on the wall. Now, we already know that it really doesn't matter all that much where the Misfit P10 Performance actually falls. They're going to be okay. Their position is solid, but, and that's one of the things, as a team, you don't want to hurt yourself. There's no reason to take any chances in this point. Just kind of make your way through it. Or they need to work on handstands more. One of the two.
That's what I was about to say is, yes, though they will win here, barring something we don't know, maybe a comet crashing into Earth. But this is a good opportunity to be exposed to things maybe you didn't know that were an issue. I mean, when was the last time we thought synchronized strict handstand push-up with a side-facing position was going to be a thing?
Right, I know.
Could be a posing issue, fix those holes. The good thing is that now they have the time and they don't have the pressure, over their heads to try to qualify out of another sanctioned event.
Well, and, We Got Cake. These guys are really pushing the tempo. They're running back and forth in between the transitions. We aren't seeing that level of urgency with Misfit P10 Performance. I mean, there they are, Tyler and Taylor just walking themselves back to the wall. Again, we knew that they were slow on the handstand push-ups. They took their time on the deadlifts.
And that's can be one of those detriments to the benefit or the not benefit of your strengths is that, we're really good on deadlifts, but the handstand push-ups seem to be a problem. So going fast on the deads, there really is no benefit in terms of time because you're right back where you got stuck at.
Well, it's really weird, when you have someone like Travis who would normally push so hard that you push into that red zone to kind of hurt yourself, or at least that's classically what we've seen him do. He knows how to. He rides that line so well, and he's done it so many times. It's interesting to see. Are they really? Is the plan here? We just want to take the break and we don't need to push because we really don't need to, or is there an issue? And that's kind of what I want to see with Taylor. Is the issue with Taylor with handstand push-ups, or are they just deciding we're going to reel it back? We don't need to push.
Misfit P10 Performance on the left side in the black and blue with Travis Williams and Taylor Williamson. Danny Spiegel and Alex Smith that are about lapping him at this point. And you see the handstand push-ups posing in terms of the volume being a little bit tougher for Taylor.
Yeah.
But again, if you speak to the reality of body types, she's got some long arms. She is tall girl. That is not the easiest thing for her to do just based off anthropometrics.
Anthropometrics.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Wow.
I was really worried about stumbling over that.
That's a good one. I like it. SATs.
Scrabble champion.
For all you students out there, that'll be an SAT word tomorrow morning.
Words with Friends, undefeated. And who seems to be undefeated as the last event of every day. We got cake. Maybe taking another event win to close things out here.
Man, they just look so solid on these events.
Williamson and Williams just jumping off screen, so they're done with their 21. And just look how short and quick those handstand push-ups are being done between Alex Smith and Danny Spiegel. And Alex Smith, Danny Spiegel will close out the weekend like he wants to. They'll win the team final here in Dubai.
Man, I mean, they just performed. And again, I can't say it enough. They just look like they're having fun. They really don't look like they are worried about good, bad, or indifferent. They just kind of want to do their thing. Misfit P10 Performance, these guys, again, they've already solidified their position. Now there's just it's just formality. There's just formality trying to get through these reps. I think it's very impressive at the awareness that these two athletes have with where they are in the competition, with where they are in the season, and trying to figure out what will be the best thing for them as they move into the remaining part of the year for them, for their season.
We had 18 minutes on the cap. And you're talking about a team that dominated all weekend. The only ones they lost to, it seemed like We Got Cake were just going back and forth with P10 Performance the whole time. But when this event came out,
I mean, we were a little nervous about this event when they called it up. You know, all the deadlifts and all the handstand push-ups and the strict handstand push-ups. The volume is interesting. And I think not so much the deadlifts, even though those are such a terrible part, but the mere amount of strict handstand push-ups and strict synchronized handstand push-ups. It is tough and makes it more and more difficult to try to link up that movement as much as possible, because now you can't go when you feel comfortable. You always know that you have another person that's waiting on you, or you're waiting on them, so there's always that added pressure that usually makes you do one or two more reps than you need to, ending up in a failure or ending up in a longer need for rest.
And, you know, I think coming in with this final event, as we have seen or are being shown that there is a hole that they're going to need to shore up before the CrossFit Games, because you're not going to be able to hang with some of the best teams at the games.
Oh, at the games. Yeah, you're right. I thought you were meaning here.
At the games, yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
They could just sit on the ground for the next 4 minutes and just be perfectly
They'll be
fine.
all right.
They'll still get second. No one else is. They'll still get second. They can just sit down, take a nap. But holes like that are what not just limit, but decimate teams at the CrossFit Games. Because if, and I'll say when, Mayhem does make it, they won't have those holes anymore.
Yeah, they won't have an issue here.
And that kind of puts another element of stress at teams of the CrossFit Games, is that not only are you going to have to be fit, fierce, and together as a team from a cohesive standpoint, you cannot make mistakes. You have to be darn near perfect
Yep.
to beat Mayhem at the games.
Yep.
1 minute remaining. P10 Performance, anchored by Travis Williams and Taylor Williamson. 3 teams were going to the games. And now, representing the Dubai CrossFit Championship, Misfit P10 Performance will be your 4th. "15 seconds remaining. And it seemed like ages ago when We Got Cake finished this event. Unbelievable how fast they cycle through that entire event.
Yeah, We Got Cake. Very fun to watch them perform all weekend long. At this particular event, they just looked spectacular. I mean, talk about in their wheelhouse. That was not an issue, and it was nice to see that they didn't even have to worry about how are we going to pace this out. They just went from the first pair to the second pair. It was we were on topic, and we're hitting it, and they hit every single rep. And it was like an easy walk through the park for these guys. That was, I mean, a great way to finish. Of course, they didn't win, but a great way overall. Talking about they won here. But a great way to end up the weekend for them, and a great way to go home.
Well, you think about it, so coming in, I was like, oh, man, this looks like a really hard event to finish on. I was like, oh.
Or
never
maybe
mind.
not. Maybe not. Maybe not that hard.
As we close things out for the team competition, just 2 events today. And I say just 2. They're 2 grueling events.
Yeah.
But after yesterday, they had 4 events yesterday, and that goes on top of the other ones that they had to go through on
a grueling
Wednesday,
weekend workout.
Thursday,
hey, thanks,
Friday.
Rich Froning Jr. Hey.
And all through that time, Misfit P10 Performance never got worse than a second-place finish.
Yeah, I mean, impressive showing. But again, that battle, it was. I'm glad that they had the push from We Got Cake. They need that push from We Got Cake so that they could actually do something. But a great performance, first and seconds, all the way across the board.
Your 4th team to make it to the 2020 Reebok CrossFit Games is down on the floor with Nikki Brazier.
Congratulations, you guys, on the win here. It has been a long weekend, a ton of events. I mean, what have you learned looking back on everything you've been through here at the Dubai CrossFit Championship?
I think I learned that no matter how rough you feel or how tired you feel, it's really great when you have a team surrounding you, because you kind of forget all of that when you're on the floor and you just focus on your team and you kind of forget about yourself.
That's awesome. Yeah. I know you guys are going to take a little bit of a training break, but then qualifying for the games this early on, I mean, what does that mean for you for the rest of the training season?
I mean, it's a relief, to be honest. We can go to other sanctionals, which we will, but the pressure's kind of off. It'll be more of like a team training per se. We don't really train a lot together, I guess, because we live in different parts of the world, country. So it'll be just fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you guys have so much experience on teams in the past, as individuals in the past as well. How does that lend to the way that you work together when the 4 of you are actually in the same place?
It's great because the 2 guys have the individual experience. Taylor and I have just been team for many years. So it helps to blend the 2 together, because we see a lot of sanctionals where they mix kind of team individual events now with team work events. Yeah. So our knowledge and history really helps with that.
Well, congratulations, guys, on your ticket to the CrossFit Games. We'll see you there.
It's a long 4 days of competition for these teams. I mean, when Rich Froning is programming your team events, you know they're going to be grueling, they're going to be tough, they're going to be challenging. Misfit P10 Performance stood up to that challenge and got first overall.
Well, and I really love the answer that she gave by saying, hey, we have team experience, we have individual experience, and now depending on what events are thrown at us, if it is a more individual type work, we got that experience. If it is a very team-oriented event, we got that experience. So that, again, helps solidify and block out any weaknesses that they may have just based on those types of events. That was a good response, and I'd like to see that by that team for sure.
Well, that will do it for the team competition here at the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. However, the individuals have a lot of work left to do to decide who will be representing Dubai at the Reebok CrossFit Games, as well as who will be standing on the podium here at the Dubai CrossFit Championship. So do not go away. We have individual event 9 coming up, and then after that, all we know is 200 more points are available for our athletes. Keep it here live for our coverage of the Dubai CrossFit Championship.
You hit such an impressive lift yesterday. 173 kilos was a PR for you, as I understand?
Not a PR,
Okay.
but definitely I haven't hit that in quite some time, so happy with that. Yeah.
Okay, and what was your mentality going in? I mean, you knew you had to move some big weight in order to take the top spot there.
I wanted to make sure I hit something I was confident in. My first lift, I usually do that. And I planned on hitting 2 lifts in the first 30 seconds. I messed up the weights. I meant to go 160, 165, and it ended up being 160, 170, and it almost put me back to the ground. But luckily I finished it out, and then from there it was a lot easier to take like a conservative jump, something that I thought would win it, and then still have a last lift just in case someone had a crazy day. I think the big part is I try to keep the pressure off myself, see how I feel when I get out there, and make sure that I'm hitting what I feel like I can do that day, because it's always going to change day to day, competition to competition, so I don't really worry about what I have hit previously or anything like that.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Do you want his shirt? I don't think you heard me. Left side, do you want his shirt? Alright, it's coming your way. I'm going right dead center. If you want his shirt, get dead center. Dead center, baby. If you don't know what that means, then we go here. Okay, it's cool. I'll just hold that shirt. I'm going right here. I'm telling you, I'm throwing it. Right here. Right, left side, go up. Wow. He took it right from her. Come on now and get your shirt. Are you guys having a great time at the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship? Yeah! Alright, sit tight. We got some more stuff on the way. We still have more iPhones, more bracelets, and a ton more t-shirts to give away. Alright, so just sit tight. When you do somewhere all night long, the team division is complete. We're going to go ahead, reset the field, and get ready for our individuals. We'll see you in a few moments. Hey, Greene. Happy birthday, buddy. Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to reset the field and get ready as our individuals set to take the floor. And here they come. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause for our female individuals taking the floor, P1.
Teams are done, but the individual competition on the final day marches on as individual event number 9 is about to be underway. Sarah Sigmundsdottir has extended her lead over second place Karin Frey. Sam Briggs 15 points behind her as Gabrielle Magala has lost some of that distance on those top 3 positions. But Jamie Greene's first place finish has bumped her all the way up into 5th.
Well, it's great to see her back up towards that, top 3 to top podium-ish position. We still have a handful of points for her to be able to make that jump and try to get herself into that top 3. Now, granted, she's sitting, 25-ish points or so. So there is the ability for her to do that, but she needs some help. And I just don't know if with the events that we've seen come up, other than Samantha Briggs, I don't know if this is going to slow many of those other girls down.
And we saw Jamie Greene. She got the event win that she needed to put herself into contention for the podium spot. But your top 4 athletes didn't help her out because they finished right behind her. But we have a very fast multi-style event between bar muscle-ups and some barbell movements. We saw this at the Reykjavik event where we had Katrin Davidsdottir and Annie Thorisdottir go head-to-head as a showcase event. Now it is event number 9 for the individuals.
And it would have been really interesting if Katrin would have actually still been in the competition, since she's the only one that would have done that on a big stage setting. But I really like what the event is. It's very gymnastic-y, but man, then you grab the barbell on top of that, and that blend between the two is really, really beautiful. I think this is a really cool event.
Athletes will start off with 12 bar muscle-ups, and then they'll move to the barbell, where they have 21 deadlifts at 70 kilos. It's about 155 pounds for the women. As Shahad Boudebs is known for her gymnastic prowess, and she showcased that on day number 3.
Well, it went from ring muscle-ups to bar muscle-ups, and she has the exact same style. So you'll watch when she gets back to the bar is that she almost comes up without any dip at all to have to push through. Now, the weight that they're going to use on the deadlifts, the hang power clean, and the shoulder to overhead is the exact same weight. So we're looking at 70 kilograms on all of these. That's not that big of a deal on the deadlifts, but you get to the hang power clean, that's going to become more of an issue, and then going overhead is a big issue.
And that's the fun part about this event is that you have the gymnastic component where your more gymnastic prowess athletes will succeed, and then you have the strength of the bar and the weight that's on it for the stronger athletes. But as we always look for, the best of both worlds is what a CrossFitter should be, and those athletes that have those holes shored up across the board should dominate the field.
And I really like events like this that do it does force your strength and your weakness, and if you're good in both, you're really going to be able to shine. But I love when events have, this is a fast event. It's only a 6-minute time cap, so you know that these athletes, generally speaking, should be able to move through these different movements. But when it slows down is when it gets heavy for most. It gets heavy on the shoulder to overhead and those hang power cleans. But there's that movement that Shahad was doing earlier on the ring muscle-ups. You see her not even have to go over that bar into that frontal plane at all. She just goes straight up. Nice pop of the hips and a lot of good explosion to help with that pull.
Now, deadlifts with 70 kilos is one thing. Hang power cleans with that is quite the other.
Oh, yeah.
15 reps at 70 kilos is what is next for Shahad Boudebs, who is holding a slight lead over lane number 2, Louise Wickstrom out of Sweden, as she will hop off the pull-up bar and make her way to the barbell. And we saw kind of, Shahad's skill set is very specific. And that's gymnastics. She did amazing on the unbroken event. However, when we brought out the barbells, the lighter barbells for that sprint snatch event, she struggled greatly in that movement.
She did, and she's able to move decently so far, but wow, 2 reps. She's got 15 that she has to do. This is going to be a long set for her, so it was in her favor to go as fast as she could on those bar muscle-ups to give herself as much time, but I think we're going to see a lot of the field make up a lot of time on her and a lot of distance up on her.
And I think it's what's next is that after these hang power cleans, and that's a lot of hang power cleans at that weight.
Oh, yeah.
Especially after the multitude of events that they have been through, what they've already done this morning.
Yep.
And then you think about 9 shoulder to overhead after the 6-bar muscle they have to do. That is one of those is that you need to make sure that you try to break as few times as possible because you're going to have to power clean that up to the shoulders once they get there. So I think we're going to see a lot of changes, not necessarily in this heat, but maybe in the next 2 of those team athletes leading going into that final 9 reps.
Well, we just saw Wickstrom right there in the black shirt. She has a great rebound off her quads into that lift, but she went 2 unbroken, went for the 3rd, and wasn't able to get underneath it. So even a stronger athlete that has a lot of power, we're looking at 2 and 3-ish reps trying to keep that bar moving, and that really is going to slow down the pace. Look, we're already past the 4-minute mark, and we have only 2 minutes left to go.
And I think we'll see a shift of skill sets as you move from the start of the event to the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Since it's so much loaded with bar muscle-ups, you're talking about 12 and then 9. And deadlifts at that weight really isn't considered a strength event.
No.
But you go to the flip side of this, when you go from 15 hang power cleans, 6-bar muscle-ups, and 9 shoulder overhead, you'll see that shift of skill sets from start to finish. Unless you got it all together, and you'll just stay in front.
Unless you're, I mean, honestly speaking, you're one of the daughters, you're probably going to do pretty well in this event. And we see the field basically hung up on this hang power clean position.
Well, they don't have a lot of time left remaining because there's only 6 minutes allotted for this event. As we are at 45 seconds away, Wickstrom is done with her hang power cleans. Hannah Short has moved up the challenge. And as we just said, is that we're going to see some athletes not shine in the beginning, but towards the end make late charges, because if you can hang onto that barbell even for 2 or 3 sets, I mean, we saw these athletes doing singles and doubles that you can make up a lot of ground in that middle 15.
Well, and you see the girls that are in the lead right now, they were the athletes that were struggling on the bar muscle-ups. If you had, it's one of those ladder-type movements where if you don't have that particular ability, you're just trying to wait till you can get through that large number of volume. Then you get your hands on that heavy barbell, you can start going to work. But the problem is, you ran out of time before you got the chance to really get to your skill set and your strength.
And Louise Wickstrom may have gotten that 6th and final bar muscle up, but no one got to that last bar for the 9 shoulder to overhead. So Heat 1 is done, and Heat 2 will be taking on the daughter coming up next.
seconds. Athletes behind the lines. Judges ready. Athletes ready.
Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 is set to be underway. No one finished in the previous heat. The closest we got was finishing the 6-bar muscle-ups. As heat number 2 takes on daughter, a couplet between bar muscle-ups and a heavy barbell.
I love the setup on this. I mean, I think that the pairing between the two with a heavy barbell and that bar muscle-up gymnastic movement is awesome. And it used to be that bar muscle-ups, you wouldn't see a large number of them, and I think that now CrossFit athletes are at that level where they can handle a 21-15-9 of bar muscle-ups, and it's good. I mean, you can handle that. That's an all right. That's an all right number. It's not just pull-ups. Maybe we'll break that down for something to this effect. But I like the fact of how it's set up. Moving from that bar muscle-up into those heavy barbells. But just like we saw in the last heat, if you had the skill with the gymnastics, that usually ends up being that you don't have the strength for the barbell, and the women that were in the front didn't have the strength of the gymnastics, and they didn't have time to get to the heavy barbell.
Laurie Kuhnha is leading the charge in heat number 2. Now, if her hands, we saw her hands at the end of the previous event that they got totally ripped up. So it's going to be tough to see how she navigates these bar muscle-ups, as they'll move from 21 bar muscle-ups into 15 deadlifts at 70 kilos. That's right under 155 pounds. At the Reykjavik Championship from last year, we had the daughters take on this event. And it was Annie Thorsdottir who set the time right about that 4-minute and 20-second mark.
Wow. But we know that someone like Annie, she has this. She has the gymnastic background. Same thing with Katrin. But they were able to get through that large volume and then get to those heavy barbells, and that's what so far we haven't been able to see. We haven't been able to see that out of the field of women that we have, at least not yet with that first heat. I think as we get into this heat and the next heat, we are going to see that transition where it's like, okay, now we actually get to race to those heavy barbells at the end.
Athletes onto their 15-bar muscle-ups. Change of the guard. It was Laurie Kuhnha. Looks like Taylor Howe has moved into first. Kuhnha just behind her. I was saying before is that protecting those hands from what they look like afterwards. And we saw a stark difference between athletes moving the bar on the deadlift and athletes moving the bar on the hang power cleans in the previous heat.
Well, and Howe just had a set of about 4 or 5 unbroken, so I think that's a great start to show how this heat, and that's why they're in this particular heat, that they have not only the power, but they have the skill, they have the gymnastic ability to be able to move here.
And moving up is Manon Agonis. So your top 3, Howe, Kuhnha, and Agonis. See Ed Gilfildaughter on the left.
Wow. All right, so in the back, very middle, well, now not the middle of your screen, but off to the left-hand side in the black shirt, we have Notori, who had the strongest lift, tied with Sarah Supensdott on that clean and jerk with 112 kilograms. Look at the way she's working that barbell. Even though she's putting it down, you see the other women are really fighting to get underneath it, and look as that bar gets into that front rack position, it's a lot of tension. If you watch the way Notori gets that bar to that front rack, she looks very comfortable.
It's a lot of tension. It's a lot of grip on the hands when you're talking about the number of 36 bar muscle-ups already completed. Then you talk about your 15 power cleans. So those last 6 bar or 9 bar muscle-ups, 6 bar muscle-ups should be pretty challenging here. And you'd be surprised, like, well, it's only 6. but
you know what? You just got to chalk up for the win at that point.
Yeah.
Just chalk up.
Howe to the rig.
Wow, look at those. Very powerful pop of the hips. And again, not having to go over the bar, stays real upright.
1 rep to go for Howe. 1 minute left to get 9 shoulder to overhead. And she'll be the first athlete we've seen out of the 2 heats that have currently gone to get to this barbell.
Wow. She looks so strong in that position. Great jump. Way to lock her arms and catching that lock position. Whoa.
No rep for Howe. She had a few reps left to go. She has 30 seconds, so she does have time. And moving to the bar up to her left, you can see Lori Cunha. Here comes Manon Agonies, and it was just 2 reps remaining for Howe. 15 more seconds to go as Cunha and Agonies start their shoulder to overhead.
There it is.
1 rep, but only 5 seconds. She's got to crit across the finish line.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It was a slide that turned into a roll. Oh, yes, it's rubber flooring, not smooth concrete. But Taylor Howe should have snuck right underneath that 6-minute cap, 5:59. She earned it. We'll give it to her. We'll give it to her at least. I don't know what the final score might be, but Taylor Howe got through the shoulder overhead just underneath that 6-minute cap.
But I really love the way that Taylor was able to keep her composure from the top to the bottom of that event. Even when she went on that last heavy barbell going up overhead, failed it. It was really heavy. She failed it, was able to kind of compose herself,
Lori
pick
Cunha,
it back up,
here comes
and then
Manon
get back onto it.
Agonies,
So,
and it was just
again, you saw that she had a handful left, got the
2
1 rep,
reps
decided to
remaining
go,
for
okay, I'll go
Howe.
for a single,
15
and then for the
more
last 2,
seconds
just
to
trying
go.
to hold on for dear
As
life
Cunha
on
and
that
Agonies
last
start
set.
their shoulder to overhead.
There but I love the fact that she's just
1
able
rep,
to be so controlled and so
but only 5
stable in that
seconds.
midline
She's got to
as she gets
crit
up
across the
overhead.
finish
And
line.
Here's the slide.
The
and
slide
there's
roll.
the roll.
Smooth concrete.
Taylor Howe will set the new time to be
should have
right
snuck
at
right
that
underneath that 6-minute
We have
cap.
1
5:59
more heat
remaining. The 3rd and final heat for women's individual event number 9 is coming up next. Third and final heat, women's individual event number 9, about to be underway, and Sarah Sigmundsdottir has a stranglehold on the first place position. Karin Frey, Sam Briggs. Asterisks to their name designate they have already pre-qualified out of the open. Sam Briggs does not have one of those qualifying spots. She won this event last year. You kind of need to see it come full circle and Dubai CrossFit Championship send her to the CrossFit Games again.
Well, and it's going to be interesting for Sam because this weight is heavy. Yes, she's getting strong, but this weight is heavy. And we saw that, there was that issue, even with the clean and jerk, she was only able to get that 85 kilograms. So this is going to be heavy for her.
I tell you what, this is one of those events I would like to see Sarah Sigmundsdottir come out and be very aggressive against the field.
She should be very aggressive. These are all movements that, she can do. I mean, she's fast, she's able, and she's capable, and she can really fight for something big here. And she knows what the other daughters have gotten at score-wise and time-wise. So I think that...
But they're not competitive against each other at all.
Totally, not at all. So I'm hoping for her, again, it's like, all right, I'm up here already. I want to beat those times.
Sigmund's daughter in the center lane in the silver pants and purple shirt. To her left, third place, Sam Briggs. To her right, you have Karin Frey, and Sigmund's daughter off the rig just behind Jamie Greene. So here comes Jamie Greene yet again. She got first in the first event of the day to start off the morning. However, Sigmund's daughter on the left side of your screen is just chewing up these deadlifts.
Wow. Look at the speed. Now, we saw Jamie Greene took a break. Oh, all right. We're seeing Sarah take a break. That's smart. Got to save that grip because there's a lot of grip to be had here.
Well, where do we see the biggest challenge of this event for these athletes is those 15 hang power cleans.
Yeah, exactly. So, it doesn't do you any good to try to blow yourself out in round one. I think that was a great move by Sarah.
Sigmund's daughter is done. Karin Frey, Jamie Greene, Sam Briggs is done. But again, we see there's a lot different timing between the first couplet of bar muscle-ups and deadlifts and the second one of bar muscle-ups and hang power cleans.
Wow.
Jamie Greene up to the bar first.
Didn't even wait.
You got to think about playing to your strengths in a very polar opposite movement style for an event like this. Jamie Greene obviously more capable on the rig, and not saying she's not on the bar, but it's going to be hard to keep pace with someone like Sarah Sigmund's daughter and Karin Frey.
Well, if we're talking brute strength, Jamie doesn't necessarily match them, but she does match strength when we're talking like reps at a percentage basis.
She does pack a punch.
Oh,
she has one of the top clean and jerks in
athlete.
this field.
So, if you know where you are, push your bar muscle-ups, get yourself out here to the rig, and I like the fact that she now can be the rabbit and be like, all right, you guys, come and chase me, and we're going to see if we can bury you.
Greene just put up 5 reps before Sigmund's daughter even picked up the bar. You see up to her left, Karin Frey in the black and white, getting set for her first rep. Sam Briggs is already on her hang power cleans. You talk about something that might be tough on the feet.
Yeah.
Something like a hang power clean. It's going to be a tough thing for Briggs to navigate, but Jamie Greene is hanging tough with a lot of these stronger athletes in the field. Greene taking another break. We're approaching the 3-minute mark. The best time was right at that 6-minute cap from Taylor Howell.
So Jamie looks real strong. I mean, she's fighting through this weight and making good work of it, but can't see her on the screen right now, but Sarah has been looking very strong on her hang power cleans as well. The way she moves the bar, you can tell that she's not struggling under the bar. So you see with Jamie, she's trying to kind of double bounce that a little bit. She works on it, but watch Sarah when she gets under the bar. Smooth. And even though she's taking a good rest, and look at the way she's bouncing that off her quads into that front rack position.
Well, maybe too much of a good rest because Jamie Greene has actually outlasted Sarah Sigmund's daughter in the middle portion of this event. All that they have left, 6 bar muscle-ups, 9 shoulder to overhead. Again, 70 kilos on the bar, right about 155. And Jamie Greene still wasting no time when it gets to the rig.
So fast on those bar muscle-ups.
Greene is done. Sarah yet to get up to the bar. We have just under 2 minutes remaining for that 6-minute cap. Karin Frey is working her way back to the rig. And that'll be very impressive to see if Jamie Greene can hold on to this pace. She'll start the final day of competition with 2 back-to-back wins.
Well, and I really believe the other 2 girls right there can hold on to this bar. Jamie so far has got 3-4 underway. Oh, and it breaks right there. So this does open up the door for Sarah and Karin to be able to kind of get in there, and they have the strength to hold on to that bar.
Jamie Greene still resting, but here comes Sarah Sigmund's daughter. Greene's got the bar back up. It's going to be close.
Oh.
Sigmund's daughter, handful of reps. Jamie Greene has 1.
Oh.
Can Sigmund's daughter catch her?
Wow.
And Jamie Greene is not going down without a fight, as that will be 2 back-to-back wins for Jamie Greene. And let's speak to Sarah's game time strategy, because oftentimes we've seen her be too aggressive.
Yeah.
We wanted to see her fight for it, and that's got her in trouble. I like the conservativeness there in the middle to maybe charge harder towards the end.
Well,
because we've seen her blow up in events like this.
Exactly. But what was great was the fact was she allowed herself the transitional rest, so that she could go unbroken. And when she saw that Jamie did break, that did open up the door. So it was close. I mean, one rep. She played that great, even though she got that second position.
Now here's how we're looking at the leaderboard. Jamie Greene got 100 more points to her name. She was trying to chase down Briggs and Karin Frey.
Yep.
Well, we don't know where Briggs finished. I think she had just gotten to the bar at the end, but you can see all these athletes were in the mix. So I'm curious to see where Greene is now going to stack up relative to Sam Briggs. Sam should still be comfortable in terms of her games spot because she's only in contention with Emily Rolfe.
You're right. You're
but
right.
in terms of podium, Jamie Greene just set hers up very well as I would say to the final event we have coming, but we don't even know what it is.
Well,
Jamie Greene up to the bar first.
When she was on the bar, it doesn't matter if it was 21, 15, or 9.
To your
her bar
strengths
muscle-ups were
very
impeccable, and there wasn't a
opposite
ref getting up to
style
that. She
for an
knew
event
that
like this. Jamie
once
Greene
she got her hands on the bar, she's going to go unbroken. Power cleans as well.
After she did that, she touched
the
that
way she
bar,
moves the bar,
got her
you can tell
hands
that
on
she's
that
not
barbell, and did
struggling
some
under the
great
bar. So you
work.
see with
The
Jamie,
hang power
she's
cleans,
trying to kind of
even though
double
she
bounce
was
that a little bit.
working
Sarah,
through the
when she
hang
gets over the
power
bar.
cleans, she really was fighting it, but a lot of power in that punch.
A lot of power and 100 more points. Jamie Greene is with Nikki Brazier.
Back-to-back wins on the final day of competition, and we still don't quite know what's ahead. So how exactly do you prepare for something you don't know about?
Just wait, I guess. Wait, and then I feel like the hardest part is warming up at the moment. So wait till you're out here and then get ready to go again.
I mean, looking back on the week that we've had here, I mean, how are you holding up considering everything that your body has been through, all the different modalities that we've tested?
I feel pretty good. I was pretty naked after the first 2 days, all this endurance stuff. Seemed to wear me out a lot, but now just getting into the swing of things, it's fun.
Great job so far.
Thank you.
Jamie Greene's 2 events to start the final day, 2 event wins. We'll have to see how the points shake out where Briggs had finished relative to the rest of the field. Greene was in 5th. She started the day almost down in 9th or 10th place. And, we said, she may do it, may not. I mean, 200 points. 200 more points are left on the table for Jamie Greene.
There's a heavy march that she's on, and once you get momentum like that, it's hard to keep an athlete with her abilities down. She's on a roll.
She's on a roll. So as the weekend of the final day of the weekend rolls on, the individual women are done with event number 9. The men are going to take on Daughter when we return.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Innovating the barbell since 2008, and will still be innovating in 2028.
So cool getting to be
here for the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championships. We're just catching up with people to find out what their favorite part about this experience has been so far.
Running into the athletes is always fun and engaging, but it's always it's like being in a box. It's always like being in a box.
I came here to support the coaches. I want to wish them best luck, actually, come support them. We're all a family team, and let's hope they smash it.
We're just CrossFit enthusiasts, and then having these guys, like, they are someone that we look up to, and then they're here, and that's why we come and support these guys.
I want to see this competition because they have like CrossFit competition like in the US, but now this is the real one. Yeah, that's why I'm so excited to see them.
Just being able to see all the athletes, being able to see them quite up close, like when they walk through.
Yeah, it's pretty relaxed.
Meeting Rich Froning.
Seeing the awesome competitors.
Yeah.
They do things that I can't imagine myself doing.
The experience is people that push themselves further than they thought they can go.
Yeah.
The heart, I'm all for it.
Some days are tougher than others. But we see in each other what no one else can. We sweat together. We endure together. Every one of us, redefining ourselves. We achieve together. All of us.
I'm feeling really good and I feel like excited to compete. That's when you start being like, okay, like we need to go.
Hello. Hey, how's it going, mate? You alright?
Good, you? The trip went really well. Like, compared to last year, the flight it felt shorter. It wasn't, but it felt shorter, so that's good. Heading to Goliath, everybody comes here. That's why I'm coming this year. Trying to work out with the big boys. We don't know what Dubai can come up with. Last year they came up with devil presses with 85-pound dumbbells, so I'm expecting for something crazy like that.
I think always a little nervous when it gets down to the end here, but there's not much you can do about it either way, so it's always fun to figure out what you're going to be seeing in the next few days, what sort of fun new tortures they've dreamt up for us.
I am ready. I'm ready to do my best. There's still the afternoon, which might incorporate some swimming, but this is starting pretty good. It's starting pretty good.
Heat 1 down, 2 heats remaining. Your overall standings, and there is Brent Fikowski sitting on top of the leaderboard. We knew he at least needed to ensure himself a win for a guaranteed spot at the CrossFit Games. That's looking good so far. Roman Karenikov dropped down to second, but just 5 points behind. And Vellner has now moved himself back into podium contention.
You know, and that's something that Pat really wanted to do, was at least be up on that podium. Obviously, he wants to win, but he was kind of struggling, working his way back in there, back into the mix. Great position for him to be in. We still have a handful of points left to go. And this is a good battle here between Brent, Roman, and Patrick. I think that they have pretty much moved themselves away. I don't know if anyone else is really going to be able to kind of push them, maybe in the event, but not on the overall leaderboard.
And again, it's still 27 points between Fikowski and Vellner, with Roman right there in between. When you look at an event like this, fast events are fun to do because it's short for the athletes. However, the pressure is on because so much can happen in terms of one little misstep has dire consequences in terms of time frame and allotted amount of missteps.
Yeah, but I love what this is. We've already talked about when we saw it with the ladies, and then coming into this, it's a beautiful mix of gymnastic prowess, strength on the barbell, and barbell cycling ability. And I think that as we get into this heat and then the following heat, that last heat, we're going to see some pretty amazing races go down.
Heat 2 underway. The time to beat set in heat number 1 is 5:14. That was Sam Stewart. His athletes will start with 12 bar muscle-ups, and it'll be coupled with a barbell movement. The first couplet will be 12 muscle-ups and 21 deadlifts, 100 kilos on the bar. Don't see a lot of breaking, at least in the first 12. That's definitely a rep scheme that these athletes can handle. And it's that middle round, you know, a classic, maybe a 21-15-9. It's the round of 15. If it's a 3-rounder, it's the round in the middle. And everyone really comes out close to the same amount of times, but David Sharunke was first to the barbell.
And I tell you what, for being a big guy, I mean, we were joking with him earlier about like, hey, you look like a gymnast. And he's like, yeah, a foot taller and a foot wider. And we're like, oh, scratch that. I mean, a football player. But he moved really well on those bar muscle-ups. There wasn't the need for any sort of wild kipping or wild movement. So if that's the case and he has that ability, he's going to look pretty impressive once you get him on the barbell, which he's doing right now.
Yeah, but ahead of him, you can see in lane number 2, it looks like Jake Berman had ripped off 21 deadlifts in a row. As the athletes will move back to the rig for 9 bar muscle-ups. Alex Katulis on the far right side of your screen. Lane number 10, can't keep him out of the mix. You know, he can handle the gymnastics, but he can handle himself much better now with these heavier barbells.
Well, he is showing, you know, some strength, but we've seen the deadlifts. We can't really use that as a, hey, how's your strength? Because we've all done that movement. That's a weight that these guys have all hit on something simple like Diane, which is deadlifts and handstand push-ups. So that's not the issue. It's where you start getting into those hang power cleans where we first start to see, oh, this is the weight we're talking about now.
To the bar nearly the same time. Berman on the left, Sharunke on the right, and in the backs, Alex Katulis. As we move from 21 deadlifts to 15 hang power cleans. We see Berman in lane 2 struggling. Who's not struggling is in lane number 1, Zach George.
But I was even impressed with Sharunke he's on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of his screen there in the gray shirt. Looked very calm. I mean, he hit a sit of 5 or 6, very easy. Nice break in between here to rest that grip as he goes into this in the next set of bar muscle-ups. But look at this. He's whipping that bar around. You don't see his feet moving anywhere. Travis Maris having to go for more of a split movement to try to get his body under that because he just doesn't have that big, powerful pop that you would have at the early part of a competition, being that we are in day 4 of this event.
And what we saw on the women's side is that your stronger athletes start to make up ground on the more lighter gymnastic skilled athletes as the bar gets more challenging in terms of movement as you go from deadlift to hang power clean. Zach George all the way up in lane number 1 has now moved into lead contention, but David Sharunke still with him. Alex Catoulis at the bottom part of your screen. Last couplet will be 6 bar muscle-ups and 9 shoulder to overhead, 100 kilos on the bar. Zach George actually not hesitating whatsoever to get up onto his bar muscle-ups. So this might be a race coming down to Zach George and David Sharunke. George is off. He's all the way in lane number 1. You can see Alex Catoulis. He's holding on to that third place spot. George in lane number 1 on the left. Sharunke up to his right on the right side, middle of your screen. I think so needs to check the weight on that bar for Zach George. He's got that nice little push, jerk, press, strict lockout.
Oh, and that's the worst place to do it, is to be able to push that far and not get that last rep in there. Ooh.
And that opened the door, I believe, for David Sharunke. No, the judge called him back, so it is Zach George, even with that misstep, will take heat number 2.
He
As
must
I
have thought
think
he only
Sharunke had to do
6.
6.
Yep.
Yeah, because they went from 6 bar muscle-ups, and that mistake costed Sharunke big time, as George and Benito Celis might have snuck in ahead of Sharunke. So with Zach George here, you went 8-1. Unfortunately for Sharunke, not remembering what the rep scheme was.
You have to know your numbers. You got to know those numbers so you can stay on track the entire time.
Aldis Upanex is in at 5:25. You can see the frustration on David's part. Gotta know what your workout is. That's kind of part of it too.
Yeah. No such thing as a dumb jock anymore in these events.
So David Sharunke will get second to Zach George. And the last athlete on the floor, along with Travis Mayer, Alex Catoulis, time capped at 6 minutes. So Zach George will set the new time to beat for heat number 2. Third and final heat coming up next. Your top 10 after 8 events. On the men's side, Brent Fikowski has just a 5-point lead over Roman Karenikov. Pat Vellner has moved himself into 3rd overall. We have one 100-point event that we know of with this individual event number 9. However, we do not know what the events are coming up. All we know is that 200 more points are still available here the rest of the night.
Well, and I think that, who we have here out on the floor, person I have to look at is going to be someone like Pat Vellner, who has the gymnastic ability, and then we know he has the strength and the body positioning to move that barbell around as well. Sitting in that third place position, it will be interesting to see how that is compared to those long-armed athletes in Roman and Brent.
Heat 3 underway, 6-minute capped event. We'll start with 12 bar muscle-ups, followed by 21 deadlifts. Roman Karenikov lost his first place position after Brent Fikowski. I'll say another athlete that I think deserves his due is getting, I don't want to typecast him as a strong guy, is Tola Marquinhos,
yeah.
He can gnaw on a barbell all day, but this guy's got some very good gymnastic skills as well.
He does, and it's impressive, and I think that it really has to go to his wrestling background, that he has the ability of not just being the classic gym rat barbell moving guy. Like, he can do a lot of things, and for being a big, strong athlete, he's got a lot of other skills that a lot of just heavy-duty strength guys don't have.
All athletes moving to the bar at the same time. 21 deadlifts at 100 kilos, just under 225 pounds. As we've seen before, is that I would say for your stronger, even more well-rounded athletes is don't get caught up in the first couplet of this event with the 12 bar muscle-ups and 21 deadlifts, because it's coming down to those 15 hang power cleans.
Yep.
And then being able to hold on to that bar for the 9 push jerks.
Well, here we are with our top athletes in the field up to this point, and every single one of them have broke up their set of 21 deadlifts. So people need to see that. They need to see that, like, look, it isn't all about crushing your 21 reps if you don't need to. You don't win anything by that.
Very tight race going into the second part of this couplet. They'll go 9 bar muscle-ups and 15 hang power cleans. Patrick Vellner in the light blue middle lane. He's trying to keep pace with Roman Karenikov. Brent Fikowski is about 7th or 8th currently in this heat.
But he could be doing just what he likes to do, which is go ahead, do your thing, you guys. I'll catch you. Let me get you up to the middle of that second round, and then we can race in that third round.
Lazar Jukic all the way in the left side of your screen in lane number 1. He's off the rig first, but it is Jason Smith in the center lane that is first to the bar. It's Patrick Vellner on the right side of your screen, sitting in 3rd overall, about 27 behind, 7 points behind Fikowski to his left in the orange and black. 5 points behind Fikowski is Roman Karenikov.
Ooh, that's a big set Pat's going for.
And this is where we see your stronger or more all-around athletes, both gymnastics and strength-oriented, make the charge or make the turn against the rest of the heat.
Well, and it's really who's going to be pushing the limit here. Are you going to push the limit on saving my grip, or if I know I have the strength? Now, how am I going to break it? We saw Pat did a 9 and 6. That was an aggressive set on that particular round.
And this is something that Vellner needs, because he has a lot of points to make up, and he's doing so. And Vellner moves to the rig. Here comes Brent Fikowski.
Oh, really? What did we say? The later half of that second piece? This is what he does. He's so good at it.
Vellner up to the rig for 6 bar muscle-ups. Yonakoski, Brent Fikowski, Jason Smith has made his way back up into your top 5. One more rep for Pat Vellner. 2 more for Fikowski. He actually is going to break. Just a quick reset. Jason Smith, Yonakoski, Brent Fikowski.
Oh, man. Pat went right for it. Look at that.
3 reps for Vellner, 1 for Fikowski. 9 shouldered overhead at 100 kilos. Vellner's going to need to hang on to this last rep. We've seen it happen all weekend long, but he does. And it's going to be close to the time to beat from the previous heat. We'll have to see what the official results are, but that is exactly what Vellner needed. And Fikowski's doing exactly what he needs to do to stay ahead of Roman Karenikov. Here comes Tola Marquinhos. And this pays off well for Vellner because he wants to get as many people between him and Roman as possible.
Man,
there's another one.
Coming.
And that every person is 5 points more closer that Vellner's going to get to Roman. And there's 2, 3, 4. This was not the finish that Roman needed for that second place position. He was still within hand's reach of Fikowski, just 5 points back, but after this event, Fikowski might have a comfortable lead going into the end. Jason Smith is down on the floor. We are not sure what happened to Jason Smith. He does have the medical team asking him some questions.
Wow, but Pat Vellner, I mean, he executed that perfectly. Now, granted, we knew that it played to his strengths. He has the strength to move the barbell. He's got the positioning, the midline, the core strength to be able to put weight up overhead. We knew that the gymnastics would not be an issue at all. And he did exactly what he needed to do and could do all the way across that.
Well, I will say for him is that he took a gamble, I would say, in the hang power cleans with those 2 big sets. But you kind of need to at this point, and it paid off.
Well, was it a gamble for him, or did he know? Because he took the break early on those deadlifts, so that might have been played it just right into that, so it's like, okay, maybe that was a gamble. No one else went 9 and 6, but he's got the ability to do that. If you can do it and it's comfortable, okay, and he knows his body well enough.
Well, Vellner is doing what he needs to do to push to secure a podium spot, but based off where Karenikov finished, he may have found himself very, very close to maybe a second place position. At the same time, Fikowski did exactly what he needed to do, is one was to stay ahead of Roman and then have people switch in between that. So Pat Vellner and Brent Fikowski, your 2 Canadian bros, are down with Nikki Brazier.
Well, you guys are both doing exactly what you need to do to try and get ahead, but you're doing it side by side as you have been all weekend long. I mean, you were at first concerned this was going to be a super grippy workout. How was it for you?
It was exactly that. I think it's hard to surprise us with those sorts of things because we've done a lot of CrossFit, so we're pretty good at identifying, what's going to be the sticking point. And with the workout we did just before this, where we had to do a lot of holding, a lot of gripping, everyone's arms were pretty blown up, so this was a huge challenge.
You guys did a great job. Speaking of the workout you did before this, you said you needed to go and cool down after that one, but you did take the win. I mean, what was going through your mind and what was happening to your body after all those unorthodox movements?
It was pretty hard. Those ending with 25 devil press in any workout is hard. And I finished and I thought, they might want to get an interview. I need to go cool down, so I snuck off. Yeah. It was hard. It was very hard, that last workout. So was this.
Yeah. Well, one more to go, guys. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Tell you what, that's 2 fit, fair-skinned angels out there with Nikki. So Vellner will take event win in event 9. And as we heard, we didn't get to talk to Fikowski, and they kind of flipped the script between first and second in the last 2 events.
Yeah, but I tell you what, it was the way that they both executed was amazing. And this is why those guys are so good at CrossFit. They have the ability to take on whatever's thrown at them and execute not just haphazardly but very intelligently, and they come out on top every time.
Well, up next, we are going to determine who will be representing the Dubai CrossFit Championship at the CrossFit Games, as well as figure out what our top 3 will be for the individual women and the individual men. Final action from the Dubai CrossFit Championship is coming up.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Coming into the final day of competition in second place, you've been so consistent in the top spots across the board. I mean, you must be pretty happy with your performance so far.
Of course.
Yeah, and how are you feeling considering everything you've been through?
After the third day, I a little bit tired, but I try to stay in the consistently working at the workout, so a little bit tired, but it's good.
Now, you've already qualified for games via the Open, but this win would obviously mean something more for you. What would it mean for you to take a podium spot here?
For me, it means a lot for me here in the Dubai, because I think that it's the hardest, but I think that the best testing of the competition. So it means a lot of be in the podium here.
What's your name? Where are you from? Awesome, welcome. What's your name and where are you from? Zo. Nice. What's your name and where are you from? Mike Pants. Where are you from? UAE. UAE. What's your name and where are you from? Nice. What's your name to America? Alright, I love it. What's your name and where are you from? South Africa. Yeah, awesome. What's your name and where are you from? Awesome. What's your name and where are you from? And what should you represent? Oh, this guy right here. Sir, what's your name and where are you from?
From New Zealand and Dubai.
That's right, baby. CrossFit royalty out here. All right, I'm going to turn this clock on. We're going to turn this clock on for 1 minute. To the judges, let's go ahead and take a look at the standards. Okay, hold on, I got to give you the standards. Now, sir, come on in here. All right, athletes, take a look at the standard. You got to make this look good and make yourselves and your coaches look good. The burpee will go chest to the ground, and then all the way up. Open those hips. I want you to clap nice and high behind your head, please. If we start to see the little dolphin burpees, no rep. All right, judges, call some hard no reps on these guys. All right, let's get ready. Do you want to see some burpees? 1 inning. All right, are we ready? We're ready up here, DJ, you ready? Here we go. 10 seconds. What? What do you mean wait? I picked new people. Come on. You wait. All right, here we go again. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go! All the way up! All the way up! Right behind your head! Oh! Remember, $1,000 of Reebok is on the line! Who wants it, baby? 30 seconds! Can they do it? Make some noise, baby people! Go! Let's go! 15 seconds! Come on, give it up, Paul! 10 seconds! Yeah! 3, 2, 1, all right, stay right there. Stay right there. I'm going to come around. Stay right with your judge, please. Stay with your judge. Woo! They're working. All right, judge. How many? 29. How many? 24. All right, how many? 35. 35. Woo! How many? 32. 32. All right, 35 is the score to beat so far. How many? 26. 32. 32. 21. 23. Oh, one person left. How many? 32. 32. Wow. 35. Give each other high fives. Give each other high fives. You out there, high five your neighbor. Give a high five to the person next to you. Go. I love it. I love it. certified poster that she has personally signed. You want that, don't you? I keep seeing her up there. You want this ball. I know you do. All right, well, once I get the word that Mr. Rich Roden Jr. is back in the building, and we'll go ahead and throw some microphone back into the crowd. All right? But he's warming up right now. He's warming up that shoulder, you know? Warming up that shoulder. He's not a spring chicken anymore. All right, so I got the word on the final workout. Who wants to hear the final workout? All right. Go ahead and talk about that final workout. The final workout of the evening and the final workout of the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Do you want to hear this workout? All right. Well, here you go. Event number 10 is for time. It is a 2-part workout. One event will have 2 scores. Event 10 will start with 60 calories on the Echo bike, followed by 60 toes to bar. Immediately, the athletes will go into event 11, which will be 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 thrusters, 60 kilos for the men, 40 kilos for the ladies, 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 thrusters, 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 thrusters, and a chase and a finish to the finish line. So once again, event 10 and 11, 60 calories on the road echo bike, 60 toes to bar, 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 thrusters, 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 thrusters, 10 burpee box jump overs, 10 thrusters. That is event 10 and event 11. Go ahead, tell your friends, get on the gram. We're going to set this workout off in just a few moments. We'll see you in just about 10 minutes. 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 6 minutes of the workout. Only 8 minutes left for the workout to finish for heat number 1. 39 toes to our forward twisting. 21 to go. 36 for withdrawal.
The final event, or I should say events, have been announced. Individual event 10 and 11 are kind of a two-part series as Sarah Sigmundsdottir is looking all but unbeatable.
Yeah, she has just looked incredible all the way across the board. And here we are with basically a 50-point spread on her in second place. That is a large amount. And, man, we talked about what she can do with confidence. She should have a ton of it right now.
Now, how this is going to work is that event 10 will be the 60 cal bike and 60 toes to bar. 11 will be the addition of 3 rounds of burpee box jump overs, or however overs we saw in the previous heat, and thrusters at 40 kilograms for the women. Now, what's special about this one is that the winner of event 10, the bike and the toes to bar, can win a $10,000, but there's a caveat to that.
Yeah, it's a $10,000 buy-in, if you will, but the only way you can get that is if you finish 10 and 11 within the time cap. So the work requirement to get your prize, if you win event 10, is you have to do all of it. And all that does, it's a way to ensure that nobody sandbags one part, and for the other part, you got to go the whole thing, and you're going to have to go crazy on both.
Your lane assignments for heat number 2. As we've had one heat go, we did have an athlete finish right at 7:30 for part 1, 11:58 for part 2. Looking at this on paper, I feel like this is one of those secret events that Michaela Norman might be successful at.
Well, I think, the fact that she has a great capacity for power output, and she's a grit type of athlete, very similar that we've talked about with Sam Briggs. So if there's a position or an element that will require some pain threshold, I think that this definitely does, I think she's going to be in the mix.
And we saw her do a great job of showcasing that last night in that chipper style event that had 50 plus 25 cals of rowing in it. Now the Echo bike is a more devastating piece of equipment, but they will be starting with 60 cals on the Echo bike, followed by 60 toes to bar. That is scored event number 10.
Yep.
Again, worth $10,000 to the winner, so a little bit of an incentive there to make some bad choices.
I don't even think that's a little incentive. That's a massive incentive to make some bad choices.
And then we'll move into the 3 rounds of 10 burpee box however overs.
Get overs.
At 20 inches. And then 10 thrusters at 40 kilos.
And even though it's 60 toes to bar, it really isn't that much of a rest for your legs to go from this element into the box jump overs and the thrusters. I mean, it's not a heavy weight necessarily on the thrusters, so it's going to force you to, one, it's not heavy enough. 2, it's the last event of the night. 3, you need to finish that work if you were hoping to get any of the rewards here. So it forces you into a position, into a place that is painful, and it's who can handle that pain.
And I think part of that burpee box anyway over is that at initial glance, like, oh, well, that makes this workout so much easier. And you're like, and that's why it's so much harder, because now you can pick a aggressive assault bike on the Echo bike. You can go right into the burpee step overs if you choose to do so, because you're not worried about missing a box jump. And making it easier doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to hurt more.
Easier just means that it's faster. Faster doesn't ever mean that it hurts less.
Michaela Norman, the center screen in the red. One of those athletes we're going to be looking for that may be one of the first ones off the bike.
And, generally speaking, the taller athletes are going to have the advantage on the bike as well. So being on the floor right now, she is one of those taller athletes.
The time to beat for event number 10 is 7 minutes and 30 seconds unofficially. The overall time for event number 11 is 11:58. Once they finish 60 cals on the bike, they'll advance to the rig for 60 toes to bar.
So we have the leverage of Michaela, and she's there in the red shirt, and that's why a taller athlete is able to put more power output into, whatever, whether it's the Echo bike or rowing or whichever. But I also want to look at Notori up at the top of your screen. She's the second female down in the black shirt. Very strong athlete. We know with her training under the training think tank, they do a lot of interval type work with the Echo bike and elements like this. So I'm hoping to see her come off too. I mean, this is a power event. She needs to use her strength and her power to really come off here and put some damage, get some points back up on the board.
Looking at the tempo of Michaela Norman in the center part, she is turning that over fairly quickly.
And I think I just heard the announcer say that Notori was at 51.
Hand in the air just as we say that for Michaela Norman. In the center lane, hand in the air for Katarina Notori. So we're at the 4-minute mark. Norman is off. And now she'll advance to 60 toes to bar. It looks like Michaela will have about 5 or 6 reps in before Katarina gets to the rig. The time to beat, right around 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So she wants to advance herself for a first place position in event number 10, which will be the completion of these toes to bar. She has about 3 minutes to do it.
And, you know, all these ladies are pushing the tempo, but let's just think for a moment what we had the last 2 events. If you remember, we saw Laura Kahuna with the torn hands, and then we were right into more handwork from there, and then here we are dumping into 60 toes to bar, where again these athletes are going to force themselves to stay on that bar. Painful, just a little bit painful.
Michaela Norman looks very comfortable on the pull-up bar. She'll break, take a little re-chalk. Gilfadottir to her left.
Wow. That was a quick reset for this volume of toes to bar.
Two minutes before we reach that time to beat from heat number 1. And Norman is off the bike first. It's one of the few times we've seen the same number of cows on the Echo bike for both the men and the women.
Yeah. And that, I mean, in reality, it does make it longer time frame for the ladies. I mean, it is they just don't have the power output that the guys do, you know, for the numbers, and so usually that number's a little bit different, but fair is fair, I guess. So we're going to put everyone at equal. Now, with what Norman is doing here, I like the fact that she is very aware of when to break up those toes bar. You can see just as her swing gets a little bit off kilter, she comes down, and that's a quick 3, 4, 5 second break. But the other thing that I can see she's doing with those long legs is she pulls her knees up to her elbows first and then kicks up at the top. So it's not whole length swing all the way up and down. She's trying to shorten up that arc just a little bit.
The other thing I like watching her do is that her rest is tempo dictated.
Yep.
She'll put her feet on the ground, step up on the box, reach up for the bar. She's not worried about time or seconds. It just let that kind of step back, step up, and re-grab, be your dictator, and that's it, 6:45. So Michaela Norman is done with event 10, but event 11 is underway, and it starts with the burpee box jump overs. As you can see is that step over allows them to push the pace. We kind of saw something similar to this at the regionals, and I believe it was 2017, 2018, where they had a bike sprint burpees over the box, but they were allowed to kind of put their hands on the box.
Yep.
It's always a dangerous game to play. And you're like, oh, well, that makes it too easy. You're like, wait, what did I just say?
Well, the other thing is this, is it depends how you train. If you don't train like that, and one of the things that I talked to a lot of athletes that were doing that with hands on the box when they were doing that, it felt easy in the beginning, but you immediately got tired because you're not doing it the way that you're trained to do and that you're used to doing. So you don't have that same level of efficiency. And I think that's why we saw Michaela switch to her normal setup rather than going for the step up that she was playing with.
Now, this is one of those movements that can give her some problems. These barbell lifts, and it's not necessarily it's a heavy bar, but it's a heavy bar for this specific movement.
Yeah, totally. And she really needs to try to use her hips as much as possible to save those shoulders. You can see there isn't a big snap as she comes out of that squat, so she is forced to do a lot of pushing with those shoulders. looks okay now, but we still have 2 more rounds of 10 of this.
Norman's got some company on the box, so they're in their first round. It'll be 3 rounds of burpee box jump overs into 10 thrusters at 40 kilos. It's about 88 pounds. Gilfadaughter on the left in the black and maroon. To the right, Carol Castellani looking to try to chase down Michaela Norman, and this is where they'll be able to, although Gilfadaughter will break her set of 10. Castellani will break as well. Norman, though she didn't have the fastest cycle rate, held on for all 10 reps.
You know, and it doesn't have to be how fast can you do your individual reps at a time. It's how much break is in between. And with little break, even though those reps are a little bit slower, that ends up being overall a very fast time.
Now the overall time to beat is 11:58, set in heat number 1. This is heat 2 of 3. We still have the final heat coming up a little bit later, as the men's first 2 heats will come up after this. But Michaela Norman holds on to the event 10 time to beat right around 6:45, and now she is chasing down the event 11 time of 11:58. Both events worth 100 points. 200 points are up for grabs still left in this competition. As we looked at the leaderboard earlier, though some athletes look comfortable on top of the leaderboard, Jamie Greene is hard charging up. So these are the athletes that are going to make the difference on the leaderboards for the athletes like Sam Briggs and Jamie Greene.
And just remember the pace. I mean, this is a great tempo that Michaela has, but you have to use that and compare that relatively to the other women as we get into those next heats. I have to say, as painful as that second set of thrusters were for Michaela, she still didn't break. She was able to push all the way through it, and when I saw rep number 1, I thought for sure she was going to be breaking it. Didn't do it. That is impressive.
And that's a testament to the resiliency you were talking about earlier. That is one of her strengths.
Oh, she's all grit.
You don't really see comes up in like a stat sheet or on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
It's just be able to be gritty when I don't want to say that word, gritty when it gets, we'll say gritty when it gets crappy. But the rhyme would have played well.
I like where you're going.
Just not
I
on a
know what
broadcast.
you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Start that hashtag, Michaela.
But she's the great thing about Michaela is, you know where she is on paper, but she's not a stats athlete. When it comes down to competition and going for it, she just goes, and you can't. It's like you said. It's not reflective by the numbers that she can place on paper. It's this right here. How bad is it going to hurt, and how much are you going to take?
Michaela Norman took event 10. And with one short sprint across the floor, Michaela Norman will take event 11 as well.
My goodness. Man, the pain tolerance of this woman is insane. I mean, I tell you what, you get a little bit of strength on her. Wow, she's going to be deadly, deadly.
So Norman takes first place in both scored portions of this final event. We'll see how those times stack up as Gilfadaughter is waving her hands to the crowd as or at least her 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championships comes to a close. We have 2 minutes left in this 14-minute capped event. Castellani, the lone athlete, on her final set of thrusters.
Again, this is what we're talking about. Look at the cycle rate that Castellani has. That's much faster than what Michaela did, but the breaks, there were no breaks with Michaela. Just didn't stop, just kept on coming, very Terminator-like, just didn't quit.
Laurie Kuna, she probably won't mind taking a break from a pull-up bar for about a week. Taylor Howe crosses the finish line, and we have 60 seconds remaining. 45 seconds. Kalarina Nattori. Five reps to go. Andrea Pinheiro. And all athletes in heat number 2 finished. And everyone was behind Michaela Norman, who set the time to beat in both event 10. Right around 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
Wow.
And event 11, about 11:15. Again, these times are unofficial. But with 2 heats down and 1 final heat left to go, these are the times that your top 10 athletes, because we have reseeded, as both the first 2 heats of women will go, the next 2 heats of men, and then we'll have the last heats left after all is said and done to determine who's going to be on the podium and who will be representing Dubai in the CrossFit Games.
I'll tell you what, looking at the first 2 heats, we now know what it looks like, how, using your words, how gritty and ugly it's going to look and how painful it is. But I cannot wait to see the top-level athletes actually attack this. We have a great time put up by Michaela Norman. We get to see some men attack it now. We're not done yet.
We are not done. We're not even close to done, but we will keep on going. Live coverage will continue. We're done with the first 2 heats of women. The individual first 2 heats of men will be next. And then following that, the final heats of our individual athletes. Keep it here for more live coverage from Dubai.
To have you here at the Dubai CrossFit Championship. Look back on some of the events you've been through this week. What's it been like for you, your experience here?
Они очень рады тебя видеть здесь. Такое ощущение, как все эти Ну, первый, да, в принципе, с самого начала было тяжело. Не скажу, что если я был первым все 3 дня, что было как-то легко, а сейчас стало тяжело. Ну, в принципе, все воркауты тяжелые, просто сейчас я также выкладываюсь на все 100%, но не могу победить, значит, такая форма. То есть, в принципе, все хорошо.
You're saying whole week, the weekend was quite like hard. It was no easy in the beginning as well, but now it's getting a little bit harder. That is not mean it's getting harder workout. It's just in general like maybe it's harder for him to finish all this what is left.
Sure, I totally understand that. Now, there will be a lot of opportunities at Sanctionals to get to the CrossFit Games. I know you've had trouble getting there in the past. What's the plan for this season?
У тебя были проблемы с попасть игры. Какие у тебя планы на этот сезон?
Все такие же, буду стараться делать все, чтобы снова получить визу и поехать на игры.
I said you'll be the same, trying to open the visa and work hard. Same like it was the last 2 years.
To try to get back to games. Well, good luck. Hopefully we see you there. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
more left for the grinder. The Japanese is the first man to finish with the post bars. The grinder is the second to finish. They move on the burpees now. Coming on now, on their very bottom boards. Kyle is holding on the left now. Oh, Vellner is holding on the left. Kyle goes down and catches up with the rest of the field. Vellner representing UAE is holding on the left now on the ring to finish 60 toes bars. The Japanese is taking the lead in this team. The athlete from Greene is beginning now to do 10 thrusters. Commander Martin, Vernier Shana, catching up with the Japanese who have only 10 or 4 runs left on the first set of thrusters. Five minutes left. Tomorrow's minute is the time down for the workout. The Japanese is done with first round and the first set off. 10 burpees and then thrusters. Goes now to the second set. Comes from behind the grinder and Vernier. On to the second set. Magic goes to his thrusters now. Jahan with only 2 reps left on the thrusters. He takes the lead now. Come on, the grinder takes the lead now. And this here over the Japanese. Bob Vernier and the Japanese are not undone to go. Kawahara is not wasting any time. Goes right away with his thrusters. Less than 3 minutes on the clock.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Heat 2 men are taking the stage for the final time, at least for heat number 2, as Brent Fikowski has extended his lead on second place, yet the name has changed. Patrick Vellner has moved into second overall. If you look at the asterisk to your left of the names, that designates they have already qualified out of the Open. Fikowski does not have that yet. He may, depending on a backfill situation. So Fikowski can ensure his trip to the games, and if that happens later, Tolo Marqueño might get a backfill down the road depending on where Fikowski finishes in the Open.
And it is really interesting when you have to kind of play this what-if game all the time. At least as of right now, this is what we know. Brent has put himself and done exactly what he needs to do going into this final by putting himself in that, I don't want to say he's got a padded position. He's not, but at least he's in that first spot. And I think that this is an event that he has the ability to do some great things, just like we saw with Michaela Norman earlier.
Event 10 is the 60 cal Echo Bike and 60 toes to bar, and that will be moved into event number 11 when you add the 3 rounds of burpee any way overs we saw at 24 inches and the heavy thrust is at 60 kilos. Based off this event and knowing what we have coming up, some of the athletes in here who you're looking at that might fare well in this event?
You know, I really think that we've seen some pretty amazing things from Alex Katolis, but all this Upiganis has been incredible across the board as well. I mean, we don't think he's going to do that spectacular, but then he does. Yeah. Every single time. I mean, Oldest has been incredible.
Now, the event 10 for the individuals has quite the sticker price on it in terms of
it does.
If you win event 10, you will win $10,000. But there is a extra
the caveat, if you will.
Caveat to that is that you must finish this event in under the 12-minute cap. Now, the current, I would say, best time, as we have a Lefteris Theophanitis sighting, is at a time of 5:38. Now, he did make it under the cap, but just
it was
barely.
Close.
And so Karar McGrander actually holds the event 11 best time to beat, right around 11:29.
Well, so we talked about on the first day when we had the run in the bike about how are you going to play that. It was 2 events. You could go easy on the run and go super hard on the bike to try to get that win and, you know, not worry about the other one. Here, it's the same sort of idea, but they make it so that you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't play the game here. And I think that's really interesting that you have strategic event on one, and then it's like, hey, you don't get that chance on day 4 after everything that you've dealt with.
Now, you can play that game based off points.
Oh,
you just can't
True.
play that game based off
on money. Yeah, and a $10,000 carrot is a hefty carrot, and why not go for it, right? I mean, why not take that shot? So, yes, these athletes are here. They're going for it. This is event 10 and 11. We start off with the 60 cals on the Echo Bike, 60 on the toes to bar. These guys have to push. And then we saw just how hard, if you did, like what Lefty did, you go really hard on this piece, and it came down to the wire. So he was just trying to finish. And hopefully we'll see what that score does.
And the time they're trying to chase for event number 10 is 5:38. And these are kind of the heats that, we were sitting back sadistically a little bit. I'm like, who's going to do it? Who's going to send it?
Who's going to go for it?
And just bury themselves. in that second part. Now, in the second half of this event, which is event number 11, you have those burpee box overs,
right,
where they're allowed to step, and that limits the damage that your legs can take. That kind of adds to the intensity of this event.
Well, if we say this all the time, that just because it's easier doesn't make it less painful. In fact, when it is more painful, because you are able, or it is more painful because you're able to go fast. And the faster you go, again, the more painful it is.
Now, the one athlete I was hoping to see that might take a gamble is Travis Mayer, who's off the bike first. Now, if anybody can send it when his back against the wall, it is Travis Mayer. And we're talking about a big-ticket item of $10,000 for an event. That's worth the price of paying admission as long as he can finish the rest of it underneath that 12-minute cap.
Well, and he hasn't had the weekend that he normally has, and he knows that. We were kind of joking with him earlier, and it's like, hey, what's going on with Travis Mayer? He's like, that's a really good question. I don't really know what's going on with Travis Mayer. But being that this is the end, he can go, historically speaking, this isn't an event. This is an event where if it's going to come to pain tolerance and pain threshold, he can do that. He can sit in there and boil that blood as much as he can until the finish line, then come off with a smile. Now we have to see if he is able to put himself in that position when he hasn't been able to hit the go button like his normal would be.
And some of these sanctioned events is a litmus test on where you're at in your training.
Yep.
I think some of that is like we come in with different goals. It's to win, it's to go to the game, or it's to see where we're at relative to the competition.
Yeah.
4 minutes in. The time to beat for event number 10 is 5:38. That was set by Lefteris Theophanidis. And he did finish the entirety of event number 11 about 10 seconds underneath the cap, as event 11 is the total time to finish 60 cal, 60 toes to bar, and then 3 rounds of burpee box overs and heavy thrusters at 60 kilos, a little bit north of 130 pounds.
And I'm trying to read the judge's lips there. It looks like he's around 43, 44. So he's, Travis is doing a great job. Look what the time is. He's about 45 seconds off. So as long as he can keep this tempo, he's going to do all right, at least for this particular heat.
Now Travis is trying to hold off the rest of the field because they are some hard-charging athletes on the rig. Willie George is one of them. 52 reps for Willie George in the center lane in red. 52.
Whoa.
And 5'11" just got snagged. And it looks like Alex Katoulis. I don't know what with these.
Wow.
The second half of our Greek faction here at the Dubai CrossFit Championships. And Katoulis, who is not one of the first athletes off the bike, blew through those 60 toes to bar. So Katoulis, right around 5'11", is your new leader in the clubhouse.
Man,
for event number 10.
Alex has been pretty dang impressive this entire weekend. I don't want to say we count him out, but I just don't know if we give him enough credit with how good he is at the events that he is good in. And again, he's not the most powerful athlete out there, but he didn't really have to be. He just kind of hung with the pack, and then he just didn't let go of the bar and passed everybody.
Well, I think last year we talked to him a handful of times in the beginning when we had things like 2 beach swims,
yep,
and he did well. And then we didn't really see him the rest of the weekend. He's shored up some holes and is keep popping up a little bit more as the weekend goes on this year.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch him go.
So Katoulis will be your current placeholder for the event 10 win at an unofficial time of 5:11. The new time to beat in total for event 11 is by Karar McGrander, and that's about 11:29 unofficially. As we move into 3 rounds of 10 burpee box overs at 24 inches and 10 thrusters at 60 kilos.
So with Alex playing to his strengths, he has to move on the box jumps, which he is right here. Look at the tempo as he gets himself up and over. Now on the flip side of that, under the weight, he broke on the thrusters on that first set. So he's trying to compose himself as much as he can. The weight is bothersome enough heavy for him. It's not super heavy, but it's enough to where if he crushes himself on the first set, he's going to be ruined for the rest of it. So I think that was spectacular that he was able to do that, and he has a great time, and so he wants to be able to finish.
You got to think of that moderate weight for just 10 reps of the thruster. After 4 days of competition and 10 or 11 events, and that moderate weight feels a little bit different when you get to the end of the weekend.
And it is. We always talk about that being the hidden workout in these events, the unscored event of the event.
I always think it's funny when you see athletes like, well, there's no true test of endurance. It's like they have been competing for 4 days straight.
It's a 4-day event.
By the way,
I'll also say this: did you see the tempo of that set? Much faster than the first set. When he went for the first rep, the last set, it was very slow. It was, and I mean, to where I was like, well, all right, he's done. But that was a great setup there, and then also even the break was shorter on that next set.
Now, Oldis Ubenix has moved ahead of Alex Catoulis by about 2 reps. So we're just past the 8.5-minute mark, and Ubenix and Catoulis will work into their third and final set. The time to beat set by Karar McGrander at 11:29. So 1 round left of burpee box overs at 24 inches and 10 thrusters. We'll see if Ubenix can stay ahead of Catoulis. You see Catoulis in the back upper part of your screen. He's just trying to hang on to the coattails of Ubenix before they move into their last set of 10 thrusters.
And these guys are almost going for synchronized burpee over the boxes. Look at that.
2 reps left for Catoulis on the upper right part of your screen. 2 more for Ubenix in the mid left part, both wearing that dark gray shirt.
Ooh.
Catoulis is done, and he moves up ahead, but Ubenix just behind him. 9:30 mark, 2 minutes away from the time to beat. I don't think that's going to last much longer. Ubenix on the right, Catoulis in the upper left. Seems to got a little burst of energy. Trying to stay with Oldis. And Alex, don't count him out just yet. 1 rep to go.
Oh, man.
And Catoulis will take event 11. Tell you what, just when you think he's fallen out, stats back up, and that's a back-to-back event win for Catoulis. We saw the same thing from Michaela Norman winning both of those.
I tell you what, he has been so fun to watch. You just, again, I said it earlier, we're not giving him enough credit for these events. He just is his experience now, his experience over time is getting him to the point where it's like, okay, when I know exactly where I need to push, where I'm strong. And he really goes into those, pain cave areas just to give himself enough room to hang out with these other areas. That was beautiful between both of them, the way he played that out between the bike, the toes to bar, and then what he did with the thrusters. That was unreal. I loved it.
I like seeing the confidence increase on the competition floor, but what that says to the confidence to stick with what he's been doing behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Whatever that training is, it's working.
It's working, man.
Keep doing that. We're getting better.
Yep.
Alexander Caron and Willie George have crossed the finish line, or Zach George. There's Willie. But Catoulis holds both times to beat. Shirunki across the finish line. Unofficial event 10 score is 5:11. His event 11 time is right under 10, about 9:59. And so we have Michaela Norman holding on to her top 2 times for both, and Alex Catoulis holding on to his. And, we said we thought we would see 2 different athletes at least for 10 and 11 based off the incentive they're throwing out for event number 10.
Yeah, and it's impressive. I think that the way the 2 are put together, it ends up becoming a grit intensive and a pain tolerance event, and both these guys had that. Both of them had that. So great job by Alex Catoulis. Again, just I can't say it enough how impressed I've been with him all weekend.
Just say it one more time.
I'm impressed with you, man. That was great. I like it.
5'11" and 959. Alex Catoulis is the leader for event 10, that $10,000 prize. And we have one heat remaining for both the individual women and the individual men. And after 4 days of competition, it is coming down to this between two scored events. 200 points up for grabs, still left. There's a hard-charging Jamie Greene coming up on the women's side.
Yeah.
On the men, can Fikowski hang on? You know, when you got someone like Vellner and Roman, and you're throwing out some pain cave movements like this, I think anything can still happen because that's half a day of competition and 12 minutes worth of work.
Well, I mean, if we just go to the guys' side, last year in the acid bath event, this was Roman's event. So we're in that very similar thing, but Vellner looks amazing. Jamie Greene has been doing spectacular things, and she's moving that momentum like crazy. This is shaping up to be an extremely fun final heat for both the men and the women.
We will start with the individual women next. Sarah Sigmundsdottir in first place, 50 points ahead of Karin Frey. Karin Frey, 29 points ahead of Jamie Greene, but 3 points behind Greene is Sam Briggs, and that is not someone you want nipping at your heels when you have an event like this. So your top 10 have been reseeded and put into this final heat. They are chasing the times that Michaela Norman set, 6:45 unofficially for event 10, 11:15 for event 11. This is the final event of the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Now, I don't see anything changing in terms of where Sarah's place stands, and maybe not Karin.
Right.
But Jamie Greene and Sam Briggs only separated by 3 points. This is the same four we saw fighting for that first place position last year.
That's right, and it was a battle for sure. I think, though, that between Jamie Greene and Samantha Briggs, if we look to see what it has to be, again, we talk about this is a grit workout. I think that Sam has got the upper hand in that realm. That being said, I know that Jamie is stronger than Samantha. So when we get to those thrusters, I think that Jamie's going to have a better shot at those.
Now, I don't think that bike's going to fare well for Jamie.
No, I mean, being a shorter athlete, she's a powerful athlete, but being that she's shorter, she doesn't have the same sort of drive and the mechanical advantage that Sam Briggs is going to have. We saw that with Michaela Norman. Didn't have to go crazy, but didn't stop, and she was able to do that. Sam and Michaela are very similar. Jamie's got a work cut out for her.
And you might see Jamie have to make up time on those toes to bar.
Yeah.
So when we start with 60 cals on the bike, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sigmundsdottir, Frey, and Briggs be off ahead of her. But with the confidence that Greene should be coming in, I mean, she's been riding full throttle since the start of day 2. She's won the first 2 events of the final day. Sigmundsdottir will be in lane 5, bracketed by Briggs and Frey. Greene and Briggs are going to be side by side this entire time. And when you're talking about the athletes that are in this, it should just come down to who beats who to determine who will be in that third place position. Sigmundsdottir came into last year coming off an injury from the CrossFit Games, taking time off training to come in. So she wasn't at full capacity here last year. We came in with everyone separated by just 7 points.
Yeah, and it was, you know, you hate to see a good athlete not be able to put their whole ability and everything into it when they come out to compete. But here she is this year. She says, I feel good. I feel healthy. Mentally, she seems very strong this entire weekend. You know, she came off a great competition at the Filthy 150. So she has got some momentum behind her, and I think that that's going to fare well for her in this. Now, again, she's got enough of a cushion here that she's not worried. I don't think she really needs to be worried about losing that spot because it's not like she's going to get last in this event. I mean, unless something bad happens.
I would say it'd be good to practice how to close things out. That tends to be one of the harder things for Sarah in major competition.
I was just going to say that, yeah. Is it close it? This is a great position for her to practice that element, not practicing toes to bar, not practicing, echo bike work. She has that. She can do that. Where is it between the ears, though? That's the part that we're practicing for her now.
And how many times do we say it's not the things on paper versus your stat sheet or what your times are in events? For Sarah, it's the unseen things, the things behind the scenes, between the ears, the competitive fire and strategy throughout the weekend. I mean, you said it's a long weekend. There's lots of events, and these are the things that Sarah needs to work on if she wants to win the games. No one will disagree that Sarah has the potential to win the CrossFit Games.
She's got the skills.
On paper, on skills, strength, gymnastics, endurance, work capacity, grit, and toughness. But it's the little things, the details in the fabric that Sigmundsdottir needs to work on, and it's events like this at the high caliber as the Dubai CrossFit Championship brings in to test herself against the best and start to build that interspersed confidence that Sarah needs.
Well, and if you look at the champions of our sport, what put them into that spot? They all know that when they go out, they're going to town. It's not, well, I need to make sure that I do well, or, I don't need to really do this, or I need to be conservative here. If you watch like Matt Fraser, same type of thing. He doesn't go out to just sort of make it. He goes out to win, even though he already has that. Tia, same thing. It's
well,
the same
I was
setup.
going to say, it's the perfect example because Tia didn't have that when she got
did,
second
exactly
twos in a row.
my point. You have to have that killer instinct to be a champion. If you don't have it, you'll always be a great athlete, but you won't be the best.
Now, podium positions are on the line here for the Dubai CrossFit Championship, but games invites are on the line as well. Currently, as it stands, Sam Briggs is in line to receive that invite to the CrossFit Games.
And talking about that ticket for Sam Briggs, she doesn't have to beat anyone in this particular area. I mean, she's got points up on Emily Rolfe, who's in that next position. So she's safe, quote-unquote safe, to have that. So she's going to make it, and that's great. But Sam is a fighter, and Sam likes to get in there and mix it up. So she's just not going to let that go. She wants to be on that podium.
Sam is currently sitting 4th overall, 3 points behind Jamie Greene. Now, Jamie Greene started this day in 8th place. She's won back-to-back events to put her in 3rd. The final heat of the final individual women's event is underway to determine which 3 athletes will be standing on top the podium, which order they'll be in, and who will be representing the Dubai CrossFit Championship in Madison. 2 scored events worth 100 points each. Event number 10, 60 cal bike, 10 toes to bar. Your current time to beat set by Michaela Norman in heat number 2 at 6:45. And we see the biggest challenge here, especially on the women's side, is to navigate your way through the bike to set yourself up for toes to bar. 60 cals is a ton of cals to do on these Echo bikes.
And as we just panned by Jamie Greene, she looks like she's really laboring already early, trying to push through that, working on those bars as she's working through that Echo bike. Sam Briggs did not look like she was going to have a problem. Sarah looked very confident. Karin looked very confident. Even Gabby looks very relaxed as she's pushing. So we see that we are early in this first minute, and we're looking at it was taking the other ladies about 3.5 minutes-ish to work their way through the bike. But how much damage are you going to be doing as you go to the toes to bar? And I'm still looking to see which of these ladies are going to start to break in form, who's going to start moving back and forth and wasting a lot of sideways energy as they're just trying to get that revolution on that crank and on those handlebars. Right in the center of your screen, you can see Sarah Sigmundsdottir up at the top. She's got the little headband in her ponytail there, but looks very relaxed. Sam's not even looking at the screen at all. I mean, again, that woman has done so many workouts and has been in so many different events that she knows her body so well. She doesn't even need to really even look at the monitor, but she's just kind of kicking back, relaxing, understanding where she needs to be on that bike, and just kind of keeps on going and going and going.
Event number 10, 60 cal bikes. your heat assignments, your top 10 after nearly 4 full days of competition. Emma Tull, Emily Rolfe was in position behind Briggs, maybe for that spot at the games. Jamie Greene, Sam Briggs, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, Karin Frey, Gabriella Magala. Great performance by Gabriella all weekend. Alessandra Pacelli, Julie Hugo, and Agnes Manon put herself back in the top 10 after the last event. The time to beat for event 10 is 6 minutes and 45 seconds, set by Michaela Norman in heat number 2. And Bill, I'll pose a question to you in terms of, I'm not really worried about Sarah's finishing place based off this. Does she go for the 10K for event number 10?
Should she go for the 10K? Yes, because I think that she, again, we're talking about what is she trying to gain here. She's not testing to see where her fitness is. She knows what her fitness is. The test is, do I have the capacity mentally to make myself hurt like that? And I would say, go for it, man. Like,
put
why
yourself
not?
in some uncomfortable waters and see how you respond.
The nice thing is that this particular event, you're not in danger of hurting yourself physically. You're in danger of, how hard are you going to make yourself go after that?
Hand in the air for, you guessed it, Sam Briggs in the middle lane. Hand in the air for Karin Frey, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, Gabriella Magala. Now we're waiting to see where that hand is for Jamie Greene. We thought she would be off later, but to the rig over in lane number 2 is actually Emily Rolfe. And we said she was actually, her and Sam Briggs are the only 2 in the top 10 that don't have a CrossFit Games invite.
Yep.
Now she's going to have to do something quite impressive. Now she has the points that are available.
Yeah.
It also take a implosion on Sam Briggs' part to make that possible. Greene, one of the last ones, still on the bike. We were expecting that.
Look at the way Sam Briggs is working her legs on the toes to bar. If you look all the way to the left, Emily Rolfe has a big swing, but Sam is just pulling her legs up and down. So the tempo is a lot different and a lot quicker next to a lot of the other ladies.
I haven't seen Briggs come down yet. And just as we say that, she'll take a quick break. Sarah Sigmundsdottir to the right. Greene is to the rig. She has a lot of reps to try to catch up on, but she does have the gymnastics capacity to do so. And your top 4 coming in left to right, you got Jamie Greene in all black, Sam Briggs, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, Karin Frey will take a quick reset. As we're coming up to the 5-minute mark, Michaela Norman still holds the time to beat for event number 10 at 6:45. And as we said before, the big incentive here is not just 100 points in your place on the leaderboard, but $10,000 up for grabs for the winner of event number 10.
And the first thing I'm looking at is how long the time frame is that these ladies are taking in between each one of those. Now, they all would come down. Even Sam Briggs comes down and moves ahead, but wow. Michaela Norman didn't do that. I mean, she was on the bar the entire time.
And Sam Briggs, you saw the judge had his hand in the air.
Wow.
And that'll do it. Sam Briggs, 538 and $10,000 richer. We saw in the final event last year at the 2018 Dubai CrossFit Championships, Sam Briggs was in a 4-way basic tie across the board, as it being the first qualifying event at all for the CrossFit Games season. And Briggs and Rolfe, these are your 2 athletes that are the only ones that can get an invite that haven't already qualified to the CrossFit Games. Karin Frey has moved to the box. Sigmundsdottir in the background, still on the rig. Jamie Greene as well. In terms of podium positions, Sarah's in first by a healthy lead over Frey. Frey's in second. Briggs was in fourth, 3 points behind Greene as Greene makes her way to the box. And whoever wins between Jamie Greene and Sam Briggs will take that 3rd place position on the podium. Although Briggs just racked up 100 points, so that's actually gonna change a lot.
Yep.
Forgot it's 2 scored events. Event 10, the time to finish your 60 cals and 60 toes to bar. Event 11, the continuation of that time into 3 rounds. of burpee box overs and thrusters at 40 kilos.
It's just crazy. Sam moves. The way we saw her move on that first part, even on the bike, it didn't look like she was working that hard, yet was able to just be basically a minute ahead of Michaela Norman's time. Incredible job. And then even here, same thing. Look at the way she is on. You can see her back there right behind Sarah working on those burpee box step overs. She is just barely moving, just kind of moving through it nice and easy, with Jamie Greene right up into the front of her, starting to pick up the tempo on the burpees and those thrusters. That's pretty impressive.
Jamie Greene on the thruster. Sigmundsdottir is done with her first round. Sam Briggs just to Sarah's left, finishing her second round of burpee box overs. Sam Briggs making her way back to the thruster bar. She already has an event win for event 10, the first part of this event, so that's 100 points in her pocket, as well as $10,000.
Man.
Surprised she can jump over the box with all that money in there. Karin Frey back to the bar for the second time. And Bill, like we saw with Michaela Norman in that comparison, is that steady, slow pace doesn't make it look easy, but just never stops moving.
It just looks slow. It doesn't look like you could be going that fast, but when there's no breaks taken, then reps are constantly being knocked off the board, and that's the difference I think that a lot of people don't understand. They think that you have to move quickly the entire time, where in reality, just don't stop. It's really, on paper, it's not.
Yeah.
Just don't stop.
Just don't stop. I'm only standing here at a desk in a nice, cool night air. Sigmundsdottir on the bar. Her second set of thrusters. Jamie Greene to her left. As you can see in the background, Briggs and Frey. Briggs was sitting in fourth, 3 points behind Greene coming in. Although we have 200 points up for grabs. Event 10, she's already won. Sigmundsdottir is back to the bar with Jamie Greene, and Sam Briggs is making her way to the bar for the final time. The time to beat was 11:15, set by Michaela Norman.
She just doesn't feel any pain at all.
She feels it. She just doesn't care about it.
Well, I honestly don't know if she does. With as much experience in training and competing, it just blows me out. It just blows me away.
Briggs on the left, Frey on the right. Briggs won event 10. She'll win event 11, and she will go back to the CrossFit Games as an individual for the 8th time. Frey is done. She'll secure her top position on the podium in second place. And Sarah Sigmundsdottir doing everything she needs to do. First place coming in. Four reps to go for Sarah. And she came in this weekend with some holes to fill and one step closer, her being a champion at the games, but she is the champion of the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Sarah Sigmundsdottir, what a performance all weekend long.
Yeah, she's been great to see, just battling. And you know what, I don't want to say that she just kind of tossed this one. I think it was like, hey, you know what? I'm good. That was a long week. I'm good. I'm just going to get in there. Not that she wasn't trying. Obviously, that's not the case, but she did what she needed to do, and I will take her entire week and just say that I'm blown away by what she did. She looked spectacular through all 4 days.
Still have over 2 minutes left before that 14-minute cap, but we never really saw one of those missteps that Sarah traditionally has, and she'll own up to that. She knows she has those little goofy moments and missteps. The only one we thought was maybe that clean and jerk tie instead of trying to go for the win, but after that, she was right on the heels of everybody, if not taking first and fighting all weekend long. And a dominating performance from Sarah Sigmundsdottir as she will win the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Karin Frey should hold on to that second place position. We'll have to see how the points turn out because Briggs went back-to-back wins in event 10 and event 11 to put her not only in third, but to go back to the CrossFit Games for the 8th time as an individual competitor.
Just unbelievable to see that, unbelievable to watch that power that Sam has. The fact she's going back, I mean, she's an OG in the sport, and she just will not go away, and that is the coolest thing ever. And then she never looks like she's that hurt after all that. What the heck? Masters athlete, right.
What am I doing to my 37-year-old body? Nothing. Talking about yours. Sarah Sigmundsdottir, you can see her support system with her mom and dad there. One of the crowd favorites, and honestly over the years is someone that we have been hoping and expecting to see, not just on the podium again at the CrossFit Games, even though it's been a couple years, but someone who has the most untapped potential to be in position to win. But Sam Briggs, event 10 winner, event 11 winner, and going back to the CrossFit Games one more time, is down with Nikki Brazier.
Well, 200 points and $15,000 richer, not to mention, because of the backfill process, your ticket to the CrossFit Games. I mean, what is going through your mind right now knowing all of that just happened?
Obviously, the Open didn't go according to plan this year. So I came here with no expectations. It was just have fun. Events that I could do well, I had to push and capitalize on any points I could get with the hope of obviously going back to the games.
I feel like this is the same conversation we had last year when you said no expectations, came and took it and punched your ticket. I mean, 2 years in a row. Is this sort of something that you thought maybe was coming this time?
You can't take anything for granted. One thing with Dubai is just the field of athletes that they have. You can't relax for a second because there's girls hot on your heel. It's been fantastic. Just to see the level of competition, the people, the level that's rising, it's amazing for the sport. And I think this year at the Games, seeing how a lot of the national champions who were here performed, it's going to be the best Games ever this year.
Well, congratulations, girl.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, you can't say enough great things about Sam Briggs, not just as an athlete, as a competitor, as a person. I mean, you root for people like that to do well. It's almost insulting how good she is at the level which she's at. When is it going to...
I don't know.
When are you going to get worse? I'm not asking you to, but my goodness.
What is one of the coolest things, I think probably one of the most respectful things to see, is that the other athletes that she competes with, they completely acknowledge that. They say, Sam Briggs never gets worse, and she's always in the mix, and you can never count her out, and she's not getting older, and she just keeps getting better. And I think that's one of the best things, best compliments that any athlete could ever have.
Now, we can say a lot for Sam, but how about Sarah Sigmundsdottir performance? Sarah, your winner of the Dubai CrossFit Championship is down with Nikki Brazier.
What a week and a weekend you've had. A couple days ago, you told me you've never felt better, but you are going to stand on top of the podium after all of this. I mean, do you feel better now?
Yeah, I feel great. I got sick after Ireland, so I wasn't quite positive for this competition, but it's amazing what adrenaline can do. As soon as you start, you just forget everything, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to be a long season. You've got a lot of time between now and the games. I mean, what is the overall training plan for you from here on out?
I think now you can control your off-season a little bit, so the off-season is starting for me now. Yeah.
And anything in particular that you're looking forward to? Will we see you at more of these sanctional events?
Yeah, I'm definitely doing Rogue and then the CrossFit Games.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Sarah Sigmundsdottir, your 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Karin Frey, Sam Briggs. Sam Briggs going back to the games again.
So cool.
What an incredible individual women competition we had here for 4 days, and we have one final heat. The final two events, Event 10 and Event 11 for the individual men. Tighter race than we had even on the women's side. We're in for quite a finish. Keep it right here to see the final event of the individual men at the Dubai CrossFit Championship.
I've worked so much on that. They're just not getting there.
That first rep was a strain. That's 1. She's got 14.
I know my hands and push-ups are not great, but I just did.
Same number as the game. Redemption.
If you have something worth bragging about, you don't have to. Other people will do it for you.
Matt Fraser, another event win.
There's nothing that Matt Fraser cannot handle. I don't see anyone that can touch this guy.
Matt Fraser back-to-back wins.
He looks phenomenal.
It was so hard.
Yeah, tell me.
It was so hard.
That took my soul away.
Matt Fraser does have some wheels on him.
The heaviest snatch in CrossFit competition history.
Oh, wow.
I'm so glad it's over.
It's a killer.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
2 heats down, 10 athletes remaining. As your leaderboard standing, Fikowski has a 22-point lead on Patrick Vellner. Roman Karenikov, 9 points behind that. And this is your 3-horse race for your top 3 positions. And you're looking at just 20-something points. That's a first through 6 difference.
Yeah.
And when you have 2 scored events, so that could be a third and a third. So anything can happen. Event 10 and Event 11. The final heat of the individual men, the final heat of the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship is underway. And the forepart of your screen, look at that tempo putting on by Elliot Simmons.
You know what? But this is an event that he needs to do in a particular implement that he is good at. He's great when it comes to endurance type events. However, let's take a look at it real fast. We have that event 10, 60 calories on the Echo Bike and 60 toes to bar. We know that the Echo Bike can be devastating. We know that we're going to have those big, powerful athletes, someone like Jason Smith, who did really well in the run and the cycling on the first day,
yes, he
are
did.
going to do some amazing things here. But it's not just that element. We've seen a lot of athletes that come off the bike right away and end up being one of the last off the toes to bar. So you have to have that balance between the power output and then the gymnastics capacity right after that.
And let's put things into perspective one more time. Fikowski has just over a 20-point lead on Vellner. That's it. We have 2 events, 200 points. And we just said, if Vellner gets first and Fikowski gets third twice, Vellner wins. That's all it takes. And with all the athletes that we have in this final heat, and game plans are kind of out the window when you throw a $10,000 prize out there for event number 10 for 60 cals and 60 toes to bar.
Well, and I think a lot of times if you have an athlete that is possible and can throw a wrench into the system, this is a time that they can do that. They know that they're not going to be on the podium. They know they're not going to the CrossFit Games, so they're now going to be reaching for, hey, what do I have that I have a chance of getting? And it's a $10,000. So they will start to shuffle people around and push people further than they probably would want to or need to.
And in the air for Jason Smith, and he did so well on the bike run event. He has the capacity to do both, bike hard, run hard, and that conditioning. So Smith is to the rig first.
You know, I'm just going to have to say this real quick. Right on, Masters athlete. A little age, a little wisdom going on.
Get out of
there.
my age division, Jason. 60 toes to bar. The time to beat was set by Alex Katulis at 5:11. Another hand in the air. It might be Roman Karenikov's lane. Lazar Jukic up in lane number 1 has joined Jason. Now, Roman Karenikov won an event that had assault bike cals, toes to bar, and heavy sandbag cleans for 4 rounds at the Filthy 150 competition. So his capacity fits almost directly with event number 10.
We know that this is there. The downside is that this is kind of one of those full send events. You don't have the chance with the transitions to try to get that rest in there. And then if we go back to what Alex Katulis did, he was not one of the first guys off the bike. He held on to the bar for the longest amount of time, and that's where he blew by everybody. We saw so many people taking breaks. If you have the ability to stay on that bar for those toes to bar and the capacity, you're going to do well here.
From left to right, you have Jason Smith, who is to the rig first. Roman Karenikov. Fikowski in the center lane. He's your current leader by just 20 points over Patrick Vellner. All athletes onto the rig for their 60 toes to bar. Again, we have an event within the event. Event number 10 is the fastest time to finish 60 cals on the Echo Bike and 60 toes to bar. Jason Smith was to the rig first, followed by Lazar Jukic. We've seen a lot of things happen once we get to the toes to bar portion of this event. As we are 4 minutes in, the time to beat is 5:11, set by Alex Katulis.
Brent Fikowski, he's going for 10 sets of 6. That's what I'm seeing him do is quick set of 6, drop, rest that midsection. Quick set of 6, rest and do that. Where you have these other guys with the capacity like Pat Vellner right next to him. He's going for the big numbers.
Hand in the air for Lazar Dukic, and he will take event 10 at 4:27. So there's 100 points off the board. $10,000 going to Dukic. Not a bad payday for you. Vellner, this is something Vellner really needs. 446, but at the same time as Fikowski. And that's going to come down. Those 5 points could be very valuable depending on who got off first. So Fikowski and Vellner get off the rig at nearly the exact same time, as well as Roman Karenikov, as we move from 10 to 11. Vellner opting for the burpee box jump over as Fikowski is doing the step over in a conservative effort probably to save the legs for the thrusters. What Vellner needs is he needs speed, and he needs to get first, and he needs people to get between him and Fikowski. We thought it'd be 2/3. It's going to have to be something lower outside 7th, and Vellner's going to have to win if he wants a shot at first place.
Well, and I'm just real impressed with the way that Fikowski was able to do that. 10 sets of 6 versus Vellner's large numbers, and they came off the bar at the same time.
And they're moving to the barbell at the same time.
You know, and this is what Brent does so well, is he's able to pace that first round to ensure that he has enough capacity at the end so he can race that. Everyone else usually tries to get going and tries to hold on. That's never been a strategy of his.
Dukic on the outside of your screen was to the bar first, but he just broke. So your 3 athletes in the middle between Fikowski, Vellner, and Karenikov have moved ahead of Dukic. And now what's important is, what was the place finish between Vellner and Roman Karenikov? Because he was only about 9 points behind him. If he at least beat him by 1, there's 5 points gone. So he's cut into that lead. So Vellner, though he may not tackle Fikowski's top position, could get him ahead of Karenikov.
And it's interesting, when they make their way over to the thruster, the person that has the least opportunity to have any idea what's going on is Fikowski. He has to just kind of, stay in his lane, and probably the person that would be in the best position to do that would be him, because he really doesn't care what everyone else is doing. But Roman and Pat are right behind him, so they can see Brent's tempo, so they can have something to shoot for if they need to either increase or decrease that tempo.
Now in the first round, Fikowski was the only athlete stepping over the box where Karenikov and Vellner were jumping, but they opted for the step, and they both have moved ahead of Fikowski. But Vellner and Karenikov taking a little break. Now what we said, Vellner needs a win, and he needs some help. Vellner is sitting in 3rd, 9 points behind Roman Karenikov. We believe he got off the rig first in event 10. Fikowski was your overall leader with over a 20-point lead on Vellner. They came off at nearly the exact same time in event 10. As Karenikov is done, Vellner is done, Fikowski's behind him.
And it's been interesting to watch. We saw that Pat and Roman both kind of slowed down a little bit in that last round. Brent kind of held his tempo. So has Fikowski been able to conserve enough to be able to race on this last one? I think no one's going to go super fast on these burpees. I don't see anybody picking up tempo. They're all stepping. But it's going to be who's going to have the cycle rate on the thruster, and if anyone puts it down, they're out of the 3 for sure.
The time to beat for event 11 is 9:59. I don't think we have to worry about that. Vellner just has 3 reps to go. Same with Fikowski. Fikowski's got 4. Karenikov has 2. Vellner is trying to chase Roman for that second place position, but Roman is battling back. And there's 10 reps to go for him. Vellner is yet to pick up the bar. 3 for Roman. 4. Roman needed this to at least secure that second place position. Again, it all determines on where they stood in event 10, so nothing is official yet. As Karenikov is battling back, and he will at least take event 11. Vellner Couple reps to go. Fikowski's going to break. As Vellner across the finish line. Brent Fikowski, not the year he wanted last year, got through the Asia CrossFit Championships, got cut early, but Brent Fikowski is not only going back to the CrossFit Games, but he wins the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship.
My, that was a battle. And, wow, ow. I'm just going to say ow.
What a throwdown between these three athletes, Roman Karenikov, Patrick Vellner, and Brent Fikowski. Your top three coming in. We're not sure how the point system is shaking out, at least between Vellner and Roman. All we know is that we got one heck of a finish.
Wow, I mean, a lot of times when you have the final event, it isn't necessarily set up to be very exciting. That was exciting. It came down to rep for rep, and you saw them even within the short span of 3 rounds of 10 reps, that jockeying back and forth between them. But the way Roman was able to handle that,
the way he pulled that back out,
is incredible. This guy, we've talked about that. He is a workhorse, not a showy athlete. But, man, the guy, when he's on fire, he is on fire.
Karenikov will take event 11. Not sure where he placed in event 10. We know he had a 9-point edge on Vellner. We do know Vellner finished ahead of him, but by how much?
Right.
At least 5 points, because him and Fikowski came off at nearly the same time. But Karenikov wins this. Vellner gets second, so the 5 points might have been handed back. We're just not sure how many between Vellner and Karenikov after event 10. Tola Marquinhos. Now keep your eye on this athlete after the games invites from the Open get finalized.
Yep.
Because Fikowski was only a couple places out of getting a filled-in invite from the Open.
Well, and think about some of the characters that are in there that we know are going to be going team. So you probably are going to see that shuffle. So with Brent, more than likely getting that backfield position or this position, it's going to bump Tola into that position. So, I mean, talk about a great. This is why an event like this is so important, because you have so many high-level athletes that are going to be out of the way, and then you have that shot to break that into the games.
We have gotten a showcase from Roman early in the season with Filthy 150, and now here at the Dubai Championship. And I want to see this guy in Madison. I want to see him on the big stage with a even deeper, big-name field athlete. We know he's had visa issues trying to get there. I hope it gets figured out, and I want to see him. He deserves to be there in with those top athletes.
He really does.
And what more can you say about Brent Fikowski? Coming off a tough year last year. It was an unknown year. You could tell him it was a struggle year for him. And to bounce back and win the Dubai CrossFit Championship, Brent Fikowski going back to the CrossFit Games. He's down with Nikki Brazier.
Well, Brent's still hurting a little bit after that last event, but you did what you came here to do, ending up at the top of the podium after a season that didn't exactly go the way that you wanted it to last year. I mean, what a difference is this for you?
Feels great. You know, I competed 3 times last year, and admittedly, I didn't really feel like myself. I didn't do badly, but I could have done better, and this is the start of a new year, and it feels great. Yeah, I'm happy.
You're always the man with a plan. So what does the overall season look like for you, especially knowing that you've qualified for the games this early on?
Yeah, the next stop is I'm going to Australia to visit family. My wife's there, so we're going to visit family there. And then I'll compete at the West Coast Classic at the end of March in California. And then we'll see. I might do another comp in May or June, but off season now, Christmas, and I think I've earned it. So
Absolutely. Overall, just take me back through the week a little bit. You've gone through the ringer here. All of these athletes have, and I'm sure you're maybe feeling like you deserve that rest.
Yeah, it was a tough week. Like, it was hard. It was hard mentally, hard physically. I don't know, it's a really gratifying feeling, and I hope all the other athletes just feel the same with their performance.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Brent Fikowski, and admittedly, not the year he wanted to have with all the uncertainty and turmoil through the season. I mean, this is, like Nikki said, a man with a plan, the professor, someone that when given enough time can create the perfect strategy for the perfect situation. Now what I think Fikowski has now put himself to be yet another dangerous piece to do well at the CrossFit Games because he has so much time to prepare without the qualification looming over his head.
Right, and I think that's just like he was talking about, that's pressure that he now doesn't have to deal with. He's going to get to enjoy the holidays, get to take that needed time off instead of wondering, am I going to make it here? What do I need to do here? There's the pressure of this, the pressure of that. He doesn't have that. Yes, this needs to be a redemption year for him for what happened last year. It was a rough year for him, especially when you know the level of athlete that he is and have it play out the way it did. Now he gets to totally come back and use the time, break open those notebooks, and come up with a master spreadsheet of how he is going to perform at the games the way he needs to perform. And I really am excited to see what he is able to come up with all this time, with no pressure involved, and just come up with something just wickedly cool.
And we know things just wrapped up, but takeaways from the weekend. Let's start on the women's side. Sigma's daughter wins in a big way. Briggs is going back to the games. Frey putting herself in second. Who other athletes did you see compete this weekend, and what do you see them moving forward?
You know what? I really have to say that first and foremost, I'm excited. I have to kind of say some of those things about the same things, the athletes that you just listed. Sarah, I wanted to see what she would do competitively. We've said it so many times this weekend that we feel that the only piece that maybe has been missing is the mental strength. And I saw mental strength. I mean, I saw her go for broke. And
we definitely saw a big step forward.
Oh, man, massive, and that was really fun. The other part, and you guys didn't know this, but during the broadcast of the men, Sam Briggs came up to us, and we had to give her some fist bumps because to see someone at that level with the age that she is, with the ability to just not stop, that has been one of the most impressive things to watch. But, Karin Frey, welcome to the group. I mean, I'm glad that we saw you last year and that you're here this year, and I want to see what you can do and actually make something happen in the games.
Well, that will do it for us here for the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship. Congratulations to Team Misfit P10 Performance, Sarah Sigma's daughter, Sam Briggs, getting her invite back to the CrossFit Games for the 8th time as an individual.
Yeah.
Brent Fikowski getting his bid and his first place finish. I want to thank all our guests this weekend, between Roger Nunsel, Rich Froning, and Katrin Davis' daughter.
Yeah.
For Nikki Brazier, Bill Grunler, it was good to be broadcasting with you again,
friend,
sir.
Absolutely.
Good again, sir. And thank you to
love
Dubai and the Dubai CrossFit Championships. Thank you, all of you, for watching with us. The 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championships will come to a close. We'll see you next time.
We've been innovating the barbell since 2008, and we'll still be innovating in 2028.
Some days are tougher than others. But we see in each other what no one else can. We sweat together. We endure together. Every one of us, redefining ourselves. We achieve together. All of us.
I'll never forget where I started. I'll never forget my failures and disappointments. I remember them as stepping stones. There are no secrets, no shortcuts, only hard work. I know all my strengths, but more importantly, I know all my weaknesses. I surround myself with those who help me unleash my full potential. I give my body exactly what it needs, then I put in the work. I test, improve, and retest. It just has to be done every single day. I am Matthew Fraser. I don't want to think I'm getting better. I want to know it.
Normalerweise mal die Frau und der Security man schon längst weg ist, die unten haben aufgebaut, ich kann wieder schnell danach gehen. Eben hat das fix.
You've been a beautiful crowd, you've been tremendous. We're just waiting on scores. Scores every time. We're just waiting on a list of our final workout winners for each event. We're going to recognize each winner for each event. Each winner of each event will be awarded from the Dubai CrossFit Championship. And just like you see, the awards have been really big. So once again, we're just awaiting the final results. And once we get that, we'll go ahead and start recognizing all of our winners and all of our athletes who did and gave tremendous performances all week long. It was such a great event. Because you guys did such a great job. You want to post it? Hold on. What's your name? What's your name? Andrew, there we go. Jamaica! Jamaica's in the house. Alright. Let's see who else is here. Let's see who else is here. Alright. What's your name? Maya, where are you from? Where's who's your favorite athlete? You have no idea. I love that. I love that. That's awesome. Alright. Recognize each man and woman who won each event. So when I call your name, come on out for event 1 for the females. Emma Tall. Come on out, let's get Emma Tall, come on out. All right, the winners of event 1, Vellner. If you won the event, we're about to give you a reward. So if you don't want it, leave the honor display. So once again, Emma Tall here? Emma, there you are. Emma Tall, then one winners. Event 2 winners, Samantha Briggs, come on out. And on the men's side, Ellie Simmons. All right. Event number 3. For women, Julie Nielsen. For the men, Karin Frey, come on out, representing UAE. All right, in event 4, women's high, Paulina Vittori and Sarah Stevens' daughter, come on out. Come on out, Sarah. Sarah, yeah. Oh, there she is. Let's go, Sarah. Let's go, Sarah. Let's go. Come on out. And for the men, Toa Moreno. All right, for event number 5. On the women's side, Greene. For the men's side, Vellner. All right, for event 6, come on out on the outside, Sarah Stevens' daughter. For the men, Toa Moreno. Got it, all right. All right, event number 7. On the women's side, Michaela Morgan, come on out. For the men, for the men's 70, Brent Fikowski. For the 8, on the women, Greene. And Brent, you might as well just stay out there. For the men, Brent Fikowski. Jamie, you might as well stay out there too. For the men 9, Greene. And for the men, Vellner. All right, for event 11, you're going to see event 10 for a second there. For event 11, Samantha Briggs. Come on, Sam. And on the men's side, for event 11, Rory Krakow. So now we're going to go ahead and recognize all of our athletes. I'm going to hand it out to my man home warrior. When your name is called, come on up and get your medal. Christina Algebeck. Chad Bunis. Han Short. Chrissy Holler. Laura Clifton. Louise Whistle. Andrea Pinheiro. Carolina Nattori. Larry Guna. Tara Howe. Amy Gilmiller. Carol Castellani. Agnes Madden. Michaela Norman. incredible weekend. All right, now we're going to recognize our top finishers now in all three categories.
يتفضل حاليا الشيخ محمد آل مكتوم لتكريم الثلاث أوائل من فئة الفرق والفردي. We welcome Sheikh Muhammad Al Maktoum now to award the top three from the teams and individuals. يتفضل الشيخ محمد آل مكتوم لتكريم الفائزين في Dubai CrossFit Championship. And now we welcome Sheikh Muhammad Al Maktoum to award the top three winners of the teams and individuals.
And in third place, in the 2019 Dubai CrossFit Championship, Team Champions, Misfit P10 Performance, representing the US. And no stranger to the podium here at the Dubai CrossFit Championship, representing UK, Samantha Briggs. Represents Slovakia. What a tremendous performance and how to become an athlete, and she's showing she's here to stay. Karin Frey. Unbelievable, Karin. Great job. All right. And your 2019 Dubai CrossFit Champion, representing Iceland, Sarah. competition was a back and forth battle all weekend long between these top 3 men. Representing Russia in the 3rd place spot, Roman Greene. Representing Canada, Patrick Vellner! All right, and 3rd place, representing Canada, Mr. Brent Fikowski! It's so exciting! Dubai CrossFit Championship. This is your top 10 podium winners. Let's give them a round of applause, baby. Woo! We're in fire. Let's get all of our podium winners up and recognize all of them. Just